An early riser. I'll bet she caught it. Didn't you, Ellen? Huh?
This is a CBS News special report. From Washington, here is CBS News correspondent Richard Roth.
Good day. As we reported a bit earlier, shots were fired at President Reagan this afternoon within the past 25 minutes or so as he left a speaking engagement at a Washington hotel. By all accounts, the president was not hurt. We have received videotape from the hotel where the president was emerging. You are watching it for the first time, as I am.
Mr. President!
There you saw what happened, the crowd calling to the president as he emerged from the Washington Hilton Hotel. The sound of gunfire. According to some eyewitnesses there were 3 to 5 shots. And some people fell, but the president, as you saw, was immediately hustled into his limousine, which our camera does not show at the moment. It immediately sped away. We are told that some people in the area were injured, and that seems clear from these pictures which we have just received. But again, we are told that the president himself was not hurt. This occurred within the past 30 minutes in downtown Washington. The president had been addressing a meeting of the AFL-CIO at a hotel in Washington. The shots were fired, as you saw, after the president emerged from the hotel and waved to the crowd, which was calling to him. Scene of considerable confusion and concern there. But once again, to repeat, by all accounts, the president was not injured. This has been a special report from CBS News. As soon as there are more details available to us, we'll make them available to you. I'm Richard Roth in Washington.
This has been a CBS News special report.
Sudden whim?
It's not a whim.
Did you find out about John?
Bob told me about his blindness, if that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm. So, you just came to gloat. That's it.
I have not.
Then what are you doing here? It's not some sudden whim after you're telling me that you didn't want me to come to the trial.
I just wanted to come, that's all.
Well, excuse me. I'm going to be with my father.
Maggie?
No, it's Margot.
Margot. Why didn't you go back and sit with your mother?
How did you know she was here? You could hear it.
Listen, why didn't you go sit in the stands and, don't worry, you don't have to hold my hand.
Chase away things that go bump in the night. Fix a toy right on the spot. Helping a big girl get ready for bed. Little things mean a lot.
The little things I do for my family really do mean a lot. So I care about everything that touches our lives. Like White Cloud.
White Cloud?
Uh-huh. I can't buy a softer bathroom tissue. Feel. But White Cloud's more than soft. It's made of 2 full fluffy plies. And you know the 2 is more than
1.
And White Cloud's absorbent too. Watch.
Wow, it is!
The most absorbent. Softness, fullness, absorbency. They're all little things that add up to White Cloud quality for this family.
White Cloud, because little things mean a lot.
Mom, how could you?
What?
Drowning nature's vegetables in that heavy oil.
Crisco oil's light.
Light?
No oil tastes lighter.
So?
So there's no heavy oily taste
Mom!
on your salad. Here, nature girl.
No heavy oily taste.
This is so organic.
I think it's delicious.
Huh?
Why do Crisco oil salads taste great?
No heavy oily taste.
And Crisco oil has no cholesterol.
Greasy dirt can be a problem all over the kitchen. How do you clean it?
Ammonia.
It's ammonia.
What if I told you Top Job in water cleans greasy dirt, straight ammonia can't?
I disagree. You'd have to show me.
Ammonia's good for some jobs, but not greasy dirt.
Top Job did it.
It did it.
Took it out better than ammonia.
That's incredible. I'm really impressed. Top Job is definitely the product I'm going to use for greasy dirt.
Let Top Job cut clean through greasy dirt around your kitchen.
We can talk about the technology, we can talk about satellites, mini cams, but when you get right down to it, you have to have one good, intelligent person at the scene who can report and write well.
And because of the new technology, not only are the situations more complex, but we have to respond to them more quickly. We are expected to respond more quickly.
Yet, the most important thing we have is our integrity and our writing and our ability, I think, Dan, to communicate a clear idea to our viewers.
Clark, Ryan, and Rather, only on Television 5.
Darling, what's the delay, do you know?
I thought the trial was supposed to start up again at 1.
It was. Tom's in talking to the judge now.
What about?
Proceedings or something like that.
Maggie Crawford also left the courtroom, too.
I know.
Dee, you seem a little jumpy. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just want this whole thing to be over with, that's all.
It will be over, honey. As soon as the judge charges the jury.
I may have to take...
This is a CBS News special report. Here is CBS News correspondent Dan Rather.
Good afternoon. This is the situation in Washington at the moment. A would-be assailant has taken shots at President Reagan. President Reagan, according to the White House, is unscathed. The president, I repeat for emphasis, was not hit, although President Reagan is now described as having gone to George Washington Hospital in Washington, D.C., apparently for 2 reasons. First of all, to have himself double checked over, although I repeat for a 3rd time, the White House says the president has not been hit by these shots that were fired at Mr. Reagan as he was outside the White House, had gone to the Washington Hilton Hotel to make a speech, and as he came out from having made that address, a man rushed out of the crowd and fired at least 3 shots, and possibly as many as 5. 3 persons were hit by the shots, including the White House press secretary, Jim Brady. The extent of Mr. Brady's injuries are unknown. The president himself was not hit, but has gone to the hospital. We were saying there are 2 reasons the president has gone to the hospital. One, apparently, is to have himself double checked over, and the second was to see how Mr. Brady was. We have videotape taken at the scene of the shooting, which those of you who have been with us during the afternoon have seen before, but we will show it to you again. This was the scene outside the Washington Hilton Hotel as Mr. Reagan emerged from the hotel after making his speech.
We're not getting the feed. No, we do not. We're not getting the feed.
At the moment, my colleague Jed Duval is, I believe, in our Washington studios at the moment. Jed, were you at the scene of the shooting?
Dan, yeah, I'm here with Richard Roth.
This is the video
tape now.
Mike
Deaver, who is Jim Baker's assistant, and Jim Brady, the press secretary, at the first part of that shot where the slow motion showed us them walking just before people began to react, and it looked as if the shots came from behind the camera, and you could see Mr. Reagan duck and be pushed into a ducking position and then into the car. And in a moment, this tape will show you agents pinning someone against the wall. We'll assume now that that is the assailant. And we see on the ground what we think to be Jim Brady, the press spokesman. And we've had confirmation. Dick, go ahead.
There is confirmation from the Deputy White House Press Secretary Larry Speaks that Jim Brady was one of those wounded. We should mention that the First Lady, Nancy Reagan, was not with the president at the time. She was not on the scene of this shooting. Ed?
This is just outside the Washington Hilton Hotel at a side entrance, the one that is used by dignitaries, by presidents who often go to this hotel and speak. I think the president was there a week or so ago to speak to contractors, and he was speaking today to the Building and Construction Trades Department of the AFL-CIO, and ironically, he had just said a few moments before, early in his speech to them, something about crime in the streets, violent crime has surged 10%, making neighborhood streets unsafe and families fearful in their homes. And when he came out, someone apparently took some shots at him. He was hustled into the car, was not hit, was not hurt, but people who work for him have been, and we can see them there. That's Jim Brady, with a man's hand on his back and a man's hand raised over him. That appears to be Brady's head.
I can see kneeling over him in the background Rick Ahern, who has been one of the White House advance people.
He's the head of advance, isn't he?
We have no word yet on Jim Brady's condition.
He was taken to a hospital in downtown Washington, George Washington University Hospital, which would have been the closest one.
Nor is there word yet on the condition of two other people apparently also wounded, one of them reportedly a Secret Service agent.
Judd Duval and Richard Roth in Washington, has there been any indication as to why this man took the shots at President Reagan?
No, I should emphasize, Dan, this is Richard Roth, that neither one of us was on the scene at the time. We are seeing this just as you are. We saw it just moments ago for the first time. It was raining in downtown Washington. There was a usual crowd, as there always is when a presidential limousine and a presidential motorcade are moving about in Washington. But from all appearances, as the president emerged, it was the normal thing that you see in Washington. Shouts to the president, Mr. President, turn this way, people wanting to wave, that kind of thing. And then the shots coming as a complete, total, and unexpected surprise.
We are getting report now, Dick, that a Secret Service agent and a Washington policeman were the others besides press spokesman Brady who have been wounded. Police apparently grabbed a sandy-haired man who appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s. One of the reporters at the scene said he heard 5 shots.
That was our own Lem Tucker, who said that at first people thought, it's almost a cliche, people thought that it was the sound of firecrackers going off, and then it was clear, though, that shots had been fired.
For anyone who may have joined us late, President Reagan reportedly unscathed, unhit, as an unknown assailant came out of a crowd as the president emerged from the Washington Hilton Hotel and fired at least 3 shots, possibly as many as 5. 3 persons, including White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, have been injured. The other 2 are believed to have been a Washington policeman and a Secret Service agent. This remarkable videotape taken at the scene by the CBS camera crew Charlie Wilson and Norm Stein is what you're seeing. This, again, is the scene as the president emerged from the Washington Hilton Hotel. There were at least the 3 shots. Secret Service does its job. You see the physician, the so-called man with the football, the man with the medical case running toward the automobile. Officers and Secret Service men wrestle the assailant to the sidewalk.
And we should also point out, it's Richard Rothman in Washington, that Deputy Press Secretary Larry Speake said that the president sustained what he called a bump when he was pushed by the agents into the car. It was clear, of course, that that was done with tremendous urgency. They moved him out right away. And as I believe you said earlier, President Reagan was taken to a local hospital simply, according to all the reports that we have, to make sure he's just fine.
We should point out that that gentleman on the left side of the screen that you see with the small automatic weapon is a member of the security detail, and it has nothing to do with the assailant other than at this moment trying to protect the assailant and the other officers.
Get up and pull the car!
By the time this videotape was taken, President Reagan had been rushed away from the scene. What is happening here is the security men have the assailant, are holding him down, and are administering to the wounded. 3 persons in the presidential party wounded. Press Secretary Jim Brady and, as I say, the other 2 persons believed to be a policeman and a Secret Service officer. No identifications as yet.
Get out of the way! Come on, fellas, keep the area
All of this happened a short while ago outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. By the time these scenes took place, the president was long gone and unscathed, except possibly for what was described by White House spokesman Larry Speaks as a bump when the president went to the sidewalk, down on the sidewalk immediately upon hearing the shots. I want to emphasize that we are in the early stages of reporting this story, and while it is believed that the three wounded persons are Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, that much seems assured. That the identities on the other two wounded persons are tentative. One believed to be a Washington policeman, the other a Secret Service agent. This Jim Brady, who seems to have a head wound, not seems to have, does have a head wound, but it's unclear from this videotape whether that head wound was suffered as he hit the pavement or is from a gunshot wound. The condition of White House Press Secretary Brady and the other two persons injured by the gunfire outside the Washington Hilton Hotel as an attack, an unsuccessful attack, was made on President Reagan, the president unhurt. The conditions of the three persons who were injured by the gunfire unknown at this time.
And we should point out that it's Richard Roth again in Washington. Mike Deaver, Jed, you know better than I, the Deputy Chief of Staff, I believe, was in that group that we saw emerging from the hotel, and at one point it looked as if he might have been hurt in some way. We have received word now that that he was not.
He's right in the picture that we'll see in a little while. The slow motion repeat, you'll see Deaver right in front of Brady or right beside Brady, and as the shots are fired, Brady leaves the frame, so to speak, is out of the picture, and Deaver then disappears from the picture, but it looks as if he's not hurt.
For those of you who may know Washington, this was the side or so-called ballroom entrance to the Washington Hilton Hotel. There are two Hilton hotels in Washington. This is the one which is on, well, Washingtonians would describe it as being on top of the hill on Connecticut Avenue, not the Hilton Hotel closest to the White House. The president had gone there to make an address, and as he came out, having made that address, he came out the side entrance of the Washington Hilton Hotel. Small crowd had gathered there. You saw, those of you who saw the videotape, that remarkable videotape taken by our CBS crewmen, Charlie Wilson and Norm Stein. The president waved a bit. Then at least 3 shots were fired, possibly as many as 5 from just to the right of the president. We're told that the shots were fired from just off to his right at a range of about 10 feet. According to those at the scene, the shots were fired at a range of about 10 feet.
That's Mike Deaver in the very front, now moving to the back of the car.
And what a job that Secret Service man did by knocking the president, as was the Secret Service man's job, knocking the president down and actually into the limousine. Instead of, we thought initially, he'd been knocked to the pavement. The president by this time has been knocked into his limousine by that courageous Secret Service man, name unknown. Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, has been hit. You'll see him just at the base of your screen. The assailant is being wrestled against the wall to the right of your screen, although there's a man with a gun drawn to your right of screen who is not the assailant. He's another security man, and you could see yet another security man sort of held his wrist as if to say, don't fire a shot, everything's under control. The president has been driven away by this time. 3 people are injured. Press Secretary Jim Brady and 2 others believed to be a policeman and a Secret Service man. Let this replay of the videotape play for a few moments here. The assailant pinned by policemen and security men at this point. No identification of who the assailant is, nor why he would fire shots at the president. There's no indication that there was anyone else involved other than the single assailant. Which is not to say that there could not have been someone else involved, but there's no indication. that anyone other than the single assailant was involved. Weapon used is unknown, although those who were at the scene seem to be in agreement that it was a handgun of some sort. The assailant being held under a human body pile of officers, and the scene secured by other officers who have their weapons drawn, including at least one small automatic machine gun. Press Secretary Jim Brady face down on the cement with injuries the extent of which are not known at this time. And you can see in the background at the top of your screen another of the injured men, believed to be a Secret Service man, that particular man, and then a Washington policeman is also described as having been hit. The seriousness of those injuries not known at this time. President Reagan, whom was described as having been jostled around and bumped a bit, was taken to a hospital just to check him over, but I repeat, the president was not hit by the gunfire, according to the White House. Those of you who saw the early stages of that videotape may have seen the very quick reaction, the almost instant reaction of the Secret Service man who did his job, pushed the president down and actually into the limousine to get him away from the shots that were fired just slightly to the president's right, at a range of what is described as about 10 feet. Miraculously, the president was not hit. Unfortunately, 3 other people were hit. Judd Duval and Richard Roth in Washington, I know that you and our whole staff there have been on the telephones while we've been watching a replay of the videotape and talking here. Are there any other details known whatsoever, and do we have anybody at the White House that we can talk to right now?
We're attempting to establish that right now, Dan, and details here from our position are just about as sketchy as they are where you are. We don't know anything yet about the condition of Jim Brady or any of the others who were wounded.
Let me say, Richard, if I may interrupt, that according to Wire Service's reports just handed to me, and I emphasize that this is on the basis of Wire Service reports, that Brady was apparently struck in the head by a bullet. We had mentioned earlier that obviously he had a head wound, but it was unclear as to whether he was actually struck in the head. Note with some interest that the Wire Service report says that Brady apparently was struck in the head. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
No, I have very little to add. Our Lem Tucker had reported from the scene earlier, Dan, that the number of shots fired were between 3 and 5, and he said that that the people just dropped when the shots were fired, as you saw it. And we haven't yet heard back what the condition of any of those wounded was. Well, the other thing that I do want to mention again is that the First Lady Nancy Reagan was not with the president at this speaking engagement. She was not with him when the shooting broke out.
Well, what we have here this afternoon in terms of the president's safety is a miracle, or something near miracle. At that distance, an estimated 10 feet, 3 shots fired, the president not being hit at that range, a very fortunate thing for him. Unfortunately, Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, is described as having been just ever so slightly behind the president, both of them walking toward the presidential limousine, was struck. Apparently, Jim Brady was struck in the head. He has been taken to a hospital. Reports on his condition unknown. But what a near thing this was outside the Washington Hilton. The president not hit, but at that range, as I say, you have to classify it as a miracle or something close to a miracle.
Dan, this is Jed. I think that you can notice from the videotape that what may have saved the president from being hit was the presence of a number of people between him and the gunman, as the camera angle seems to show, with the camera to the rear and to the curb side of the car, and the bullets coming from that general direction along that wall, which I think you're familiar with, outside that entrance to the hotel. A number of people had come out of the hotel entrance with the president and were walking toward their cars. Very few people get in the car with the president. They go to the other cars that are behind him in the motorcade and heading for those cars. They were in the way. They formed a screen, apparently.
This has just been handed to us. It's, I am told from the president's political counselor, Lynn Nofziger, that the president was hit in the left side of the chest, but he is all right. Dan, I do not have anything more on this other than, as I say, to repeat, the president was hit, according to his political counselor, Lynn Nofziger, who was his press spokesman during the campaign, you recall, hit in the left side of the chest, but he is all right. He is well.
Well, this is a change from
a hospital.
This is a change from. This is the scene at George Washington Hospital in Washington, I believe, as the presidential limousine arrived there.
That's Mrs. Reagan.
And Mrs. Reagan, obviously concerned, being rushed into the hospital. Now, let us note that this is a change. What you've just heard in the last few seconds is a change in the reporting. This, that was the president on the stretcher, was it?
No, no, the president was in a darker suit. That would look like one of the agents. And if this is live, this is a person arriving right now, and I think it is a live picture, and the president would have gotten to this hospital sometime before.
But rightly, I know that everyone's concern is, everyone's concern, and rightly so, is for the president's condition. Now, we said earlier that the president was reported to have been unscathed and unhurt. What you have had in the last minute, in the last few seconds, is a change, and that Lynn Nofziger, who is the presidential assistant at the White House, is quoted as saying that the president was struck or at least grazed. We don't know the extent of it in the area of the chest, but that the president is all right. Now, this is a change from what we were told earlier, that the president might have suffered a lump or two. We'll simply have to wait as time goes along for a full and complete physician's report on the president's condition. And while there is a change, the change now being the president may have been struck, may have been grazed in the area of the chest, that the president is all right. That's the number one thing to emphasize, that while there has been a change, our first reports were, and very clearly were, that the president had not been struck by the assailant's bullets and had been unscathed. There is a report now that he may have been wounded slightly by this shooting that occurred outside the Washington Hilton. This is frequently the case in the early stages of a story, and I know you can understand it, particularly when you have an attempt on the president's life, that there are various reports. However, the reports of eyewitnesses at the scene were unanimous at the time, and as a matter of fact, the early reports from the White House indicated the president had not been struck. But I come back to the one point to be emphasized, and that is that the president is all right. If indeed he was struck at all by any of the gunshots, and Lynn Nofziger of the White House staff now says that Mr. Reagan was struck to the extent that he has a slight wound in the area of his chest. If it turns out that the president was struck with one of the bullets, that it's nothing serious at all, that the president is not in any danger. Now, as for the condition of White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, one of three people who clearly were injured by the gunfire, Mr. Brady is described by a television cameraman at the scene as having been shot in the forehead. This is videotape of the arrival at George Washington Hospital of Nancy Reagan. Mrs. Reagan, the First Lady, rushed in a side door in the reddish-orange coat. This, and is looking at it again, it clearly is not the president. That is the arrival of one of the three persons struck, believed to be a Secret Service agent. Jim Brady wounded, one Secret Service agent believed to be wounded, and one Washington policeman believed to have been wounded. Yes.
If I can interrupt, Richard Roth in Washington. According to reports now, the president, he's official now, the president was hit in the chest during that shooting. He is reported in stable condition at George Washington University Hospital. Once again, we're now seeing the picture as the president waves to the crowd and turns his left side exposed a little bit to where we believe the gunshots came from. And that's when the shots rang out. We should point out, Jed, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
We should point out that Vice President Bush was to be in Texas today. He had two speaking engagements in Texas, and we were told, I don't have this confirmed now, but we were told just a moment ago that he is in his plane in the air en route, presumably back to Washington. He also had a speaking engagement tomorrow in Chicago. I think it's safe to assume that the Vice President, though, will be staying in Washington, and that speaking engagement tomorrow will be put off. Once again, I think that we should repeat that reports are now that the President was hit in the chest during that gunfire, but he is in stable condition. Apparently his injury is not too serious. He is in stable condition at George Washington University Hospital. According to Lynn Nofziger, the President remained conscious, and it is Lynn Nofziger, the presidential assistant, who describes his condition as stable.
These are other tapes of George Washington University Hospital Center, which is 4 or 5 blocks from the White House, and I guess a good 10 or 12 or more blocks from where the shootings took place. And these are arrivals at the hospital over the past 15 to 30 minutes. I don't know if this is tape.
This is tape.
But it's very important to emphasize that obviously arriving in that ambulance, this is after the President had arrived at George Washington University in his limousine. This is one of the 3 other people believed to have been wounded in the shooting.
Dan, we had thought, as we've been sitting here for the last 30 minutes, that the President rushed over to the hospital to see his press secretary, Jim Brady. And he did go there right away, but we've only realized in the last few minutes that he went there with a chest wound of his own.
Gentlemen in Washington, if you could if you could cue up again the videotape of the actual shooting, perhaps now that some of the dust is beginning to settle from the reports, we should have another look at that and go through that with an eye toward trying to see just exactly when the President was hit. Again, for those of you who may have tuned in just a little late, shortly after 2 o'clock this afternoon, President Reagan, coming out of the Washington Hilton Hotel in Washington, an unidentified assailant, described as a blond young male, fired at least 3 shots, possibly as many as 5 out of the crowd. Although the indications from the White House and from security men early on was the President had not been hit, we're now told by the White House that President Reagan did suffer a wound in the chest, but that he is in stable condition. 3 other people, including the White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, were struck by bullets. Their conditions unknown. This is the President walking out.
The shots will come from right behind the camera, Dan.
Watch closely now.
Mr. President!
The Secret Service man knocks the President into the limousine. The security man pulls his weapon. Another security man cautions him not to fire. The assailant is on the ground on the right. Police and security men swarm over him to hold him down. An officer with his weapon upraised in his right arm. His right arm upraised, the weapon up high. The presidential limousine sped away and went immediately to George Washington Hospital. Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, here in the middle of your screen, face down on the cement. In the background, either a Secret Service man or another Washington policeman, we believe, certainly one of the other wounded. A 3rd person was wounded by the gunfire. From all appearances, Jim Brady, the most seriously wounded of those 3, but we emphasize that we are going on the basis of early reports. We never in this videotape get a really good look at the assailant, a security man with the short automatic weapon in his right arm.
You see a blonde head in there right now, Dan. That's all you get to see is a head.
We should emphasize this is the man who is described as the assailant. We do not know in fact that he is.
We're getting some more detail now, Dan, on the President's wounds. Reported conscious, he's in stable condition, wounded in the left side of the chest.
There is every indication that the President's wounds are not serious. I should say that his wound, he has one wound. We have some, we're told that the presidential limousine was hit by some of the bullets. This is videotape of the presidential limousine, and you can clearly see the bullet holes in the door.
And they're on the window as well.
And one on the window as well. This is on the right rear side of the presidential limousine. You can see from the early stages of that videotape how that courageous Secret Service man fell on top of President Reagan and pushed him right into the limousine. What we didn't know when we saw that videotape the first time was the limousine itself had been struck by at least 2 bullets. We could see 2 indentations of bullets.
Dan, you can also see in that videotape another Secret Service agent charging right at our camera, and but not at the camera, at the gunman. And you can see him react as he apparently is hit in the torso right after the president, or as the president is being pushed by the other agent into the car.
Judge DeVal, I wonder if there's a way to slow down that videotape in Washington. It was unclear to me at what point the president would have been hit there. We don't want to overdo this. At the same time, I think it might be of some benefit to take a look at just the early stages of that videotape to see if we can see exactly when the president was hit. There was a point, as we watched it this last time, when I believe that you could see the president wince. It indicated to me that it probably was the time at which he was hit. If we can get that put together, yes, we'll come back to it in a few moments. In the meantime, we want to go to the White House and our White House correspondent, Bill Plant. Bill, we understand that the president has been injured slightly with 1 wound in the area of the chest, but his condition is described as stable. Anything else you can tell us, please?
Dan, that's exactly what we've heard here. The original report, of course, as you've said, was that the president was not hit. That came only moments after we learned of the shooting from our people on the scene. I went back to what's known as the upper press office here, the area in the West Wing where Jim Brady's office is. There was incredible concern, as you can easily believe. We learned then that 3 people had been hit, the Secret Service man, the Washington policeman, and Press Secretary Jim Brady. We were told then that the president had not been hit, apparently on the basis of the fact that people saw him being pushed into the car. Now the White House is saying, as you know, that he was hit, and that is the same report that we have, that it was in the left side of the chest and that his condition is stable. We know that Mrs. Reagan has left the White House for George Washington University Hospital. She is, of course, there by now and presumably with the president, who we are told is conscious and in stable condition. We have no further word on the conditions of the other 3 men who were hit, the Secret Service man, the policeman, and Press Secretary James Brady. And as you have seen in the videotape, the assailant was, or the alleged assailant, captured by policemen on the scene and taken away, is now, we understand, in Secret Service custody. Beyond that, Dan, we can only tell you that, as you yourself know, the situation at the White House at a time like this is one of intense concern, waiting, and on the part of some of the people who were close to those who were hit, tears.
Bill Plant, if you'll stay exactly where you are at the White House, we'll have more in a moment, but in the meantime, we want to pause so that our stations along the line can identify themselves.
You all go? Yeah. I'm going to make sure that everybody gets that number. That's the...
If you got yesterday's newspaper and looked through it, you saw a full-page ad of classified listings on furniture sale items. The ad had a red overlay on it that said held over on Monday, all day Monday, all Monday evening. It's a classified furniture sale that's going on all day today at John F. Law Hans.
Covered dish suppers and ladies' spring fashion from Cato. 2 things that make small town living something special.
Nice. Now it's yours at a down-home price. We brought the big city down home. Cato, we brought the big city down home.
Weeknights, Jan Ryan co-anchors Nashville's Best. Eyewitness News at 6. Chris Clark and Jan Ryan, together, bringing it all home to you even better than ever. Only on Television 5.
Good afternoon again. Dan Rather, CBS News in Washington, in New York, I should say. In our Washington studios are our correspondents Richard Roth, Jed DeVal, and at the White House, Bill Plant. Also in our Washington studios, just joining us, Lim Tucker, our CBS News correspondent, who was an eyewitness to the shooting. Lim, if you can pull yourself together there for just a moment. I know it's been a run for you to the studio. Questions?
I don't have Dan. It's Richard Roth, and let me pass on to him, to Lem, your questions while we get him in a position to be able to hear you. He can't just yet.
Well, I think probably the easiest thing to do, Richard, is for you to do the interview then with Lim right there. I am interested to know whether Lim, at the scene, saw the president struck by the gunfire.
Dan, I want to back off just a little to say saw the president hit is more than anyone, to my recollection, saw there. Later eyewitnesses may emerge. What we saw was the president come out of the side entrance to the main ballroom, perhaps a distance of about 30 feet to his limousine. He started walking there, the smile on his face. I have since that incident, I was fairly certain, since the incident, I've heard a tape recording of the scene at the time. Someone hollers, "Mr. President." The president starts sort of in this position, waving, smiling, and then the shots ring out.
And let me interrupt you for just a moment, Lam and Dan, if I may. According to the latest information we have now, the president did walk into the hospital after the shooting. Lynn Nofziger said that the president apparently didn't immediately realize that he had been wounded, but that a bullet is still lodged in his chest. Nofziger has reportedly said that the president is not at this time in surgery or headed for surgery.
This is the interesting thing, because it appeared that, let me say this, the shots rang out to my right. There's a brick wall right to the right. The press kept behind a velvet rope. But also mixed into this crowd, a situation that is not too uncommon, a number of bystanders, people from the convention, just people off the streets. The shots rang out. Naturally, everyone, well, some people first hollered firecrackers. And as we sort of moved back and started looking, I looked up, and the president, at this point, you could see Secret Service agents more or less almost grabbing him, appearing to pushing him into the car. At that point, it was the belief that he was not wounded. In talking to several White House people immediately after the car pulled off, they said, no, he was not wounded.
Lem, we're going to look at the videotape again, and you were there, and you can perhaps now tell us what you saw.
At this point, yeah, there is the wave. Those shots are coming just over now behind that person, and you can see the panic. The spot now where they have this man down is where I was standing, along with a number of other press people, but I was almost in that exact spot at the time these shots rang out.
They seem to come from almost over your head then?
Almost over my head or to my side. As a matter of fact, as I ducked down to move back, I was quite aware that this noise had come from my right. And so I ducked down and moved toward my left while trying to see what was at my right. By that point, the efficient police had a man down. You can see them in the upper right-hand corner. Not now. This is one of the wounded. I have been at that scene and traveling here. I'm not sure if, Richard, you have identifications on the others yet?
We are told that one was a District of Columbia policeman and that another was a Secret Service agent. We do not have that confirmed. I think the last report from Bill Plant at the White House, though, was that it was a Secret Service agent and a District of Columbia policeman who were also wounded. Well, there clearly it's a policeman. See his uniform.
Pardon me, Richard Roth and Lim Tucker. We're now told that Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy was the agent hit by gunfire. We do not know his condition at the present time, and we do not have the name of the Washington policeman who reportedly was hit.
But Dan, we do now have the name of the man who was arrested, presumably will be charged, the name of the suspect now, John W. Hinckley, Jr. John W. Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado, we are told, is the name of the suspect, and we are also told that he's 22 years old.
He was described by those who got a better look at him than I did there as being late 30s, possibly 40s. Maybe he... At this point, I might add, Dan, while this scene is going on, it has become very obvious to a number of people at that convention what has happened. People who came out to wave goodbye to the president, and they are starting to become quite tearful and upset as the police move through trying to control this crowd.
And we have some more information, this now from the public affairs spokesman of the Secret Service, Jack Warner. The name of the agent who was hurt is Timothy J. McCarthy. He is also at George Washington University Hospital, which we saw just a few moments ago. His wound is in the chest. He is being operated on now, we're told. He is 31 years old, from Chicago, and he joined the Secret Service in Chicago. And once again, the name of the suspect, John W. Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. The weapon, presumably the weapon that he was carrying, is a 38, we are told, a 38 caliber pistol, I guess that is.
And for those of you who have not seen this before, this is videotape of the scene after the president left the scene. This is Press Secretary Jim Brady at the crime scene on the pavement. Brady reportedly was struck in the head. That is not confirmed. Brady's condition is not known, nor is the condition of Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who was also hit, nor is the condition of the Washington policeman reportedly hit. We are told, however, by White House aide Lem Knopfsinger, that while President Reagan was grazed in the left chest, that the president himself didn't realize he had been hit until at or about the time he got to the hospital. That accounts for those early reports saying that the president was unscathed, and while he might have been jostled up a bit and had a bump from being pushed through the heroic efforts of Secret Service agent Jerry Parr, the early reports were that the president had not been struck. Then we were told that the president had indeed been hit, just a slight wound in his chest. Lem Knopfsinger is quoted as saying that the president walked into the hospital, didn't really realize that he had been struck until at or about the time he got to the hospital. The president, we are assured, has not undergone surgery. Lem Knopfsinger is quoted as saying he has not undergone surgery at this time. The policeman, whose identity we do not know, the policeman is now reported to be in critical condition. So if we may, gentlemen, let's pause for one moment and talk about what we know and what we do not know. President Reagan was the target of an assassination attempt outside the Washington Hilton Hotel as the president emerged from making a speech inside the hotel. The president was pushed into his limousine by a bona fide hero, Jerry Parr of the Secret Service, who put himself between the president and the gunman and pushed the president into the limousine. The limousine itself was struck by at least 2 bullets, one in the area of the right door of the limousine, the other of the limousine window. 3 persons were injured, White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, a Secret Service man identified as Tim McCarthy, and a Washington policeman. Brady's condition not known at this time. However, it is believed that Brady was struck in the head. Tim McCarthy, the Secret Service man, his condition not known, but the Washington policeman's condition is described as critical. President Reagan is said to have walked into the hospital under his own power, didn't realize that he had been struck, even grazed in the chest, until at or about the time he got to the hospital. The president is reported to be in stable condition, in good condition. The very best information available is that the president's wound is a slight wound, but I emphasize to you that we're in the early stages of reporting this, and while we've had no physician yet speak for the record on the president's condition, that Lem Knopfsinger, the White House aide, says that President Reagan has a slight wound in the area of the chest. The person arrested as a suspect in the shooting has been identified as 22-year-old John Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. Nothing else is known about him. The number of shots fired, at least 3, possibly as many as 5. The weapon not known at this time, but believed to have been a handgun.
Dan, it's
yes, Richard
Roth in Washington, if I can interrupt for a moment. Lem Tucker just added me a note saying 6 shots. That's what he had heard. And now we're also told by the Secret Service that they too believe that 6 shots were fired. We do know a few things more. That the weapon apparently used was a 38 caliber revolver. That the suspect taken into custody is a white male, 5 foot 10 inches tall, and 22 years old. Lem, as soon as the shots broke out, did you hear anyone say anything? Did you hear anything that might have been anything from the crowd behind you?
No, I did not hear anyway. The sort of thing you expect maybe somebody who does that sort of thing might holler out. But nothing was said. The shots rang out. In reflection, several of us were talking in a few minutes before I left the scene. We could even remember what made some people first think it might be firecrackers is you could see this white flash sort of in the area of the sidewalk. Could see some of the Secret Service agents looking down at the sidewalk, and someone first thought they were firecrackers. We heard a tape. I thought earlier there were at least 5 to 6 shots. Since then, we've heard a tape that a radio reporter had running at the time, and very clearly you hear someone say, "Mr. President," and then you can count 6 shots.
The FBI also, we're told, has taken over the investigation, which would be procedurally correct, one supposes, in something like this. They will thus be in charge of, presumably, of what information we get from here on in.
One of the things I might point out that I've never been at a scene quite like that before, but one of the things that certainly seemed eerie was that as these shots rang out, first someone hollered, actually, firecracker, someone very near me, and then there was that, I don't want to be over dramatic about this, but there was really, it seemed to be that suspension of time for ever so brief second. That may have been the period during which a colleague of mine later described the president as the smile leaving his face, and he was just sort of stunned. I suspect, I remember looking up and seeing the tail end of that look on his face.
Pardon me 1 second, Lem Tucker and Richard Roth, forgive me if you will, live television being what it is. We want to go directly to the White House and our CBS News White House correspondent, Bill Plant. Bill?
Mrs. Reagan is currently with the president at the hospital.
This is obviously a White House spokesman briefing.
For your
those in the
background,
White House press room.
we anticipate that press statements, additional from the hospital site.
This is Dave.
I'd like to add
Jurgen.
2 notes. We have been informed by Jim Baker that the president walked into the hospital. I would also like to inform you that in the building as of the moment are the Secretary of State, the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of Defense, and the Attorney General, as well as other assistants to the president. No, in this building. I'm sorry, we do not. We would like to get that for you as rapidly as possible.
Will the Vice President act as President under these conditions?
No. Because of the delicacy of the situation, we wanted to inform you that the Vice President is on his way back to Washington. I would emphasize once again that the President's condition is stable, and that we were informed by Jim Baker that he did walk into the hospital.
Is he still conscious?
I'm sorry, we simply don't have enough information that is hard at this moment.
Dave, is he conscious, Dave?
Is he conscious?
I'm sorry, I do not know the information on that, so I'm really not able to respond. Let me say this. Let me just emphasize this.
I don't know why they put this riser in.
For your background. The folks at the hospital are obviously closer to this situation on a moment-to-moment basis than we are here. We are obviously in very close communication with them, and we will try to keep you informed here, but that the primary statements we expect will be coming from the hospital, because we feel that they are closer to the facts. Well, as of the moment, in addition to Mrs. Reagan, as I've informed you, and others, Mike Deaver, and as you know, and Dave Fisher were with the president at the time. 4 people went up together, Ed Meese, Jim Baker, and Larry Speaks and Lynn Nofziger went together to the hospital. Oh, I'm not sure of the time. The time on these events has run together somewhat. But we will try to keep you posted here as well as we can. I think you all understand the delicacy of the situation. I simply don't want to report facts that we're uncertain of as of the moment. This is really to confirm what has been said from the hospital already.
How serious a wound is it?
David, how serious Walter Reed, or is it?
I cannot answer either of those questions. We will, as soon as we get additional information, we will obviously try to help you. I think if you will be patient as the situation demands, we will try to get as much information for you as possible.
Dave, is the president under any sedation?
I cannot answer that. I really would like, we wanted to let you know where we were as of the moment. We will try to let you have further information as we can. Thank you very much.
When will the vice president arrive?
This is Dave Gergen at the White House. What you've just seen live from the White House was Dave Gergen briefing reporters there, including our own CBS correspondent Bill Plant, and we'll be back with Bill Plant in just a moment. But first we want to go to a videotape of White House aide Lynn Knopfsinger at George Washington Hospital, where President Reagan has been taken.
We have this information. The president was shot once in the left chest. The bullet entered from the left side. He is conscious. He is in stable condition. And that literally is all I can tell you at this time.
President?
The president.
Was anybody else shot?
Off the wires, I understand 3 people were shot, including Jim Brady, the press secretary. I do not know how serious that wound is. I have no information on the state, the condition of the other persons who were shot.
Are they here?
Yes, they're all here.
Was the president's heart endangered by this shot?
No.
Is the bullet still in his body?
Yes. No, I didn't say that. We have to answer one question at a time. At this moment, he is not undergoing surgery. I don't know whether he will.
Is he conscious?
What?
Is he conscious?
Yes, he is conscious. As far as I know, the bullet is in him.
Any Secret Service with him?
I can't answer those questions because I wasn't there. But there were apparently 3 persons shot, and all I know on that is what I heard, what I got off the wire.
Is that the president and 3 others?
I can't answer that. I was not there.
Is there 3 in addition to the president?
What?
3 in addition to the president?
Yes.
Did he apprehend?
Who was the assailant?
I do not know.
Was Jim Brady there?
Yes.
How was the president when he went into the hospital? What was his condition then? Was he talking to people?
Yes.
Did he seem seriously injured? Was he...
Obviously, a wound in the chest is a serious wound.
Did he walk in?
Yes. That is all the information I've got. We will come out. We will try to keep you informed as we progress. We will try to set up a press room here. We will have a press person on hand here. We will keep you informed. Frankly, I just don't know a hell of a lot right now.
Why were the
What? Certainly.
Why did the initial report say that the president did not apprehend?
Well, because the president did not know that he had been shot at that time.
Did not know?
They did apprehend the source of the shooting.
I cannot answer that. All I know is what I heard on the wires, which is that he had. Okay, we'll get back to you later. Thank you.
Lynn Knopfsinger, that was on videotape just a few minutes ago. Lynn Knopfsinger, White House press aide at George Washington Hospital. Should emphasize that the thrust of what Mr. Knopfsinger is saying is that the president, while he does have a wound in his chest, he is talking, he is awake and alert. As Lynn Knopfsinger said, anytime you have a wound in the chest area, and this is quoting Mr. Knopfsinger, you have to consider it serious. But the president walked into the hospital under his own power and has been conscious straight the way through. For those of you who are asking, well, why weren't we told in the beginning that the president had indeed been shot? The answer apparently is that a White House aide at the scene, Carna Small, at any rate, had said that it was her understanding, this was a White House press spokesman, the president had not been hit. Eyewitnesses at the scene said they did not believe the president had been hit. You just heard Mr. Knopfsinger say that his only explanation was that the president himself didn't realize that he had been struck until at or about the time he got to the hospital. All of that can be sorted out later. The situation at the moment, President Reagan is at George Washington Hospital. From all indications, from all reports, including what you've just seen from Mr. Knopfsinger, he is all right. A Washington policeman who has not yet been identified is listed as being in critical condition. Secret Service agent identified as Tim McCarthy, who was also struck, his condition unknown. White House Press Secretary Jim Brady has also been taken to the hospital with a head wound. Jim Brady's condition said to be unknown. At the White House now is our White House correspondent, Bill Plant. And Bill, I want to ask you that UPI has just moved a story quoting an unnamed White House aide as saying, in regards to Press Secretary Brady, quote, "It doesn't look good." Now, do you know anything about that?
Dan, we don't. We haven't heard anything at all about Brady's condition, and I haven't been back to hear. We hope that that is not the case. One thing, Dan, that we should emphasize that we may have missed when we heard Staff Director David Gergen out here a moment ago, we were told that a decision is now being made on whether to operate on the president to remove the bullet from his left side. So it's plain that the bullet is lodged in the president's body. A decision is now being made, we're told, on whether to operate. Gergen also told us that Vice President Bush is on his way back to the city and that the Secretaries of State, Treasury, Defense, and the Attorney General are here in the White House. This was the beginning of David Gergen's statement a few moments ago in the White House briefing room.
Bill, that comes as news that they're now making a decision. Let's hear what Mr. Gergen has to say.
Statements made at George Washington Hospital that the president was shot once in the left side this afternoon as he left the hotel. His condition is stable. A decision is now being made whether or not to operate to remove the bullet. The White House and the Vice President are in communication, and the Vice President is now en route to Washington. He is expected to arrive in the city this afternoon. Mrs. Reagan is currently with the President at the hospital.
Dan, we must tell you that that David Gergen was asked at that briefing a few moments ago whether the Vice President would now act as President. His answer was no. For the time being, Vice President Bush, who is on his way back to Washington, will not be acting as President. The President's condition, as you heard, was described as stable. He was described as conscious. A decision is now being made on whether to operate on that bullet which is lodged in the left side of his chest, apparently. We heard on the Lynn Nofziger tape, someone asked Nofziger if the President's heart had been endangered, and Nofziger appeared to answer no to that question, but that is all we know. For the moment, Vice President Bush on his way back here, the Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, the Secretary of the Treasury, Donald Reagan, the Secretary of Defense, Caspar Weinberger, and the Attorney General, William French Smith, all here at the White House, and we're awaiting further word. Dan?
Bill, I think it's important we keep coming back to the best available information that we have. The best available information that we have is that the President walked into the hospital under his own power, that the President has been conversing with various people while he has been in the hospital, that Lynn Nofziger, the ranking White House spokesman who's had anything to say on this subject, has said that while any time you have a gun wound in the area of the chest, you have to consider it serious, that Mr. Nofzinger's general feeling, general impression was that the President was not badly wounded. This is a new angle of the shooting scene. We've not seen this videotape before. This was taken with another camera. Let's watch. The President has already been hustled into his limousine by this time. The police are wrestling with the assailant. Now this from another angle. This is the scene immediately after the President's limousine, which was struck by at least 2 bullets, had pulled away.
patrol car. Come on, guys, give us we gotta get this down, Kobe. Get it. Look, fellas, clear the area, please, so we can get a unit out. Right up there, Jacob, send it. Please, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Somebody get a handkerchief. Get a handkerchief. Yeah, we got one. Bring that unit. Give me that mark. Get out of the way. Come on, fellas. Keep the area clear so we can get the ambulance in here. Come on. Please, keep it clear so we get the ambulance in here. Come on, guys. Stay here. Get back. Get back. Get back. Here's one right here. Got his shirt on. Let's go. Get him out of his shirt.
This is a suspected assailant being hustled into a police car. What you just saw was a videotape of the shooting scene in the early part of this afternoon, Washington time, outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, after an assailant took at least 3 shots and possibly as many as 6. The latest indication from the Secret Service is that possibly 6 shots were fired. What you just saw at the end of that videotape, which was a different angle and lasted a bit longer than what we had earlier in the afternoon, was the suspected assailant, identified as 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado, being put in a patrol car and taken to Washington. If you were wondering why that Secret Service man was out front and had that automatic weapon at the ready, that was to protect the assailant. As strange as it may seem, and it may strike some as strange, why would you want to protect the assailant? If you think about it, I think the answer is fairly obvious, that no one wanted an attack on the assailant, and that Secret Service man was protecting him at the time. All of that within minutes after the president had been shot. Now, President Reagan has been wounded by a bullet which is said to have entered from just under his left arm. It's a chest wound. The president walked into the hospital under his own power and is said to have been conversing with people inside the hospital. We're told by the White House that a decision is being made now as to whether to operate on President Reagan or not. No further details given. 3 other persons injured. White House Press Secretary Jim Brady. Brady's condition not known and not given out by the hospital as yet. One unidentified White House aide, quoted by United Press International as saying, in connection with Mr. Brady, quote, "It does not look good," unquote. The Secret Service agent who was injured, Tim McCarthy, is the identification given to us. We have no information on his condition. A Washington policeman is said to have been injured. His condition is said to be critical. The identification of that policeman, I repeat for emphasis, is not yet being given out. Right now, Bob Shackney is at George Washington University Hospital in Washington. Bob, what is new there at the hospital?
The information that we have here outside the emergency room was given to us by a variety of White House officials. President Reagan has been shot in the chest. The bullet entered his chest from under his left arm. He is described as being conscious and in stable condition. That's all the information we have. White House spokesman Larry Speake said he could not go beyond that. He would not say, apparently may not know, whether the president will have to undergo surgery. Apparently, when we last heard from Larry Speake, the bullet was still inside President Reagan's body. Mrs. Reagan arrived here somewhat earlier, looking very worried. The president's car shows signs of bullets striking it. 3 cracks along one of the rear windows and a hole that possibly was made by a bullet. We're told that the president was injured, that his press secretary, Jim Brady, suffered a head wound, that a Secret Serviceman was wounded, and that a policeman was wounded. White House spokesmen say they're trying to set up a more formal press room so that we can be briefed about every half hour on the condition of the president. To repeat, the latest information we have from White House spokesman Larry Speake is that President Reagan has been shot in the left chest, the bullet entering from under his left arm, that he is conscious, and that he is in stable condition. Robert Shackney, CBS News, outside the emergency room at George Washington Hospital.
Thank you very much, Bob Shackney, and we'll be staying in touch with you throughout the afternoon, as we will with Bill Plant, our CBS News correspondent, with whom we've been talking at the White House in our Washington studios, Richard Groff, Judd Duval, and an eyewitness to the shooting, Lem Tucker. President Reagan at George Washington Hospital. His condition said to be stable. The president has a wound, at least a slight wound, in his chest. Lynn Knopfsinger, a White House aide who has been at the hospital from almost the moment President Reagan arrived, said, in something we quoted to you before, but come back to, Lynn Knopfsinger says, well, any wound in the chest would have to be considered serious. But Knopfsinger went on to emphasize that the president had walked into the hospital under his own power and had been talking to people inside the hospital. Lem Tucker, who was an eyewitness to the shooting, is in our Washington studios. Lem, the president had gone to the Washington Hilton Hotel to make a speech to a group of labor leaders, had he not?
Yes, Dan, and that reminds me of something. As I left, when I had just a moment before I ran to the car, someone from there asked, well, we'll get back to that. The president's now leaving what's a private entrance for VIPs. The press is just in front of him. There you see that the president, well, I saw eyewitness that the smile sort of left his face, but he was literally pushed into the car, which could explain why no one, eyewitnesses and maybe not the people there in the car, realized at first that the president had been shot. The press at this point, several cameramen, there's Michael Deaver right there in the, just crouching down to the left there, running around the car. Now what you're seeing is the area where just seconds before we had been standing. I was standing about where the officer to the far right now is. There was a barricade, a gold velvet rope, which you will see here shortly, where the press had been kept. But let me emphasize, this was not what we call a secure press area. In this same area, there were just citizens passing by. They had been there when we went in, some of them. The crowd swelled during the half an hour or so that the president was in giving his speech. So it was rather large by this time. And they were mixed in, even up to the front ranks, with the press. I believe, Dan, that the shots came from what would have been to my right and maybe just behind me. There was only one person to my recollection, because I had been complaining about not enough room there because there were so many civilians. One person between me and the wall. And we were standing just about now where they have the alleged assailant. Initially, there was just sort of we now have been told that the pistol was a 22 caliber pistol, and I must say, not knowing very much about firearms, I could still say that it sounded like a lighter caliber, rather pop gun style.
Dan, this is Judd Duval. We've got some new information from the hospital. We hear from a source there that the president is a patient of the thoracic surgery department.
Pardon me one second, Judd Duval. I don't mean to interrupt you, but Neil Reagan, President Reagan's brother, told CBS News in Los Angeles that the White House has informed him that President Reagan is now in surgery. This report has not, and I repeat the word for emphasis, has not been confirmed by the White House, but the president's brother tells CBS News that Mr. Reagan, that he has been told that President Reagan is in surgery.
We have the same, virtually the same report from apparently another source, Dan, because he is expected to undergo surgery, and it's not certain if the bullet is close to the heart or the lung, but it will have to be removed because, and quoting this source at the hospital, it can only cause trouble. So apparently the president will be operated on or is about to be operated on.
I think we, Jed and Lem Tucker in our Washington studios, that we should take some care to emphasize here that we do not know. When one says surgery, that carries with it a certain connotation of something serious. And certainly any time a person is to be operated on, it is serious. When a person is 70 years old, it certainly was serious any time it's in surgery. But I keep coming back to the point that we were told in the beginning that the president had not been struck by a bullet. Carna Small of the White House staff, trying to be helpful to reporters, said that early on. Eyewitnesses at the scene said they felt the president had not been hit. You saw that courageous act by Jerry Parr, the Secret Service agent who knocked the president into the limousine and fell on top of him. Then we were asked to explain, well, how was it when the president got to the hospital that we were told that he had been struck by a bullet? And the explanation was that the president himself didn't realize that he had been struck until at or about the time he got to the hospital. My only point is that when one says a president of the United States is going to undergo surgery, or may already be undergoing surgery, according to his brother, the brother says that he has been told that his brother, the president, is now undergoing surgery. Anytime the word surgery is mentioned, it is serious, but it does not necessarily mean that it is critical. Simply one wants to point that out. We'll stay in touch. Bob Shackney is at the hospital. Bill Plant, our White House correspondent, is at the White House, and as soon as there are any further details, we will, of course, bring them to you. As to the condition of the others injured, Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, his condition unknown, although from an unnamed White House aide, it's believed that Jim Brady's condition is at least serious. The Washington policeman, who was described as having been hit by the gunfire, his name being withheld for the moment, is described as being in critical condition. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who is identified as the Secret Service agent who was hit. Mind you that the president and 3 other persons were struck by the assumed 6 bullets that were fired. The Secret Service now says it believes 6 bullets were fired. Those are the conditions. President Reagan, reported by his brother having been told that the president was now undergoing surgery. The 3 others, one of them in critical condition. Now, from Phil Jones. Phil Jones, I want to, do we have Phil Jones ready? I hate to pass along this report. Frankly, we want to double-check that report before we pass it along to you. Lem Tucker, have you heard anything from Phil Jones, whom I'm told has talked to someone at the hospital?
No, Dan, I wanted to emphasize something, though, that President Reagan was at the Hilton speaking to the National Conference of the Building and Construction Trades of the AFL-CIO. And in a couple of minutes I had to get a breather before I left. One of the officials of that organization said to me, and I think justifiably, please make sure you tell them you don't know who this guy is. We have no information at this point, to my knowledge, of any affiliation of the alleged assailant. And I just thought maybe we should point that out because we've emphasized what group the president was there speaking to.
Lem, pardon me for one moment for interrupting again, but as you know, this is the way these things go. Phil Jones, our CBS News Capitol Hill correspondent, says he has been told by several sources on the Hill, and believes it to be true, that yes, President Reagan is now in surgery and has had 1 blood transfusion so far for almost any surgery that is described as normal or routine. I wanted to pass that along. Phil Jones, quoting sources on Capitol Hill. Jones, one of the more experienced Capitol Hill reporters around, says he feels confident in passing that along as accurate information. To make certain that we understand where we are on this story, the president's brother, Neil Reagan, tells CBS News in California that he, Neil Reagan, has been told that his brother, President Reagan, was undergoing surgery. Phil Jones hears on Capitol Hill that the president is in surgery and has had 1 transfusion so far. Lem Nofsinger, a White House aide, describes the president as having been struck in the chest by a bullet that apparently came in under the left arm. Nofsinger said, well, anytime a person is hit in the chest, you have to consider it serious, but said that the president entered the hospital under his own power and was talking to people inside the hospital after he got inside. Asked why that the original report from White House spokesman Carna Small was that the president had not been struck, Nofsinger simply said he didn't know, except that he did not believe that the president himself realized he had been struck by a bullet until he got to George Washington Hospital. We are staying in touch, and Lem Tucker, we can now pick up, I believe, the discussion of what we don't know about 22-year-old John Hinckley, Jr. from Evergreen, Colorado, who is described as a suspect in this case.
There's a lot we don't know. For example, I caught a quick glimpse of the suspect as they were hustling him into the car. He looked older than 22 to me. Those who saw even more of him as I ran to the phone to initially alert CBS News of this said 35, maybe later into his 30s or early 40s. We do not know of any affiliation at this point. There is no indication at this point that there's a police file. Let me say this, that there were several people who might be that age, who might fit what little we have as a description, standing there. It's ironic because sometimes at these stakeouts you have to fight to get where the press is supposed to be, and before the president arrived, someone in that crowd, a press person, had asked a D.C. policeman to, can't you clear it out a little bit here? And they did not. Anyway, the crowd grew. It happens all the time. People don't know the president or a dignitary is going somewhere. And when we came out, some of those people were there. There were some others there. To interrupt myself, we now know that Vice President George Bush, who was in Texas or en route to Texas, is now due back here in Washington, expected to land at Andrews Air Force Base sometime around 6:30 or 7 o'clock tonight. The rest of the scene, Dan, I can only tell you became sheer pandemonium. I remember several comments, things I guess you sort of forget in the heat of one gentleman saying, "I knew they'd try." One lady who had been in the crowd both when the president went in and when he came out was, I thought at first, wounded. She was lying on the sidewalk, shaking with that quaking of great sobs. She was not wounded, it turned out. She was merely overcome by what we had seen at that particular spot.
Lem, Bob Shackney is at George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital. Bob?
Well, when you in pain, you ain't gonna say too much. They rolled him in. No, not at first. No, she came in about 15 minutes after. I couldn't see because they had run us back then, and she went in running. Yeah, he was holding on his left side, right up on his arm. Well, you couldn't see. I couldn't see nothing, just a little bit of blood on his on his shirt. Yeah. He had a little bit of blood on his shirt. The press secretary came in. Looked like this right here was kind of tore up.
Was he walking?
No, he was on the stretcher.
Was he conscious?
I don't know. They had him laying face down. Yeah. And they brought another, I don't know where, with the Secret Service or the police came in, and they brought him in.
But could you start from the beginning? You were visiting a...
Well, I came to visit.
And then what happened? Where were you at the time?
In the emergency room.
And what happened?
Well, I stopped to ask the lady where the room was at. And when I asked her, she told me round the other way, and just as I started out the door, that's when the man come in there and said, "Get out, get out, get out." And then everybody was looking at him because they didn't know what was wrong. Then he said, "Get the hell out." Now, that's what he said. And everybody got up and went out. And that's when the president, they brought the press secretary in first, they rolled him by. And the president walked in holding his... One guy was holding him on the side, and he was holding his...
and what did you see? I mean, was he bleeding badly?
Well, I couldn't see that much blood because he still had on his jacket, and you could see a little spot of blood up on this.
But he was walking?
Yeah, he was walking. And he was on his right side. I don't know who he was. The only thing I know, he had a gun.
And the president was able to walk?
He walked in.
And then what happened?
And that's when I came out, and that's when they wheeled the third guy that went in. Well, I couldn't tell that.
He was nodding back.
Yeah, he was nodding back at him, and I was trying to get out.
I wanted to come here to let you know that I will be present here.
This is a briefing at the White
throughout.
House.
Lynn Knopfziger's at the hospital. He will be making statements from there. We will have the same information here. I can only say what we said earlier, that the president has a gunshot wound in the left side of the chest. He is in stable condition. Jim Brady has been shot. It is a head wound. We have no information on his condition. And that's the extent. I can't say.
We have gotten confirmed reports, so have other network news, so have the wires. Can't you help us with that, Larry?
As soon as we can confirm it, we will. And
His brother's been called by the White House and has been told that the president is in surgery right now, that he's already had blood transfusions. Is your information going to be that far behind what we're getting from other sources?
No, Leslie, we will do our very best to keep it up. As you know, earlier when I was out here, our initial report was that the president was not hit. That's what we run into when we try to give information when we aren't 100% sure or we don't have it from the source. We do have somebody there with the president. I will be here, and I just want to let you know I'll come down every 15 or 20 or 30 minutes just to let you know exactly what we know, and we'll also let you know when we don't have any further information.
What you know, what you've just said now, is that the extent of what you know?
That's the extent of what I can say at this time.
Surgery and come back.
Phone call or something?
I will. Sure.
Larry Speaks at the White House, coming out to answer questions as best he can. Now, we are told by Phil Jones, our CBS News Capitol Hill correspondent, that a number of sources on Capitol Hill have been told that President Reagan underwent surgery a short while ago, that President Reagan got one blood transfusion before surgery. Congressional sources, quoting physicians, say this possibly indicates some internal bleeding. Larry Speaks, the spokesman at the White House, not going nearly that far. We always like to keep you up to date, but at the same time give you some context, a framework in which to take this reporting. President Reagan was shot and, as it turns out, wounded at least slightly, and perhaps more than that, as he came out of the Washington Hilton Hotel short after 2 o'clock this afternoon in Washington. Early reports indicated that the president had not been struck by one of the possibly as many 6 bullets fired. Later reports, when the president got to the White House, got to George Washington Hospital, indicated that the president had indeed been struck in the chest. The president walked into the hospital under his own power, talked to people inside the hospital after he got there. Then later, the decision apparently was made to perform surgery on him. The extent of that surgery, no one can say. As you just heard from the White House spokesman himself is not yet even prepared to confirm that surgery has been performed. President Reagan, we're told, however, had one blood transfusion before surgery was performed, and that surgery may or may not still be underway. We want to return to Washington at the moment and take... this is Larry Speaks again.
I would assure you there's no reason except we want to be completely sure of our facts.
What congressional sources are confirming it?
Well, I'm sorry, I cannot do it from here at this time.
What can you tell us about the gunman who's in custody?
Absolutely nothing. That would have to come from the Secret Service or the police.
Larry, who will be determining the status of the president and whether the vice president should in fact become the acting president?
Pardon?
Who will be determining the status of the president?
I don't know the details on that. I'll let you know shortly.
So we will now...
Are you going to put that down,
Well, that was the White House press room. Larry Speaks, the White House spokesman, doing his best to answer reporters' questions. For those of you, again, who may have not been with us all during the afternoon, 3 other persons besides President Reagan hit by gunfire, including Jim Brady, the White House press secretary. Alexander Haig is just appearing at the White House press room.
I just wanted to touch upon a few matters associated with today's tragedy. First, now, if you have some questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Crisis management, that's what you put into effect when you arrived?
Crisis management is in effect.
Who is making the decisions for the government right now? Who's making the decisions?
Constitutionally, gentlemen, you have the president, the vice president, and the Secretary of State in that order. And should the president decide he wants to transfer the helm to the vice president, he will do so.
Who makes that decision, Mr.
As of
Secretary,
now,
if
I
he
am
can?
in control here in the White House, pending return of the vice president, and in close touch with him. If something came up, I would check with him, of course.
What are the extent of the president's injuries?
Well, as best we know, he's had 1 round into his body, in the left side, into the left lung, and there is a surgery underway to remove the round now. When the president entered surgery, he was conscious. All his signs were stable, and the situation is very clear.
Why did they convert surgery? By phone? Before surgery?
No, I did not, nor was it necessary. I was in close touch with both Mr. Meese and Mr. Baker throughout, and have been from the early moments.
Approximately when did you arrive at the White House?
Very few moments after the incident. Very few moments after the incident.
And do you know what is the condition, Mr. Brady?
We understand that I just saw on television what you saw, and it sounds serious.
What's the reaction of the Soviets in this? What is the reaction?
I don't anticipate any reaction. I think you've gotten all that you need for the moment, and thank you.
Will you remain in charge here until the Vice President?
We'll stay right where we are until the situation clarifies.
When does the Vice President expect this surgery, sir? When is the Vice President expected here?
Later this afternoon. He'll be here shortly.
When the operation began, sir, on the president, at what time?
Was I here? Yes, I was here.
What time the operation began? What time was the
I
operation?
don't know. Just it was shortly after that announcement that you heard on the radio on television.
Vice President be back, sir?
Early evening. Well, I'm not going to make it a habit of saying where. He'll be back.
Come back and talk to us, sir.
Thank you. If it's necessary, of course.
Any additional measures being taken? Was there a conspiracy, or was this an act?
There are no indications of anything like that now, and we are not going to say a word on that subject until the situation clarifies, of course.
From what you know of the president's condition, that the vice president will have to, for a period of time, take the role of acting president?
That's a fundamentally premature question, and I couldn't answer it. Thank you very much.
Is he under anesthesia now?
That was Secretary of State Alexander Haig appearing in the White House briefing room to say, rather extraordinarily, some might have thought, that he, Mr. Haig, was in charge here, he said, meaning at the White House. Also, Mr. Haig said that the in line of authority, he said, was the President, then the Vice President, then the Secretary of State. He might get some argument on that, but more about that later. The fact of the matter is, at the moment that Secretary of State Haig said that he was in charge at the White House, he emphasized that Vice President Bush was on his way back to Washington. Mr. Bush was in Texas today, but came back to Washington, headed back to Washington as soon as he heard of this assassination attempt on President Reagan. That attempt happened after 2 o'clock this afternoon at the Washington Hilton Hotel in Washington. The White House has not confirmed it, but we have been told that the President is in surgery. This is the scene outside the Washington Hilton, very slow motion. The President coming out, a big wave to the very small crowd that was there. Watch closely now. We're not going to say anything. Watch closely. The next few seconds vital. There's the first shot. Policeman ducks. You ask where have all the heroes gone? Here's one. Jerry Parr, Secret Service man, hits the President from behind, gets him down and into the limousine as gunfire continues. At least 2 bullets hit the limousine itself. The President's limousine is already moving as Agent Parr slams the President into the back seat. Michael Deaver of the White House staff takes cover behind the car. To the right hand, on the right-hand frame, a Secret Service agent is hit. Down in the middle of the frame, blocked now by the blue policeman's coat, White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, struck by a bullet, apparently hit in the head by a bullet. Also, a Washington policeman struck. The Washington policeman, whose name has not been given out, is described as being in critical condition. Brady's condition, unknown at this time, and the condition of the Secret Service man who was hit, Tim McCarthy, also unknown. Secret Service estimates that 6 shots were fired. Secret Service man draws, or security man of some description, draws his pistol. Another security agent grabs him by the wrist as if to say, don't fire a shot. The President's limousine pulls away. Look at the man with the bag. This is what the White House used to call the man with the football. That is, the man who has the communications equipment to put the President in touch in case of some national emergency, and also sometimes carries medical supplies. The man with the football, the man with that case, disappears around to the right-hand side. In the foreground here, Jim Brady is on the concrete. In the background, what is believed to be a Secret Service man. Tim McCarthy is the identification given to us on the concrete. Off to the right of the screen, you'll see it shortly, the man identified as the assailant, 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado, is being swarmed and piled upon by a combination of Secret Service agents and Washington police. A security man has his pistol at the standby position, scanning the crowd. A policeman in an orange shirt tries to keep away some photographers. These extraordinary pictures at the scene taken by our CBS camera crew Charlie Wilson and Norm Stein. The man identified as the assailant, John Hinckley Jr., the 22-year-old man from Evergreen, Colorado, is the man who is identified as being under that pile of policemen and Secret Service agents. You see the a security man on the right-hand side with his pistol drawn, keeping it down a little closer to his side. The man identified as the assailant now flanked by security men with their pistols drawn. In front of this, 2 wounded people, Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, and a Secret Service agent back on the concrete. A third person, a Washington policeman, so far his identity being withheld, also struck. Additional security comes up as one of the security men now holsters his pistol. The other keeps his at the ready with his arm up near his head. They seem to have some difficulty keeping the man identified as the assailant down. One wants to keep in mind that while this man is identified as being the assailant, he may or may not in fact be, keeping in the forefront of our mind that one presumed innocence under American law. They're trying to keep the assailant down. Someone comes in from the other side, a security man, to make sure that it seems that the assailant is not injured, while he is subdued, not injured. Top of your screen in the middle, Secret Service agent with a weapon appears to again give security to the scene. By this time, the president's limousine has sped away in the direction of George Washington Hospital. At least 2 bullet holes in the limousine, one in the right rear door and one in the window. Early reports said the president had not been hit. Later reports from the hospital said he had been hit, and indeed it has now been confirmed by the White House that the president has a wound in his left side. CBS News' Phil Jones reports from Capitol Hill that the president had 1 blood transfusion and then went into surgery. The early indications are that while the president walked into the hospital under his own power and talked with people while he was in there, that the decision was made later that they should have surgery, possibly to remove a bullet. This is the scene outside the Washington Hilton Hotel in slow motion. You can see upper right part of your screen. The Secret Service man has appeared with an automatic weapon to protect the scene. 2 injured persons still on the concrete. Jim Brady in the foreground, what is believed to be Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy in the background. Brady getting the attention. For the moment, no one seems to have noticed that McCarthy is hit. Now someone notices and moved to address themselves to the problem of the second person being wounded. At this point, no one can be certain whether the president was struck or not. The president was pushed into his limousine. The limousine sped away, and the early indication was he had not been hurt. It was obvious from the beginning that Jim Brady, this is Brady on the concrete with his face down, it was obvious from the beginning that Brady had been injured. He apparently was struck in the head by a bullet. He was conscious at the scene. At the hospital, we have no reports on his condition. A White House aide was quoted by United Press International as saying, quote, "It doesn't look good" in regards to Brady. Now the assailant, the suspected assailant, the man identified as the assailant, has been subdued off to the right. Attention is being given to Jim Brady here in the foreground and to the other gentleman injured in the background. Help has not yet arrived for them, although ambulances have been called. We have a different scene, a different shot of this whole scene from another camera, which we may be able to show to you later. Now, this is the other shot from the other camera. This is President Reagan coming out of the hotel. Different shot of the president. With me in our Washington studios is Lim Tucker, who was an eyewitness. Just about here. First shot has been fired. See Secret Service agent Parr push the president down and into the limousine.
One of the points, Dan, that ended up being confusion. At this point, it does not appear that the president has been hit. I'm not sure the agent knew he had been. Then we heard the report that he wasn't aware initially. And it appeared they were just hustling him out. The red and blue umbrella is the position where I was. I'm holding that umbrella there. And the assailant was believed to be, from what I saw and heard, just behind there. You see now that there's still some of the press line there, even though there's a little moving back. And right at that wall, this is, let's see what this is.
Chaos is ensuing now.
Right, there's the awning up there. The president has come out of there. This is a Secret Service follow-up car, the big Cadillac with the bars there. And at this point, the president's limousine has gone. The person there, initially, several of us said it looks like Jim Brady. But then a White House aide who was along, whose name I must confess I don't know, I am not on that beat regularly, said, I don't think so. Said, no, it isn't. It was only later that we realized the person there, who we later knew was Jim Brady, did have what was obviously a head wound. How serious, of course, we're still waiting to find out. At this point, as you said, Dan, pandemonium has broken out. There is a lot of shouting, a lot of stay back. There's an ambulance as part of this motorcade. I don't know if we see it. It pulls up very shortly. It took 3 ambulances, of course, and I would guess roughly about 15 minutes to get all 3 out with, I believe, yeah, I'm quite certain, Jim Brady leaving first. By now, of course, even though we don't see them here, those are Jim Brady's feet you see there.
Lem Tucker, I'm told our colleague, CBS News correspondent Bill Plant, is at the White House with a further development. Bill?
Dan, we just wanted to recap for you what Secretary Haig said. He confirmed that the president is in surgery when he appeared here about 10 minutes ago. He also told us another thing we hadn't known, that there is a bullet in the president's left lung, 1 round to the left lung, that surgery was underway, that the president was conscious before he went to surgery. Secretary Haig said that there was no alert of any kind for our armed forces and that other governments have been involved through the State Department. Mr. Reagan's vital signs were described by Secretary Haig as stable. President in surgery. The wound apparently is to his left lung. A bullet remained in his body. Apparently they're trying to remove that now. He was asked about the condition. Secretary Haig asked about the condition of the press secretary, James Brady. He told us that it sounds serious. Mr. Haig said that he was in constant touch with Vice President Bush, who was on an airplane returning from Texas. He said the Vice President is expected back here early this evening. There is no indication so far that the Vice President will take over for President. Mr. Haig called those speculations premature. So no decision on that level yet, Dan.
Well, Bill, certainly he could be forgiven for doing so, but it strikes me that Secretary of State Haig misstated what the succession of the president is. As you recall, when Haig came out, he said to reporters, some might have thought rather patronizingly, that the line of succession is the president, the vice president, then the Secretary of State. Now, my recollection of the succession line is it goes president, vice president, then the Speaker of the House. And the Secretary of State is, in fact, fifth in line. We'll have to double-check that. As I say, certainly Haig could be forgiven that. And the picture, as I sized it up, was that Secretary of State Haig simply thought that someone should be at the White House taking charge until Vice President Bush could get back from Texas, as he's now in the process of doing.
Dan, not only was Secretary Haig here, but so are Secretary Reagan, Secretary Weinberger, the Attorney General. And Secretary Haig described all of these cabinet-level people as being down in the White House Situation Room in the basement of the West Wing, where, as you know, they monitor all crises. Vice President, we repeat, is on his way back to Washington. He's expected early this evening. And I think you're right, Dan. The line of succession goes through the Speaker of the House and the President pro tem of the Senate before it reaches the Secretary of State.
Well, I want to say for emphasis, anybody could be forgiven today in the chaos of the moment and confusion, but for school children and others, it doesn't hurt any of us to remind ourselves that the line of succession to the President is the Vice President first, then the Speaker of the House, then the President pro tem of the United States Senate, then the Secretary of State, and then the Secretary of the Treasury. Bill, thank you for your work there. We'll be getting back to you a little later on. There may be some confusion in your mind about what kind of weapon was used outside the Washington Hilton Hotel in the shooting that at least grazed President Reagan and may have done more than that. We were at first told that the belief was it was a .38 revolver. We're now told, and apparently this information comes from the Washington police as well as from the Secret Service, that it's believed that the weapon was a .22 caliber long. Now, we don't know what weapon was used. That, of course, is the size of the ammunition. For those of you who may not know weaponry, a .22 caliber is a very small caliber. If there had to be a shot fired, security people would pray that it came from a .22 weapon because it's such a small weapon. A .38 is a larger and more dangerous weapon. What you had here was a distance estimated to be 10 feet. The incredible thing is that out of an estimated 6 shots fired, I underscore the word estimated, it was one time said maybe 3 shots, then 5. The Secret Service said there may have been as many as 6 shots fired, that no more than 1 hit President Reagan. And again, Secret Service agent Jerry Parr is to be thanked for that, for his quick and courageous action of getting President Reagan into the limousine. Our latest available information from Phil Jones, quoting Capitol Hill sources who say they have been in touch with the hospital in the White House, is that President Reagan was given 1 blood transfusion, then underwent surgery. We say again that Len Knopfsinger, the White House aide who was at the hospital when the president arrived, said the president had walked into the hospital and had spoken with people in the hospital once he got inside. Early reports said that the president had not even been struck by the gunshots. That later turned out to be untrue. When asked to explain why a White House aide had said earlier the president hadn't been struck, Knopfsinger said he didn't know, but that he thought it might have something to do with the president himself. Did not realize he had been struck until he got at the White House, to the hospital. That the president himself did not know that he had been struck until he got to the hospital. He was taken to the hospital immediately and directly from the Washington Hilton Hotel. Judd Duval is in our Washington studios. Judd, you have additional information for us?
Yes, Dan, we've got from the Justice Department the case of the suspect in the attempted shooting of the president. Hinckley is his name, John Warnock Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado, born on May 29th, 1958. That means he's 22. His 23rd birthday is coming up at the end of May. The case has been referred to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. It's in the Major Crimes Division of the Criminal Division. So far, the government apparently has turned up no criminal record for Hinckley. It is a federal offense, of course, to attempt the assassination of a president. Shooting is ordinarily a state crime, but this one is a federal crime. U.S. Attorney's Office tells CBS News that they have a complaint already drawn up and ready to go. Quoting this report from our newsroom, it's just waiting to plug in the information on who will handle the case and what judge will preside at the arraignment.
Jed, if I may, our colleague Morton Dean has been doing some work on who this suspect is, described as 22-year-old John Hinckley. That's H-I-N-K-L-E-Y, John Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. Morton Dean has talked with some people in Evergreen, Colorado, who describe it as a wealthy Denver suburb. Hinckley's parents are described as living in probably the wealthiest part of that community. Hinckley, it's believed, and I underscore the word believed, it's believed that young Hinckley is about 22 or 23 years old. We were told earlier 22, and that he went to the local high school. That's a high school in the Denver suburb of Evergreen. The local sheriff's office, when contacted by Morton Dean, said that it has no knowledge, as yet anyway, that Hinckley has any record locally, at least, and they are checking to see whether he has any record indeed. We do want to underscore that while the police have given us the name of a 22-year-old John Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado, as the suspect in this case, that the presumption of innocence exists, and one wants to use the word suspect measuredly. Judd Duval in Washington, is there any further information on the possible arrival time of Vice President Bush? The last I had was about 7 p.m. Eastern Time at Andrews Air Force Base.
6:30 to 7 back at Andrews Air Force Base is the latest we get, Dan.
There's no further word on President Reagan's condition at the hospital. Our latest information came not from the White House itself, which did confirm, Secretary of State Haig confirmed, believed that the president was undergoing surgery, but there were no further details available. But our Phil Jones from the Hill somewhat earlier confirmed that the president was undergoing surgery, that he got 1 blood transfusion before going into surgery. Congressional sources said this indicated that there had possibly, again, let's underscore that word, possibly some internal bleeding. Simply nothing further is known about President Reagan's surgery nor his condition, except that those who saw him go into the hospital said that he walked in under his own power and that he was talking to various people as he went in. We now have information that Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, you recall he was one of 3 other persons injured when the president was shot, is now listed, I am sorry to say, in critical condition, and that Thomas K. Delaney, a 12-year veteran of the District of Columbia Police Department, suffered a serious gunshot wound. So McCarthy, the Secret Service man, is described as being critically wounded. The Washington policeman, about whom it was earlier said had been critically wounded, is now described as being in serious condition. We do not yet have a full report on the condition of Jim Brady, the White House press secretary. Brady was obviously in some pain, but was conscious, at least in the first few moments after the shooting, there on the cement in that terrible scene outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. Brady was rushed to a hospital. We were told that he was undergoing a CAT scanner, that's to check the condition of his heart, among other things, at the hospital, we were told, but no other word on his condition. Secretary of State Haig said that the bullet that struck President Reagan had struck the president's, punctured the president's left lung, but that the president was conscious when he was wheeled into the operating room. Mrs. Reagan, Nancy Reagan, arrived at the hospital a few moments after the president did, looking concerned, and went immediately inside the hospital. That's all we have on the president's condition. Vice President Bush is coming back from Texas at the moment, is due to arrive in Washington between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Secretary of State Haig, as those of you who were with us saw, appeared at the White House a short while ago. Secretary of State Haig's voice seemed a little shaky at the beginning. By that I mean it clearly was a voice of concern, and Secretary of State Haig said that he simply wanted to be at the White House because he thought someone should be in charge right there at the moment. Made clear that he was simply awaiting the return of Vice President Bush. When asked when and if the crisis unit would go into play, Haig, I believe I heard him answer, well, it's already come into being, indicating that, of course, anytime you have a president struck by a bullet, however serious it may or may not be, that's a time for the White House and those in Washington to swing at least into a possible crisis posture. Morton Dean again reporting on what we know and do not know about John Hinckley Jr., the 22-year-old man from Evergreen, Colorado, who is a suspect in the shooting. I remind you that as many as 6 shots apparently were fired outside the Washington Hilton. President Reagan injured, and 3 other persons, at least one of them also critically wounded. Morton Dean says that a squad of about a half-dozen Secret Service agents arrived in Evergreen, Colorado just within the past 15 minutes and have gone to the home of Hinckley's parents. Now, this man, Hinckley, John Hinckley Jr., described as a suspect in this case. As we told you earlier, his parents live in a suburb of Denver, Colorado, and Morton Dean says that the Secret Service has now arrived at the home of his parents. The question may arise in your mind as to why Hinckley, the suspect in this case, is being charged with a federal crime, when we remember previous cases when those who tried to assassinate presidents, or in fact did in the case of McKinley and John Kennedy, were not immediately charged, were not charged with federal crimes. Let's take the case in Dallas in which John Kennedy was shot and killed. If you remember, Lee Harvey Oswald was not charged with a federal crime. That's because it did not take place on federal property. It was a murder that took place in the state of Texas, and the case later became styled Oswald versus the state of Texas. In this case, the attempt on President Reagan's life took place in Washington, D.C., in the District of Columbia, which is, of course, federal territory, and that's the reason that if charges are actually filed against this man, John Hinckley Jr., or anyone else, that those will be federal charges and not state or local charges against him. Bill Plant is standing by at the White House waiting for any additional word there. We do not have anything additional from the White House. Keep in mind that this is an unusual, perhaps a unique situation, because not only has the president been shot, but the White House press secretary has also been shot. Under other circumstances, and all other circumstances that I can recall, the White House press secretary himself, who is the man who usually has the best access to the first family for the kinds of briefings that the press needs, in this case, Jim Brady has been injured himself. Larry Speaks and others at the White House have been doing the best they can. Secretary of State Haig came over to give what reassurances he could, but that's possibly one reason that the information has been slow in coming, and that some of it has indeed been even a bit confusing. President Reagan is the 16th president in this century. That is, we've had 16 presidents in this century. He is the 7th to be the target of an assassin. 16 presidents this century, 7 have been the targets of an assassin. 2 presidents died after being shot by assassins, McKinley and John F. Kennedy. President Reagan, his condition was described to the hospital at last report as stable, although he was undergoing surgery, and we are told had one blood transfusion before he went into surgery, possibly indicating that he had lost some blood internally. We want to again return to the videotape, recap the shooting in Washington, the scene just outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. This is slow motion, so keep in mind that the time involved was far less than this. This is from our second camera position. The president waving to the crowd, left hand held high. Right about now, one gunshot. The Secret Service man, Jerry Parr, who did such a terrific job, you can see the grimace on President Reagan's face. Agent Parr, aided by another agent we can now see off to the right, pushed the president into his limousine. Gunshots hit the side of the limousine. One hole in the right door, and the right glass of that rear right door also hurt. The gunshots, possibly as many as 6, continue. Someone points to the person they believe is the assailant. This person would have been, as it turns out, off to the president's left, because we are told that one of the shots came in under his left arm. Of course, that doesn't account for a possible ricochet, but nonetheless, the assailant, no more than about 10 feet away, at least the person suspected of being an assailant. The officers, including Secret Service men and Washington police, pile on the assailant. Now they see that Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, is on the concrete, injured, possibly with a gunshot wound in the head. The gun was apparently a .22 caliber long ammunition firing weapon. No one sees immediately that a Washington policeman and a Secret Service agent have also been wounded. Attention immediately goes to Brady, the White House press secretary. This is that the president's limousine now is already gone. The backup Secret Service limousine you just saw off to your right. A security man with his gun held high as others holster their weapons. The idea is, and then a man with an automatic weapon steps in as police try to control the scene. That person you can see withering in pain, one of the 3 persons beside the president injured, believed to be Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, whose condition is now reported to be critical. Only now do they see that McCarthy is hit. Already they're administering to Brady. The Secret Service man with the automatic weapon gives instructions and puts his eyes left and right, looking for any other possible trouble. Cameraman having some difficulty, and then, and no wonder, now manages to refocus, and you see Tim McCarthy now being administered to, as they continue to concern themselves with Jim Brady, the White House press secretary. An ambulance is on the way. The president's limousine with at least 2 bullet holes in it, and the injured president already on its way to George Washington Hospital by this time. Officers are still off to the right, off screen for the moment, holding the suspected assailant, 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. No indication as to the motive for this shooting. The shooting apparently from a .22 caliber weapon. And that, another piece of videotape, so there's no confusion, we have 2 videotape scenes taken at the crime scene itself. That was the second or somewhat higher of the 2 positions in which we had cameras filming that. Just now, if we can return to the videotape, this is the suspected assailant. This particular man, blonde-haired and of at least medium height, if not tall, being hustled off to a District of Columbia police car. His raincoat hiding all but the very tip of his head now. See them being hustled immediately into that police car and sped away to District of Columbia Police Headquarters. This is just outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, and the time by this time is approximately 2:40 in the afternoon Eastern Time, somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes after the shooting itself. That's an estimate on the time, and a very rough estimate at that. Part of the idea here, having so many policemen, is to keep this man surrounded so that no one makes an attack on him. This comes from officers at the scene at the time. This is a combination of Secret Service men and policemen is the guess here. The idea is to get him away from the scene as quickly as possible. Actually, the suspected assailant was hustled away from the scene before all of the wounded were taken away from the scene. I need the name of the Washington policeman. Now that's the last of the videotape of the suspected assailant going to the police headquarters. Now, Bill Plant is at the White House and perhaps has some of the word for us. Bill, any word on the president's condition?
Dan, none at this hour. There is a vigil going on here in the press room and up at Jim Brady's office, people waiting to hear. We have nothing beyond what Secretary Haig told us approximately 1/2 hour ago, which was that the president was in surgery, that the bullet had apparently penetrated his left lung. But we were told that the president was conscious going into surgery and that his vital signs were stable, an indication that he was in good condition. But we do know from Secretary Haig that he's in surgery and that the wound was to his left lung. The Secretary said there'd been no military alert of any kind ordered for United States forces. And he tells us that Vice President Bush is on his way back to Washington. We understand that he left Texas shortly after 4 o'clock Eastern Time this afternoon and is expected back here in the nation's capital shortly after 7 o'clock this evening. The Secretary of State and a number of other cabinet secretaries are now in the White House Situation Room in the basement of the West Wing, monitoring the situation, staying in touch with the Vice President, and staying in touch, of course, with the word from the hospital where the President is, we believe, still in surgery. Mrs. Reagan at the hospital with the President. No further word, Dan, on the condition of the other 3 people who were wounded, Press Secretary Jim Brady, the district police officer, and the Secret Service agent. The Vice President, as we say, is expected here sometime around 7 o'clock tonight. We've been told that we'll get frequent bulletins here at the White House press room to try and bring us up to date. Dan?
Bill Plant, when is the last time that President Reagan, and I know you'll have to go in your memory from this, had a physical examination? He's looked to be in extraordinarily good health lately, and I'm thinking that certainly would be a plus for him as he undergoes this surgery.
Dan, to the best of my knowledge, his last physical examination was last spring or early summer, at which time we had a report on his condition from his doctor in California, and it did indeed suggest that he was in very good condition. There were, and this is strictly from memory, just a few very minor things. A touch of arthritis, a slight hearing problem in one ear. He wears contact lenses, but no major physical ailments, no deteriorating conditions of any kind. He was in extraordinarily good health, yes.
It seems to me when we saw him, I guess it was last Wednesday, when he left the White House to go out for what's becoming his weekly ride, a horse ride. When he left the White House dressed in those high boots and riding, I remember any number of people remarked that he seemed to have trimmed down a little since he became president, and he looked to be in very strong condition. The only reason for raising it is that any time a man his age, a 70-year-old man, undergoes surgery, immediately people begin to say, well, boy, this, regardless of how serious the wound itself, that surgery is serious. And while certainly any time a person of any age undergoes an operation, it's serious, that it certainly helps if the man undergoing surgery is in strong condition, and there's been every indication before this that President Reagan was in extraordinarily good physical condition for a man of his age.
We know, Dan, that he works out a little bit every day, does some exercises, and it is no secret to anyone who has seen the President up close that he does not look 70 years old. So there's every reason to believe that his health is extraordinary for a man of his age.
Bill, have you had an opportunity to talk at all with the White House physician? I understand the White House physician is not doing the surgery at George Washington Hospital, but have you had any opportunity to talk with the White House physician at all?
Dan, I understand he is at George Washington Hospital. Dr. Daniel Ruge, the White House physician, a neurosurgeon who practiced with Nancy Reagan's father, Dr. Loyal Davis, in Chicago, follows the president wherever he goes, as you know, and was, to the best of our knowledge, at the Washington Hilton with him. Dr. Ruge has practiced at the past at George Washington because he taught there, at least prior to his taking the White House job, so he's thoroughly familiar with that hospital and his staff. We believe he's there.
Bill, I know from past experience, as do you, that it's very important that people in the audience understand that they're getting information as we get it, and that we're getting information just as honestly and accurately as we and the White House can possibly make it. There was this confusion at the very beginning in which a White House spokesman was quoted as saying that the president was unscathed, had not been hit. Could you explain to us how that happened when it turns out that the fact is that the president was struck by a bullet?
Let me just quickly review for you, Dan, what happened when I was at the White House, not at the Hilton, when I got the call that shots had been fired. I raced from our broadcast booth back up to the press office, where Deputy Press Secretary Karna Small had just also heard the news. Several of us asked her if the president had been hit. She said that she didn't think so. Shortly after that, perhaps 5 or 7 minutes, she, at least we thought, confirmed that the president was not hit. So we had it from the Deputy White House Press Secretary, and we knew that 3 other people had been wounded. And that was what we went with at the time. I'm sure that Ms. Small's information was thought to be good at the time, because it was probably only the people in the car in communication with the White House and Mrs. Reagan who knew that at that point as they headed for GW Hospital. I'm sure that the word was not passed from the senior staff at the topmost level to the press office for a little while after that. That, I think, explains why we at first reported that he was not hit.
Well, certainly anyone could understand in the early moments the confusion, and I think it should be pointed out that Lim Knopfsinger of the president's staff, who apparently rushed right over to the hospital, was very quick to say when he got to the hospital, which he didn't have to do, obviously he could have said nothing, but was very quick to say that the president walked in under his own power, was talking to people inside the hospital, but that indeed that he had been struck by a bullet. At that point, Knopfsinger, neither Knopfsinger nor anyone else, I think, knew what the extent of the president's wounds were. But my only point is that Knopfsinger very quickly, and we appreciate it very much, said, look, the president has been struck by a bullet. We now know from the physicians at George Washington Hospital that that bullet is believed to have punctured a lung.
Well, Dan, also contributing to the belief that that the president was not wounded initially were the pictures of him being pushed into the car. We saw him smile, we saw him turn, we saw him look startled, and then we saw the agents push him into the car. But there was then no indication that he'd been hit, and I think that contributed to the early belief that he had not been hit.
Thank you very much, Bill Plant at the White House, and Bill will be coming back to you often to keep us posted. Jed Duval in our Washington studio is ready with a report on how the government is continuing to operate while President Reagan is under surgery and Vice President Bush is flying back to Washington from Texas.
Dan, yes, we have that, but we have some other little bits of information first. The president is undergoing exploratory surgery. There is no bleeding in the abdominal area. There is minimal bleeding in the chest and lung sections, and the bullet, according to these reports, has not yet been extracted. None of this says anything other than that the president is considered to be in good condition.
Excuse me, Jed, and the source on that information is what, please?
Well, there are 2 here, our own newsroom and also from the CBS affiliate in Washington, WTVM TV, Gordon Peterson, the reporter there.
And we should point out that those reports agree and seem to support what Phil Jones has been reporting over about the last 45 minutes.
And they jive with each other as well. We've also heard that the father of the man arrested, Hinckley, John W. Hinckley Sr., is the president of Vanderbilt Energy Company of Denver, and we understand that he is expected to make a statement soon. That is apparently the same man whose home you talked about where Secret Service agents are visiting this afternoon. Dan, looking from this videotape, as we have a lot this afternoon, looking at the tape, it's clear that a lot of things happened once the shooting had started that should have happened. I think you can see that agents are the ones who worry about this sort of thing and train about what to do in the event of this. And from the looks of it, to us watching the monitor here, as you have, they did exactly what they trained to do, what they were supposed to do at the time. The one camera angle from the other side of the car shows 2 agents protecting Mr. Reagan as they push him into the car, and it shows another agent, McCarthy, lunging in the direction of the gunfire. And other things that are seeming to happen that are supposed to, or that you think are illogical that would happen. Senator Howard Baker shut the Senate down this afternoon. The government leaders headed for the White House. Vice President Bush was in between speaking engagements and was on the ground at an airfield in Texas when he heard the news, promptly got in the plane and flew back in this direction, and will be here about 6:30 or 7 o'clock Eastern time tonight. That's in an hour and a half or 2 hours from now. and the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of State all gathered in the White House and are in and around the White House Situation Room.
Thank you, Jed Duval. And we now have a bit more information on other persons wounded as we continue to await official reports on President Reagan's condition at the hospital. We know that the president has undergone surgery, and his last report was still in surgery in what is described as exploratory surgery. Early reports were that a .22 caliber bullet had punctured his lung. Other persons injured: Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, who appeared to have been hit at least once in the head by the gunfire and who was conscious for at least a few moments after being hit, is in the hospital. His condition is unknown. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, hit by gunfire. His condition is now described as serious. In critical condition, we now have the full identity on the Washington policeman at the scene who was hit. Described as being in critical condition is 45-year-old Patrolman Thomas K. Delahunty. That last name is Delahanty. Thomas K. Delahunty, the Washington policeman who was hit. He is described as 45 years old, a 17-year veteran of the District of Columbia Police Force. Delahunty is said to have been struck in the shoulder and neck, and his condition at last report was described as critical. One person, Officer Delahunty of the Washington Police Force, described as being in critical condition. Another person, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, described as being in serious condition. White House Press Secretary Jim Brady, his condition unknown. President Reagan at George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital, his condition described as stable. The president walked into the hospital under his own power, was conscious as he entered the hospital and was talking to people. A decision was made to have the president undergo what is described as exploratory surgery. We're told he was given one blood transfusion just before surgery, and he's been in surgery for a few minutes now, and quite a few minutes, and we have no further report on his condition. A suspect is in custody, 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. from Evergreen, California. This is probably the best frame-by-frame picture we have, and that isn't much because the Secret Service people, along with the Washington police, as they subdue Hinckley, there is a freeze frame of the man described as 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. That's about the best picture we have of his face. Blonde hair. Later, when he stands up and is rushed to a police car, you can tell that he's of at least medium height and perhaps a little taller. Now, the police say that this man is a suspect. There were indications earlier that they were preparing charges against him. At our last report, he had not, in fact, been charged. And we keep reminding you that there is the presumption of innocence until, of course, some crime is proved. However, the police do describe this man, whom they identify as 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr., as being a suspect in the case. So far as can be determined, only one person was firing at the scene. 6 shots, as many as 6 shots were fired. Presumably from a .22 caliber weapon, because it is said that a .22 caliber long ammunition. Now, the Secret Service man with the automatic weapon you saw there just a moment ago is Jose Marotti. I should say that Robert Wanko was the man with the gun. Jose Marotti was the so-called man with the football, the man with the case, whom we saw earlier, and we'll see him a little later on. These agents quickly surrounded the suspect in the case. Again, that freeze frame of the man suspected of firing the shots, as he was taken into custody against a wall just outside the ballroom or VIP entrance of the Washington Hilton Hotel. This happened in the vicinity of 2:30 this afternoon, Washington time. President Reagan had been to the hotel to make what was described as a fairly routine speech. This is something this and other presidents do as a matter of course in Washington with increasing frequency in recent years. And as the president came out of the hotel, waved to the small crowd, suddenly there were gunshots. The president was pushed into his limousine. 3 officers fell to the pavement, clearly hit by the gunfire. At first it was believed that President Reagan was not struck. Then as he arrived at the hospital, we were told that he indeed had been struck by a shot that apparently came in under his left arm and lodged in his chest. Later it was said that the bullet, a .22 caliber, a very small bullet, is believed to have punctured a lung. Now, earlier in the afternoon, I pointed out that a .22 caliber bullet is small, not as powerful as a .38 caliber, which at first it was said that the belief was that the bullet might be a .38 caliber, and generally speaking, as a broad generality, the smaller the caliber, the less danger. However, it must be pointed out that sometimes with very tiny bullets of the kind of a .22 caliber, if they puncture very deeply into the body, that they can cause deep complications. Can is the measured word there. We'll simply have to wait and see what the condition of President Reagan is once he emerges from the surgery. That he underwent surgery. We don't know exactly what time because the White House, perhaps for understandable reasons, has not been all that forthcoming about the details of the surgery. But we were told by our Capitol Hill correspondent Phil Jones, who had the first word of it, sometime shortly after 4 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon, that the president was undergoing surgery. We've had nothing since that time in the way of information except a confirmation that the president was undergoing surgery. That confirmation came from the White House, at first from Secretary of State Haig, who went over to the White House to be a presence there while he and others awaited the return from Texas of Vice President Bush. Vice President Bush was visiting in Texas today. He's now due to return to Washington sometime between 6 and 7 p.m. Now, mark well, if you will, this is not to say that Vice President Bush will take over the reins of government. It is too early to say that. Up to and including now, Ronald Reagan is in charge of the government, has remained in charge of the government. When Vice President Bush comes back, we may have some additional announcements about how things are going to go in succeeding days. But obviously no one can say that until it is clear what President Reagan's condition is. Jed DeVal in our Washington studios, I believe, is ready with some other information. Jed, did you have some additional information?
Yes, I do, Dan. It's some good news. The Secret Service has told us on the basis of having a look at the in the emergency room at the hospital that Tim McCarthy seems to be on the plus side and is looking good. That is not a medical bulletin, that's not a physician's report, but it is a little bit of good news. That's McCarthy you see in the replay, who seems to be coming directly toward the camera, is apparently lunging toward the gunman, and who grabs himself and winces as he's hit, and then is later on the sidewalk outside, and is the last one that seems to get attention. And the news we get from the agents at the hospital is apparently that he is on the plus side. That's apparently a quote from over in the hospital. Dan?
Yes, Jed DeVal, thank you very much. And I was just getting the information from our people here in New York that for those of you in the audience, of course, we at CBS News will be staying on the air continuously and straight through until we get a report on President Reagan's condition as he comes out of surgery. We are not, we have no intentions of going off the air before that time at all. We just had that good news from Jed DeVal saying that Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, one of the heroes of the day, and what a job the Secret Service did there. For those of you who've seen the videotape, it's just it's a remarkable thing to see professionals in action as they were to get on top of the president, push him into his limousine. McCarthy, among others, move immediately in the direction from where the gunshots were coming. McCarthy stopping a bullet himself, taking the bullet instead of letting it get anywhere near the president. The other Secret Service agents and Washington police officers on the scene, just with a remarkably professional performance. What else can one say about it? One goes inarticulate in trying to describe what it was these men did and how well they did it. Of course, everyone's concerned, as we all should be at the moment, with the president's condition. The president walked into the hospital under his own power and talked with people inside. When he got there, Mrs. Reagan came quickly to the hospital. We saw her briefly as she went in a bright orangish raincoat, looking, as understandably so, very concerned, but was at the hospital just moments after the president arrived. The decision was made after the president had been at the hospital for quite a little while for him to undergo what was described as exploratory surgery. Apparently a .22 caliber slug, only one, so far as we know, entered under his left arm, went into his chest area, and the best available information is may have punctured a lung, and that was the reason that the decision was made for him to undergo at least exploratory surgery. We were told by Capitol Hill sources via Phil Jones, our CBS News correspondent there, that the president had one blood transfusion before he went into surgery, possibly indicating that there had been at least a little internal bleeding. There has been nothing over the last 30 to 35 minutes in the way of a report on the president's condition. And while, of course, everyone's concern is the president's condition, we are all prayerfully concerned about the three law enforcement officers who were at the scene and were hit. District of Columbia policeman, I should say 2 law enforcement officers, and then the White House press secretary, Jim Brady. District of Columbia policeman Thomas K. Delahunty, a 17-year veteran of the force, is listed as in critical condition with wounds in his shoulder and his neck. We do not know whether that is from 2 separate gunshots or 1 gunshot that hit both the shoulder and the neck, but Patrolman Delahunty listed in critical condition. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who was at one time listed as being in serious condition. The latest report on McCarthy is that he was in the recovery room after surgery and that things were, quote, looking up for Secret Service agent McCarthy. Now, Jim Brady, the White House press secretary, who appeared to have been struck in the head by 1 bullet, who was seen to be conscious just after the shooting, immediately after the shooting, was rushed to the hospital. We have no report, nor have we had any report on Jim Brady's condition. Brady, who formerly worked for Vice President Bush at one time during the time when George Bush was candidate, Brady taken on by the Reagan White House as their press spokesman, their press secretary, and has done such a remarkable job. We simply have no report on his condition. Judd DeVal, in our Washington studios, do you have any later report on the president's condition?
Yes, we do, Dan. We've just gotten this from the White House, and that is that the president is coming out of surgery in 5 minutes. That the president is coming out of surgery in 5 minutes, and that the bullet cannot be found. We have this now from the White House. As you were just saying, this has been exploratory surgery. The president has had 1 transfusion of blood. We said earlier, we had reports from a couple of different places that this exploratory surgery had started, that there had been no bleeding in the abdominal area, that there was minor bleeding in the chest and lung area. But now we hear that the president, we hear this from congressional sources. Let me correct that. We're not getting this from the White House, but from congressional sources, that the president is coming out of surgery in 5 minutes and that the bullet cannot be found.
Judd, I do think it important that we emphasize that our information on that has come from congressional sources, Phil Jones and the rest of our CBS News group of reporters and correspondents on Capitol Hill giving those reports. But we do always like to differentiate between official information, information coming from the White House, and officially stated information and information that we develop on our own. Now, if, and I underscore that word if, it proves to be the case that they did not take a bullet out of President Reagan, one could say, well, if it's true that there was a bullet in the president, and we were told that one of the reasons for the exploratory surgery was that they wanted to get down in there and see whether the bullet had indeed punctured the lung, you might be jumping to the conclusion, and it would be an unfortunate conclusion to jump to, that this could be very dangerous and serious. Not necessarily so, because keep in mind how very small a slug from a .22 caliber weapon is. But Jed, did you have something else?
Dan, we've just gotten some news that is not good news, that from congressional sources and our correspondent Phil Jones up on the Hill, that Jim Brady is dead. The press secretary, James Brady, 40 years old, shot in the head in apparently one of the first bullets, if we've looked at that videotape enough now. Yes, that's what we have, Dan, from congressional sources, that Jim Brady has not survived.
Let us hope in this case that we're wrong on that story. We emphasize that the report of James Brady, the White House press secretary, being dead is unconfirmed from official sources, but we have reason to believe from congressional sources that Jim Brady did not survive the attack this afternoon. We'll see as time goes along whether that is officially confirmed, and if so, how soon. It has certainly been considered to be not a good sign that we've had no report on James Brady's condition as the afternoon wore on, and he obviously was badly hit. We could see that in the videotape from the scene itself. Leslie Stahl, another of our CBS News White House correspondents, is at the White House at the moment. Leslie, can you confirm this report, and I hope you can, that Jim Brady is dead?
Dan, I'm sorry to say I cannot. The White House has not been giving us reports. We have been unable to confirm almost every report as you've been telling it to the American people today. The White House Everybody who is in any position to know is down in the Situation Room, which is in the basement of the White House, and there's been virtually no contact with the press. We heard the report here in the newsroom, and all reporters gasped when Jed gave that report. Nobody here has any confirmation, and all I can tell you is I will go right now and try to get some and get back to you as soon as possible.
Leslie, is there anything else from the White House, without being critical, because we fully understand the pressures there, but it's now been 1, 2, coming up soon 3 hours since the shooting, and we've had very, very little information from the White House. Is there any other information at all available on the President's condition, Jim Brady's condition, who this person was, or persons who did the shooting? Any of this information?
Dan, we've been actually badgering White House officials to come and give us information. They have not. They have not been out of the Situation Room since we saw Alexander Haig here in the newsroom, 45 minutes ago. We've had no contact with officials whatsoever. We've been, several different reporters have come to screaming about this, but to no effect. I think the White House, the people who are here, do not want to alarm the American people, and they're doing what they can to keep everything calm, but at the same time, we have no information, no confirmation since Alexander Haig told us that the President had undergone surgery, and we've had no word on Jim Brady's condition at all.
Thank you very much, Leslie. I think it probably should be said, a couple of things. For one, no White House ever is fully prepared for this kind of situation, nor can they be. It happens with such suddenness and such surprise. And again, this is a new administration. And then thirdly, as we pointed out before, this unique situation in which the White House press spokesman himself, James Brady, 40 years old, was shot by the assailant. So I think it is understandable under the circumstances that more information has not been coming out. And I have every reason to believe, knowing as I do James Baker, Mr. Meese, and others at the White House, that they're making every effort to pull information together and to get it to us. CBS News has been told by sources on Capitol Hill that James Brady did not survive the shooting this afternoon. There has been no official confirmation of that. Brady was clearly badly injured at the scene. There have been no reports on his condition since then, except a few moments ago, Jed DeVal having talked to Phil Jones and others with CBS News on Capitol Hill who've been talking to congressional sources who said that James Brady was dead. I repeat, there's no official confirmation of that. Brady was 40 years old. I said earlier that he had come to the Reagan White House from working on the Bush campaign. I made a mistake. I misspoke myself. I meant to say the Connally campaign. That Brady had worked for former Texas Governor John Connally in several campaigns and came to the Reagan White House having worked for Connally. It is now confirmed that Jim Brady has died. I'm just handed a note saying that it's confirmed that James Brady, 40 years old, serving his country as press secretary to the President of the United States, died of gunshot wounds this afternoon, wounds suffered just outside the Washington Hilton Hotel as the President himself was wounded. And under the circumstances, I suggest that we take a moment in James Brady's memory. This is the situation as of 5:15 Eastern Time this afternoon. President Reagan has been wounded by what is believed to have been one gunshot that struck him in the chest, possibly punctured his lung. The president underwent surgery. Details of the surgery we do not have. We were told unofficially about 4 or 5 minutes ago that the president was expected to be out of surgery shortly. The president walked into George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital under his own power, talked to people inside the hospital. After he'd gotten inside the hospital, the decision was made for him to undergo exploratory surgery. The bullet is believed to be a .22 caliber bullet. Possibly as many as 6 shots from a .22 caliber weapon were fired, we are told, by law enforcement officers just outside the Washington Hilton Hotel as the president emerged from that hotel about 2:30 this afternoon, Washington time. 3 other persons besides the president were struck and injured at the time. James Brady, the 40-year-old White House press secretary, a police officer with the District of Columbia Police Force, Thomas K. Delahunty, and Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy. James Brady, we were told, and it's now been confirmed just a few moments ago, James Brady died of his gunshot wounds. Tim McCarthy, the Secret Service agent, is said to be improving. He earlier was listed to be in serious condition. The Washington policeman, Patrolman Thomas K. Delahunty, with wounds in his neck and shoulder, is described as being in critical condition. A suspect is in custody, 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. The man is described to us as being John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. And Ike Pappas, CBS News correspondent, is in the District of Columbia outside the police station.
This is the Washington, D.C. police headquarters, just a few blocks from the nation's capital, from Capitol Hill. The suspect is being questioned at this moment on the third floor of this building, being questioned by Secret Service agents and also by detectives of the D.C. police force. The police here have not officially identified the suspect yet, although there is a name that is out on the wire services and so forth. There has been no official identification of the suspect as yet. However, the police just a short while ago did identify the police officer that was shot in the group outside of the Hilton Hotel. They identified him as Thomas K. Delaney of the Washington, D.C. 3rd Police District. He is 45 years old. They identified him as a canine officer, one of those officers who you see them at the airports and at large events in this city, the dogs sniffing through luggage and so forth for narcotics, for bombs. Well, he was a handler of one of those dogs. However, today he was on special assignment outside of the Hilton Hotel on a presidential security detail. He is now, according to this statement, at the Washington Hospital Center and listed in serious condition. And the statement says the police department does not know the exact extent of those injuries. Delahunty had been with the department, it says, for 17 years. Now, as for the suspect, it is believed that he will be here for questioning for quite a while this afternoon and this evening. There, according to sources, there is a possibility that he will be moved this evening after they're done with him today to the D.C. jail, which is just a few blocks from this location, to spend the night, and then he may be arraigned tomorrow morning, which is normal time for arraignments of criminal cases in this city, from 9 to 12 in the morning. Now, police say if they follow the normal procedures, that's when he will be arraigned. But there is a possibility, they say, that they might stage a special arraignment this evening of this suspect. Throughout this, and I must say there are many reporters here, many spectators, many outsiders who are coming into this building out of curiosity. There is an undercurrent here of anxiety with the idea that what had happened in Dallas many years ago concerning the assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald by Jack Ruby, there is a desire here, of course, not to let that happen. And if this suspect is moved, we believe that hardly anyone is going to know about it, that they're going to get him out of this building and into the jail without too many people aware of it. That is the situation at the moment at the D.C. City Police Station. Ike Pappas, CBS News.
Ike Pappas at the District of Columbia Police Station. We've had, as you heard, Ike corrected his own pronunciation of the District of Columbia policeman who has injured his name. The patrolman's name is Thomas K. Delahunty. It's D-E-L-A-H-A-N-T-Y. Thomas K. Delahunty, who was last listed in critical condition. Now, we have Jed Duval in Washington, I think, with additional information on President Reagan's condition. Jed?
Dan, we hear that the president is out of surgery. The president is out of surgery now, that any bleeding has been controlled, and that physicians have decided to leave the bullet in the lung. Apparently they know where the bullet is. If they haven't been able to get a hold of it and see it, apparently they know where it is. They've decided to leave it there, that was the best course for now, that the president is now out of surgery and bleeding has been controlled. Dan?
Jed, James Brady, the White House press secretary, in a shocking development that has thrown a lot of us off stride. It's now confirmed that James Brady died of his gunshot wounds. Only 40 years old, who took the job as press secretary to President Reagan after serving with John Connally in the Connally campaign. Brady had quickly established himself as a pro's pro in that job, as it's well known that when he first came to the job, that Mrs. Reagan wasn't all that certain that James Brady was the right man for her husband in the role as president. We were told in recent weeks that Brady had won over Nancy Reagan, and oh, how he had won her over, that she had changed completely and felt that Brady was just doing a tremendous job. As I gathered, did most of the reporters in Washington, believed that Brady had established himself early as a person that had good access and good communication with the president himself. Brady was last seen, I saw him at 2 dinners this last week in Washington. Perhaps you'd seen him earlier in the day, Jed, I don't know. I know you dealt with him regularly in your role as a White House correspondent.
Last I saw him was Saturday, Dan, and the questions were about Poland. And the White House line was just don't say anything about Poland. What had been said over the weeks previous was what was to be said, and we pressed him and pressed him and pressed him, and he just stayed with it. Can't comment. He said you can't bother the old bear with that. Bear was Brady's nickname. He liked that a lot and used it some. I was just looking over some of the articles about Brady in the past. He was a new celebrity in Washington. And just very quickly, find adjectives: bright, articulate, seasoned. I wanted to add patient to that because you know that a White House press secretary gets more questions more often with a higher ratio of strange and sometimes obnoxious questions and than most people do. And he handled them with extraordinary patience and with clear and clean language. I think you know Brady that well. We have here further confirmation from the White House. One of the White House aides has now told reporters that Brady had died. Brady was married. He was in his second marriage. They have a small child, and from an earlier marriage, Brady had a daughter who is in school in Colorado. He was, as you say, 40 years old. I first met him in the Connally campaign in the latter part of 1979. And after that campaign ended, he was out of sight for a while and then reappeared in the Reagan campaign. And I think you know is very well known for the killer trees joke that apparently got him in hot water with the Reagan staff. As you remember, the candidate Reagan had at one time, perhaps inadvertently, blamed trees for a lot of pollution. And one time landing somewhere, Bill Plant will remember on the campaign exactly what day it was, but landing somewhere, Brady looked out the window of the plane and hollered, "Killer trees, killer trees." That's the one he's best known for. The joke I remember is Migo. We were sitting in the White House press room a couple of weeks ago, and he was giving us a lot of budget information, and a lot of that is heavy stuff, percentages and numbers, and it kind of gets dull after a while. And he said, "This stuff is Migo." And we said, "What do you mean?" He said, "That's my eyes glaze over." Here are some reactions from, this is from Thomas Tip O'Neill, a statement from the Speaker of the House. "I'm shocked that this has happened, and I join all Americans in praying for the President and the others who were injured." If I can digress from Mr. Brady for a minute, the stock exchanges, the 2 major exchanges, New York and the American, halted trading today. The President's son, Ronald Prescott Reagan, who is dancing with the Joffrey 2 Ballet Company in New York, is flying to Washington. And now I think we're going to the White House.
Jed, Larry Speaks, the Assistant White House Press Secretary, is speaking in the White House briefing room.
Doctors in a preliminary report to Mrs. Reagan have just assured her that his condition remains good. As far as the report about Jim Brady, it is untrue, and he is in serious condition. Thank you.
Well, some confusion here. That I believe that I heard Larry Speaks say that the report about Jim Brady is untrue. Jed DeVal, check me on that. Better still, Leslie Stahl, you're at the White House. Did Larry Speaks say that the report about Jim Brady is untrue, not true?
He said it is not true. He said the reports about Jim Brady are not true, but that he is in very serious condition. I must tell you, Dan, that between this announcement and the last time we spoke, I went back into the White House and I saw several aides dissolved in tears, and I was about to come out and say, based on that it appeared to be true. So I don't know if, I guess what's happening is that most aides in the White House are watching television. And There are very few people here who really do know what's happening at the hospital, and we're all as much in the dark as anyone in the country here at the White House, as close as we are.
Well,
Larry Speaks did say, however, Dan, that the president is in good condition, and the reports that James Brady has died are untrue.
Well, we again need to try it for our viewers and listeners to put some perspective. We see this as it is, of course, live television. We're still waiting for a report on President Reagan's, a full report on his condition. You just heard Larry Speaks say briefly that Mrs. Reagan had been told that her husband, having undergone the surgery, continued to be in good condition. We hope to have more details shortly. We will, of course, be on the air here at CBS News at least until we have a full report on the president's condition. However, dealing with live television, you have to see this reporting on two tracks. One is official sources and official statements. Larry Speaks for the White House, and he says that Jim Brady, while in serious condition, is alive. We had on the other track other sources during the afternoon, a number of other sources, and we were told about 15 minutes ago that it was confirmed that James Brady had died. Now that's where that situation stands. That's the best we can say to you. It's the best we best available information. We are having to pass along to you the best available information. Now, if you're confused on the point of whether James Brady is or is not dead, then know that your confusion is matched by our own. It is suffice to say that any number of yes, Jed.
Well, you saw Speaks and I saw Speaks, and I can't think of anything I'd rather be wrong about more than this. To have Speaks right about it would be very, very good news. Unfortunately, we've heard from Senator Howard Baker's office, the majority leader of the Senate, that Brady has not survived. The Secret Service reported, and this is apparently a quote from the Secret Service, President Reagan was wounded in the left side of the chest, and Brady was wounded in the head, and Brady subsequently died at GW Hospital, George Washington Hospital. Those are, well, we'll just have to keep putting chips of paper against chips of paper. I'd like to be wrong about this. I hope we are.
Well, so would we all, and I do think that anyone with memories of the two attempted assassinations on President Ford's life, going from memory, I believe there were at least two that we knew about, the successful assassination attempt on President Kennedy. In these first hours after such a thing, there is always there is an irreducible minimal amount of confusion. The situation at the moment, on the basis of the best available information, is that President Reagan was hit in the left chest by at least one bullet. By one bullet is what we're told, from a .22 caliber weapon. He underwent exploratory surgery. I was taught that a lung possibly had been punctured, and if that was the reason for the exploratory surgery, that President Reagan had entered the hospital under his own power, walking, and had talked to people inside the hospital before the surgery. Mrs. Reagan was with him. A few moments ago, on an official basis, Larry Speaks at the White House said that Mrs. Reagan had been told that her husband remained in good condition. Three other persons are known to have been hit by as many as 6 shots that were fired. The presidential limousine had 2 bullet holes in it, one on the right rear door and one on the window. The 3 other persons hit were Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who was last reported to be still in serious but in improving condition, and the word was that things were looking up for Secret Service agent McCarthy. There was the Washington police officer Thomas K. Delahanty. Patrolman Delahanty was last described as being in critical condition with wounds in his shoulder and neck. And then James Brady, the White House press secretary, who was at the scene, believed to be hit by at least 1 bullet in the head. There is a wide and growing body of sources in Washington, including Senator Howard Baker and the Secret Service, who say that Brady did not survive his wounds. The White House itself, Larry Speaks, said a few moments ago that those reports were untrue. And so you now know as much about the Brady situation as we do. That is the situation at the moment. Jim McManus is at George Washington University Hospital now. Jim?
President Reagan is in surgery. He has been there since about 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Doctors reportedly discovered that his left lung was partially collapsed and that there was blood in the chest cavity. We're told that the president kept his sense of humor, that he was conscious on the way into the operating room, that he was talking to Senator Paul Laxalt, a good friend of his, that he said to Senator Laxalt, "Don't worry about me," that he was accompanied also by his wife, Nancy Reagan, and the president is quoted as telling her, "Honey, I guess I just forgot to duck." He's also quoted as saying to the doctors as they gathered in the operating room just before the surgery on the president, "Please tell me if you are Republicans." Well, again, the report is that the president is still in surgery and that he is in good and stable condition. Not so Press Secretary Jim Brady. The report there is that a CAT scan of his skull has shown that he was struck in the head by a bullet and that there has been very serious damage. He is said to be in very serious condition. Behind me, over my right shoulder, you can see the north portico here at the George Washington University Hospital. Just inside there and to the left is the emergency room. The president is said to have walked into that room. Witnesses said he got out of the limousine, walked, was holding his left side, that they could see blood under his jacket. Secret Service men cleared the emergency room. He remained conscious all of the time. He was reported to have been given a transfusion prior to surgery, and that he was joined by his wife Nancy in the emergency room, and staff aides Ed Meese and James Baker. There were two other men shot in this incident this afternoon. A District of Columbia policeman named Thomas Delahanty. He's 45. He was shot in the neck, taken to another hospital here in the Washington, D.C. area, reported in serious condition. And Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, 32, shot in the chest, reportedly in surgery here also at the George Washington University Hospital. But Jim Brady, witnesses at the scene, about a mile from here at the Washington Hilton Hotel, said that he was struck in the forehead. And the doctors say here are quoted as saying that his prognosis is not good. Once again, President Reagan reported still in surgery, in stable and good condition. Jim McManus, CBS News at the George Washington University Hospital in Washington.
Thank you very much, Jim McManus, and we'll be coming back to you anytime there's even a hint of information there at George Washington Hospital. As we mentioned earlier, 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr., that last name is H-I-N-K-L-E-Y, John Hinckley Jr., from Evergreen, Colorado, is in police custody and is listed as a suspect in the shooting of President Reagan and 3 other persons this afternoon. Earlier, we mentioned that any charges filed in this case would be federal charges, and pointed out the difference between now and the time of President Kennedy's assassination, for example, when Lee Harvey Oswald was booked on a state murder charge, and pointed out that because this happened in the District of Columbia, anyone charged in this crime, the shooting today, would face federal charges. It also should be pointed out that after the Kennedy assassination, laws were also changed, and any attempt on a president's life is now listed as a federal crime, and in fact, no matter where it happens, one can be charged with a federal crime. But no charges at last report had been filed against anyone, although the police listed said they had a suspect in custody, and he was identified as 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr. The president himself, at last report, was still in surgery, exploratory surgery. Apparently a punctured lung by a .22 caliber bullet. So far as can be determined, only one bullet struck the president. Early reports during the afternoon, the very first reports, including those from an official White House spokesman, had said that the president had not been hit by gunfire. That proved to be untrue. Lynn Knopfsinger, a White House aide who was at the hospital as President Reagan arrived, came out, and part of his explanation was that apparently that the president himself didn't realize immediately that he had been struck by the bullet. As we pointed out, a .22 caliber slug is a very small bullet, one that can be fired, by the way, either from a handgun or a so-called long gun. That is, there are .22 caliber handguns, the proverbial Saturday night specials, and also a .22 caliber slug can be fired from a rifle, the kind of rifles that are frequently used in rabbit and squirrel hunting. Jed Duval is still in our Washington studio, I think. Jed, is there anything further from our own sources on Capitol Hill about the president's condition?
No, Dan. All we had heard, something that contradicts slightly what Jim McManus told us from the hospital earlier, that the president was out of surgery, that the surgery had been exploratory and that it had been successful in stopping bleeding, but that doctors had decided to leave the bullet in the lung, that they figured they knew where it was, that they couldn't get it out, but decided to leave it there at least for the time, but that the surgery was over and that he was out of surgery, and that was some 10 minutes ago, and we'd gotten word that it was over before that, and that's what we know so far, and all of that goes with the general reporting that the president's condition is good, and it is good to hear that he seemed to be in such shape to do the joking that he did on his way in. And don't worry about me, I guess I just forgot to duck to his wife Nancy, who was not with him at the hotel and joined him at the hospital later, and something to the doctors about hoping that they are Republicans.
We have a report from Moscow this afternoon from a pretty fair country reporter named Cronkite. Walter Cronkite of CBS News is in Moscow and has filed the following report. Says that the TASS news agency in Moscow has carried a first dispatch on the shooting. Cronkite describes it as a straightforward account of the shooting, stating only that Press Secretary Brady and 2 other persons were reported hit, but, quote, nothing is reported about him, that is, about the president himself. So the TASS news agency, noted for what could be called, at best, conservative reporting, that last report had not said that President Reagan had been struck. There could be some change in that since we've heard from Walter Cronkite. Walter also reports that based on his long experience in Moscow, you remember he was the Moscow correspondent for United Press International for several years after World War II, that he would expect that Secretary Brezhnev would be sending some kind of communication, a message to President Reagan sometime during the evening, and that it would also be standard for perhaps the Soviets not to send this message until they had some read on the president's condition. Some foreign dignitaries have already sent messages of respect and hope for President Reagan. Helmut Schmidt, the West German chancellor, sent a deepest disgust message and a hope for the president's quick recovery early in the afternoon. It is unclear at this moment whether President Reagan has or has not emerged from surgery as yet. According to the only available official information coming from the White House, which has understandably been a little confused and somewhat inaccurate in information during the afternoon, that the president was still in surgery, but Mrs. Reagan had been told that his condition remained good. As Jed Duval quite alertly pointed out, the most encouraging thing thus far has been the fact that as the president entered the hospital, that he still had his sense of humor about him, saying, well, to his wife, honey, I guess I forgot to duck. And that confirms what we knew earlier, or thought we knew earlier, about the president walking into the hospital under his own power and conversing with people in the hospital after it was discovered that he had indeed been hit by one of the as many as 6 shots fired outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. If our colleagues in Washington are prepared to do so, I think that we might at this point go to the videotape outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. Once again, we're aware that many people are joining this broadcast in progress. And as we wait for reports on President Reagan's condition as he undergoes this exploratory surgery because it is believed that one .22 caliber bullet may have punctured his lung, a shot entering from under his left arm. That as soon as we have that videotape up in Washington, this is the scene outside the Washington Hilton about 2:30. President waving to a small crowd. Right now, the first gunshot. Secret Service man Parr falls on the president, pushes him inside the car. Jim Brady falls to the concrete, wounded, shot. Secret Service man McCarthy falls behind him on the sidewalk. A man identified as the assailant is quickly grabbed, and police officers, a combination of District of Columbia Police and officers of the Secret Service, converge on the man, hold him down. This videotape taken by our CBS News camera crew, Charlie Wilson and Norm Stein. The president's limousine sped away immediately, and at that time it was believed that the president himself had not been hit. The president's limousine, as is the Secret Service plan, sped away immediately. 2 of the 3 other people hit, Jim Brady right here, and then off to the left of the screen you saw a moment ago, Secret Service man Tim McCarthy. McCarthy now said to be in serious but improving condition. A Washington policeman, Thomas Delahanty, said to be in critical condition. Police officers hold the man identified as the assailant down. President's limousine by this time is speeding toward George Washington Hospital. The early reports were that the president had been jostled around and might have had a bump, but was not believed to have been hit by gunfire. Some of you in the audience may be confused because you may have heard those early reports very early in the afternoon saying the president had not been hit, when a few minutes later it turned out he had been struck. At least 6 shots were said to have been fired, all of them said to come from one weapon, a .22 caliber weapon. This was the scene outside the Washington Hilton within 2 minutes after the shooting. The assailant later was rushed away from the scene. The other 3 people besides the president, Patrolman Thomas Delahanty, Secret Service Agent Tim McCarthy, and Press Secretary Jim Brady, were all then taken to hospitals. At this moment, this is on tape. Now we go to live coverage. Jed DeVal is in Washington with a report on President Reagan's surgery. Jed?
Dan, we've been getting a lot of reports, as you noted before, and there's some confusion. And we had heard one report that the president was out of surgery, and now we have another report as to confirm Jim McManus's report from in front of the hospital a few minutes ago, that the president is still in surgery. Now, this report, I know where this comes from. It comes from high White House officials who are close to the situation, some of them at the hospital, that the surgery continues, that the physicians are attempting to find the bullet. They're going to go ahead, I think the words were that they're going to go ahead and try to find the bullet, and that the president remains in good condition, in surgery and in good condition.
Jed, thank you very much, and we hope to have with us in our CBS News studios here in New York in just a moment the chief of surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York, Dr. Keith Reemsma. We'll have him in our studio in just a few moments to talk about the kind of surgery that President Reagan has been undergoing this afternoon. That the President Reagan has been in surgery for at least an hour now, and actually it's hard to say exactly when he went in because we had no official confirmation when he went in, and when I say at least an hour, that is a very conservative estimate, and I underscore the phrase at least 1 hour. Now, the situation with President Reagan, on the basis of the best available information, taking into account the sparse, and it has been very sparse, official statements, putting that together with information that comes from Capitol Hill sources who've been in direct contact with the White House and with the hospital, and our own people who've been in contact with the hospital. According to the best available information, what happened was that President Reagan did not even realize in the beginning that he'd been hit by this .22 caliber slug, what is said to have been a .22 caliber slug. At or about the time he got to the hospital, on the basis of the best available information, he realized that he'd been hit. He was taken into the hospital. He walked into the hospital under his own power. He talked with people in the hospital, told a couple of Reagan-esque jokes, and one can say, without losing one's objectivity, isn't it marvelous to have a president with a sense of humor? He was able to joke under such circumstances. Nancy Reagan, the First Lady, came to the hospital. We had a brief shot of her coming into the hospital. The president's believed to have spoken with his wife before the decision was made for the president to undergo exploratory surgery. A .22 caliber slug being very small, it entered the president's somewhere in his left chest. We were told from the beginning no danger to his heart whatsoever, but there was a belief that the bullet punctured his lung. The president, we were told, never confirmed, but on the basis of unofficial sources, we were told he was given 1 blood transfusion at least before he went into surgery. That seemed to lead to a belief that possibly there was some internal bleeding. But for whatever reasons, the president underwent surgery. He went into surgery sometime just after 4 o'clock. At our last report, at our last official report, he was still in surgery, but Mrs. Reagan had been told that her husband was in, quote, continued to be, quote, in good condition, unquote. The 3 other persons injured, Thomas Delahanty, the Washington policeman, said to be in critical condition. Tim McCarthy, the Secret Service agent, also hit, still listed in serious condition, but the last report on him was that things were, quote, looking up. James Brady, White House press secretary, there remains a big question mark there. A number of sources, including Senator Howard Baker's office, the Secret Service, and a number of sources have said that James Brady did not survive his gunshot wound this afternoon. However, Larry Speakes of the White House a short time ago came out to say that the reports that James Brady had died were untrue, said Larry Speakes at the White House. However, after Speakes said that, other sources continued to maintain that Brady had in fact died, and so no one knows at the moment, or I should say, we cannot say with absolute finality what the situation is on James Brady. There was no question from the videotape we saw at the scene that James Brady was badly hurt and hit. It appeared that he had been hit in the head by at least one slug. He appeared to be conscious in the early seconds after President Reagan was hit and after President Reagan's limousine had sped away. But since that time, we have had no official word on Brady except Mr. Speaks at the White House saying a short while ago that it was untrue that Brady had died. So we must have to leave a question mark on that for the moment. That is the best, as we can make it out, the situation at the moment. 22-year-old John Hinckley Jr., that last name is Hinkley, of Evergreen, Colorado, is in custody and is listed by police as a suspect in the shooting. According to the best available information, there were probably 6 shots fired. That comes from the Secret Service. Of the 6 shots, 2 of them struck the limousine. One struck the limousine's right rear door. The other hit the limousine window. One shot struck President Reagan, and then 3 other people were injured, so that makes 6 shots. We're told that it's believed that one person and one person only was firing. Of course, there's no way to know that absolutely as a certainty for the moment, but according to the District of Columbia Police and other law enforcement sources, John Hinckley Jr. is the suspect. No charges have been filed against Mr. Hinckley. Mr. Hinckley's parents are described as living in Evergreen, Colorado, which is a suburb of Denver, described as a wealthy suburb. My colleague Morton Dean reported earlier in the afternoon that young Mr. Hinckley's parents live in what some describe as the wealthiest suburb of Denver. The Secret Service was described as having arrived at the home of Mr. Hinckley's parents shortly after the shooting. That is the last word that we've had on that. With me in our CBS News studios at the moment, and I'm very appreciative of you coming in, Doctor, is Dr. Keith Reemsta, the Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York. Doctor, I know how difficult and delicate this will be for you, but on the basis of the information that you have, could you tell us what kind of surgery it is that President Reagan appears to have undergone?
The information we have now is that the bullet entered his left chest. It penetrated the left lung, missed the heart. It's my understanding now that he has been operated on. The area of bleeding in the lung has been controlled, and I would be optimistic that he would do well.
There's no joy in asking such a question, but you'd be optimistic even taking into account his age?
Even taking into account his age. Even though he's 70 years old, he's in good condition, and I would anticipate that he would do well.
The information that he was given one blood transfusion, at least one blood transfusion before the surgery, would that indicate a necessarily serious or critical condition?
It would suggest that the people taking care of him were concerned that there was enough bleeding into the left side of his chest to require a unit of blood, a pint of blood. This in itself is not ominous. This often happens, and it's often done as a precaution.
Doctor, I know that you've had experience with just about every kind of surgery known to man, and for that matter, known on other planets. When one is dealing with surgery with a .22 caliber slug that may have punctured the lung, just how dangerous a situation is that?
It's unpredictable. The lower caliber, the .22 caliber, the trajectory is unpredictable. That's why it is critically important here to know what organs were injured. And one cannot always tell that from where the wound of entrance is, because the bullet may spin and tumble and go in unpredicted areas. So if it is true that this injured only the lung, then I would be hopeful that he would have a good convalescence.
Doctor, as the President has been in surgery for over an hour and a half now on the basis of the best available information. Does the length of that surgery give cause for deep concern?
An hour and a half would be about right for this kind of procedure. That is the length of time it would take to open the left chest, to control the bleeding, and to finish the operation. That would be about right.
Is it fair to say that this is not an extraordinarily long operation considering what has happened?
It is not an extraordinarily long operation. It would be within the usual range.
Now, I'm a little surprised to hear you say that if it is only the lung that has been punctured, then on a scale of what could be, that's an encouraging sign. I would think that a bullet that small, keeping in mind that a .22 caliber slug is a very small slug, having punctured the lung could be real trouble, particularly if you couldn't get it out of there.
It usually is not. The small bullet embedded in the lung is rather harmless. There are many servicemen from World War II and from the Korean War who are now carrying shrapnel in their lungs and have functioned well for many years without any problem. So the presence of the bullet itself in the lung is not necessarily serious. Furthermore, the lung tends to heal well. Unlike some organs which are slow to heal, the lung, because of its ability to expand, tends to heal well and heal quickly.
Do I understand you to say, Doctor, that even if they are unable to get the bullet out of the lung, that there wouldn't necessarily be great cause for concern?
That's correct. The fact that the bullet remains in the lung would not be a great cause for concern.
The range on this shot was said to be somewhere between 10 and 12 feet. The most often quoted estimate from law enforcement officers was 10 feet. Is it unusual for a .22 caliber weapon not to have more knockdown power than this one had at that range?
I don't think I know the answer to that. It's a small caliber. It depends on many factors. What the
muzzle velocity and other things.
And what the president, what his position was, what posture he was in when the bullet hit. All of these things would influence that.
Well, one reason that I raised that is the possibility that the president may have been wearing, as some past presidents have done, a protective inner vest. I know that President Ford from time to time wore a protective inner vest. We don't know whether President Reagan was wearing that today or not. We simply have to wait and see. Doctor, I do want, for those who may have joined our broadcast a little late, to point out that CBS News will remain on the air until we have a definitive report that President Reagan is out of all danger. If we have that report, we will return to the air at 8 o'clock Eastern Time to update everyone on developments with a special CBS News broadcast. But to repeat, CBS News will be staying on the air for now until we have a definitive report that the president is out of danger. We are talking with Dr. Keith Riemsma, who is the Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York. We are awaiting word on the exact condition of President Reagan, who underwent surgery sometime after 4 o'clock this afternoon. And our last report was still in surgery. Mrs. Reagan got an interim report from the physicians, which the White House, through spokesman Larry Speaks, said that Mrs. Reagan was told that her husband continued to be in, quote, good condition. We were told that the president walked into the hospital under his own power, that he talked with people inside the hospital, including Mrs. Reagan, before the surgery, even joked with some of them. One bullet is believed to have struck the president. It struck him somewhere in his left chest, missed the heart, according to the best available information, punctured the lung, and that's the reason that they had the exploratory surgery. Dr. Riemsma has been saying to us that it's not unusual for someone to be in this kind of surgery for somewhat more than an hour and a half, which has now been the case with President Reagan. Doctor, another question occurs to me. When he comes out of this surgery, let's assume that the surgery goes reasonably well. Is President Reagan likely to be in the physical condition to continue will he be alert enough to be president, or would it be your guess that he'll need a long and rather extensive convalescence?
If the injury proves to be what we believe it is now, that is an injury confined to the lung, treated with an operation of an hour and a half length, it would be my guess that he will be back at work soon, he will be alert, and he will have no long-term consequences of this injury.
Doctor, if you can stay with us for a little while, I'd appreciate it very much. We appreciate so much your coming to the studio and helping us. We now have, as we await further word on President Reagan's condition at George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital, word on the president's surgery, and keeping in mind that we at CBS News will remain on the air until we have definitive word on the president's condition. We have excerpts, videotape of the speech made by President Reagan this afternoon before the AFL-CIO Construction Council. This was the reason that he went to the Washington Hilton Hotel, and here's an excerpt of that address.
It's about time that we placed trust in ourselves. I'm here today because I salute what you've done for America. In your work, you build. In your personal lives, you sustain the core of family and neighborhood. In your faith, you sustain our religious principles. And with your strong patriotism, you're the bulwark which supports an America second to none in the world. I believe the American people are with us in our cause. I'm confident in our ability to work together to meet and surmount our problems and to accomplish the goals that we all seek. Now, I know that we can't make things right overnight, but we will make them right. Our destiny is not our fate. It is our choice. And I'm asking you, as I ask all Americans, in these months of decision, please join me as we take this new path. You and your forebears built our nation. Now, please help us rebuild it. And together, we'll make America great again. Thank you very much.
And it was just after that that President Reagan walked out of the Washington Hilton Hotel and walked into gunshots fired from the sidewalk. 6 shots, at least according to the Secret Service. 1 shot hit President Reagan in the left chest, missed his heart, may have punctured his lung. That's what the current surgery is about. 2 shots hit the presidential limousine on the right rear side. 3 other shots found their marks, hitting a Washington policeman, Thomas Delahanty, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, and White House Press Secretary James Brady. I want to turn again to Dr. Keith Reemsma, Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian. Doctor, it occurs to me to ask that there's always the danger with a bullet, even a bullet as small as a .22, perhaps especially with a bullet that small, of the bullet fragmenting once it gets into the body. Now, if this bullet, as we are told, has punctured the president's lung and has fragmented, could that lead to very dangerous consequences?
The fragmentation can lead to serious consequences, but the critical question is what organs have been injured. If only the lung has been injured, even if it has had multiple injuries from a fragmented bullet, this probably can be handled reasonably well. If, however, the bullet has been fragmented and then penetrates other organs, that poses much more serious problems.
Thank you. And again, Doctor, if you can hang on here with us as we await some announcement from the White House or from George Washington Hospital. We have correspondents at George Washington Hospital and, of course, at the White House, Leslie Stahl, along with Bill Plant. The suspect is in custody. So far as we can determine, he has not yet been charged. 22-year-old John Hinckley, Jr. from Evergreen, Colorado. We had an unconfirmed report from our affiliate in Lubbock, Texas, that Hinckley may have been a student at Texas Tech College somewhere along the line, and we are checking out that report. Right now, let's go by videotape to Washington and a police briefing held a short while ago at the District of Columbia Police Headquarters.
Of this department. The suspect who was taken into custody is now identified as 25-year-old John Hickey of 31340 Brookline Street in Evergreen, Colorado. Hinckley is presently charged with assault with intent to kill a police officer and attempt assassination of the president. We understand additional charges are pending against him. The investigation is continuing. Now, at the time, we did recover a handgun. We will not comment on the type or caliber. The case has now been turned over to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I cannot answer many of your questions because it's now in the investigatory stages. But if you have some questions, I will attempt to. One at a time.
The suspect just left this building. Where was he taken?
Suspect is out of the building. He's in the custody of the FBI. You're going to have to contact them to determine where he's at this moment.
Joe, where was the officer hit?
We were originally told in the neck, but that has not been confirmed. Originally, he was admitted in critical condition. He's now in serious condition.
Does the suspect have a lawyer yet?
I do not have any information on that.
What about arraignment and so forth? Will that be this afternoon?
Again, the FBI would have to determine that. They'll be able to tell you where they're taking him, when the arraignment will be held.
Was he questioned?
Suspect was questioned. I can't comment on what aspects occurred.
Did you get a statement?
Cannot comment.
Were both of the federal charges that you mentioned?
The attempt assassination on the president, of course, is a federal charge. The assault with intent to kill a police officer comes from here in the city, but it's also a U.S. charge. We work under a dual
Are there any other
surge.
suspects being sought?
To the best of my knowledge, not at this time.
You know if he was employed in this area?
You mentioned the suspect's name two different ways. What's the...
I have it as Hinckley, Hinckley.
Can you give the address again?
31340 Brookline, Brook.
That was a videotape of a police briefing in Washington, D.C. You may have noted that the police spokesman says that the man in custody, identified as John Hinckley Jr., is 25 years old. He has variously been described during the afternoon as being 22 years old, 23 years old, and the police spokesman says that he is 25 years old. Now, the videotape of the actual shooting of President Reagan, some of you have seen it during the afternoon, others of you have just coming home from work may not. This was the scene after the president's speech at the Washington Hilton. First shot right there. Secret Service man Parr falls on the president, pushes him into the limousine. The president's limousine speeds away. 3 other persons dropped on the pavement, hit by gunfire. The person believed to be the assailant wrestled against a wall and down to the sidewalk by police officers. By this time, the president's limousine is speeding away and toward George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital. And at this time, it's believed that the president has not been hit by the gunfire. James Brady, the White House press secretary, there on the sidewalk, and behind him, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy. A Washington policeman, Thomas Delahanty, also wounded. Delahanty, the police officer, said to be in critical condition. Tim McCarthy, the Secret Service agent, said to be in serious but improving condition at last report. James Brady, right here, being administered to on the sidewalk with a police officer's revolver near him. A Secret Service man standing with a short automatic weapon, looking over the scene as the officers try to wrestle with the suspect in the case, later identified as John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. That was the videotape taken at the scene by our CBS News crew of the shooting. There was quite a bit of coverage by television, as there always is when a president travels, and there are a number of videotape positions and from different scenes and positions of that same basic situation. Simply a matter of seconds. What is said to be at least 6 shots fired. One of them struck President Reagan coming through under his left arm and in the left chest, missed his heart, believed to have punctured his lung. At last report, the president was still in surgery, undergoing what was called exploratory surgery. Physicians had come out and said that to Mrs. Reagan that her husband's condition continued to be, quote, good. That was the last report we had. The time in surgery for the president is now rapidly approaching 2 hours, but we're told by a number of people not to consider that a particularly long time for this kind of surgery. Perhaps we'll have more on that in just a moment. Right now, though, reaction to the shooting was swift in Europe, and our chief European correspondent, Tom Fenton, has a report on these various reactions from Western European capitals.
Europeans were stunned. Britain's Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, who heard the news at 10 Downing Street, sent a message to the president saying she prayed his injuries were not serious. West German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, who only hours before had spoken with the president by telephone, expressed his deep disgust and said he hoped the president was not seriously injured. French President Giscard d'Estaing sent a message from the Élysée Palace expressing his heartfelt wishes for the president's quick recovery and his return to the leadership of the United States government. These were more than routine expressions of sympathy. Key West European leaders have especially welcomed the election of President Reagan. European governments, with their economies in trouble and with the threat of Russian intervention in Poland, have been looking to President Reagan for strong leadership of the Western Alliance in a time of difficulties. Tom Fenton, CBS News, London.
In our CBS News studios here in New York, Dr. Keith Rimsta, Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. Doctor, it's now, as I say, approaching, if not indeed past, the 2-hour mark for this surgery. I have to say that in that language because we don't know precisely when the President went in. I gather that you would still believe this to be well within the expected range for this kind of surgery.
Yes, this is in the expected range. There's a certain amount of time that is used in closing and the details of finishing an operation. What I would be encouraged about is that the physicians taking care of her spoke to Mrs. Reagan, and they told her and reassured her that his condition was good and that the major portion of the operation apparently had been completed. That I would take as a hopeful sign.
You don't think they would have done that under any circumstances if things had not been going well?
No.
Well, we're all prayerfully awaiting the outcome of the surgery, but every indicator that we can find, and there aren't many, points to the optimistic side. If that's not correct, then correct me. Would you?
That is correct. I share that view.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll be coming back to you in a few moments. Diane Sawyer, our State Department correspondent, reports that the following is the text of a cable being sent to foreign governments by our State Department. This is, quote, unquote, a cable by our State Department to foreign governments. You have heard that on March 30th, an assassination attempt was made on the life of the President. Although he was injured, his condition is stable and he is conscious. The Vice President is returning to Washington this afternoon. End of quotation from that State Department cable sent to foreign governments. Indeed, Vice President Bush was in Texas today and is flying back to Washington. He's expected to land at Washington's Andrews Air Force Base very shortly. The estimated arrival time was between 6 and 7 o'clock tonight. Secretary of State Haig appeared at the White House earlier this afternoon, came out and gave a short briefing for newsmen and women there. Secretary Haig said that he simply wanted to be at the White House. This is a paraphrase. He wanted to be at the White House to take charge there and to have somebody there taking charge until Vice President Bush could return to the Capitol. However, everyone has emphasized, and in our participatory democracy, it's important to remind ourselves that up to and including now, the man in charge of the United States government remains Ronald Reagan. President Reagan was conscious before he went into the surgery. We know he walked into the hospital under his own power, at least we were told by a number of different sources, including a citizen eyewitness who was passing by, that the President went in under his own power and was talking to, among others, Mrs. Reagan before he went into this, what has been described as exploratory surgery. An unconfirmed report is that President Reagan is undergoing, well, I'm not sure we want to report that at the moment. Are we absolutely certain we want to do that? Well, frankly, I don't like to do that, but I was handed a note, and I think that maybe what I want to do is go to our correspondent in Washington, Jed DeVal. Jed, is there anything that you feel confident enough to report at the moment?
Dan, we have had a report from our people at the hospital that 2 priests have been summoned there by the Brady family, that a doctor on the neurological staff of George Washington University Hospital has done a scan on Brady, that he is seriously injured, that he is on a life support system, that he is in the intensive care unit. We have another report that has to do with the weapon that was used at the hotel this afternoon, allegedly by the young man from Colorado. It was a Harrington Richardson .22 caliber revolver that was not a Saturday night special, that it cost more than $100, up to $160, and there are lots of different models of it, that it was an expensive weapon. I'd just like to repeat that apparently the Brady family has requested 2 priests, has asked to summon 2 priests to the hospital, and that a doctor there apparently has the press secretary on a life support system and in the intensive care unit. Dan?
Jed, from Lynn Knopfsinger, the White House aide who arrived at the hospital just about the time President Reagan did, and who early in the afternoon performed a valuable service by stating the few facts that were known, Lynn Knopfsinger, I'm told, has just said the following, that there has been no, I repeat for emphasis, no open heart surgery performed on President Reagan. Apparently a rumor, as rumors are bound to start, under these kind of circumstances, that a rumor apparently started that the president perhaps was undergoing heart surgery. Lynn Knopfsinger says that no open heart surgery has been performed on President Reagan. This surgery, by the way, was described as, in the beginning, as exploratory surgery, and we were led to believe had to do with a punctured lung, the president's lung punctured by the .22 caliber weapon, and that was the reason for the exploratory surgery. Lynn Knopfsinger says no open heart surgery has been performed on the president. Lynn Knopfsinger also says that James Brady, the White House press secretary, is still alive. He described, I believe, Brady's condition as being serious, but says Lynn Knopfsinger, James Brady is still alive. Number 3, Lynn Knopfsinger says that President Reagan is expected to be out of surgery shortly. No definition of what shortly might be. Number 4, Lynn Knopfsinger says that a physician will brief on the president's condition within the hour. Some of you, particularly alert and who've been with the broadcast for quite some time, may recognize that no physician has briefed at all on the condition of the president or on James Brady. Sometimes that would be taken as an unusual circumstance, but under these conditions, probably not, in that, to get the time frame, the shooting occurred about 2:30 this afternoon Eastern Time outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. President Reagan may not have even realized right away, even he may not have realized that he was struck, according to Lynn Knopfsinger. The president got to the hospital, he walked in, he talked to people there, there was discussion about surgery, all of this took time. The decision was finally made that yes, there should be exploratory surgery. The president was given a blood transfusion before the surgery, indicating that he had some internal bleeding. The president went into surgery sometime after 4 o'clock, and at last report, he was still in surgery, but Lynn Knopfsinger said he was expected out of surgery shortly, and that a physician would be briefing within the hour. Dr. Imster, would it come as a surprise, would it come as a shock to you to find that any kind of heart surgery has been performed on the president?
Yes, I would be surprised because of the previous reports which suggested that the bullet had entered the lung but had missed the heart. The only heart surgery that would be contemplated under these conditions would be if the heart itself were damaged by the bullet. And occasionally this does occur and the heart can be repaired, but it seems unlikely that that has been the case here from the reports that we do have.
We'll be coming back to Dr. Reamster at various times through the evening. We're very appreciative of you taking time to sit with us here, and we're hoping to have a physician brief on the president's condition within the hour. As stated during the afternoon, CBS News intends to remain on the air straight through until we have some definitive word on President Reagan's condition. That the question mark at the moment in terms of the overall afternoon is the condition of James Brady, the White House press secretary. We've had these conflicting reports during the afternoon. There were what seemed to be confirmed reports that Brady had not survived the gun attack. However, the White House officially said through Larry Speaks, its spokesman, sometime after that James Brady remained alive. That was as of about an hour and a half ago. More recently, there have been reports that clergy had been summoned to the hospital, however, for Mr. Brady, but Lynn Knopfsinger was quoted as saying just a short while ago that James Brady was still alive. We simply will have to see on that as the evening goes along. As to President Reagan's condition, the most that can be said is what has been said right along, that the president was hit on the left side by a bullet that entered under his left arm. You may recall seeing the president on the videotape with his, he waves with both arms, but he waved first with his right, then with his left. And apparently what happened as the president had his arm up in a wave position just before he got to the limousine, and those of you who've seen the videotape, and we'll show it again here shortly, a bullet entered under his left arm and struck him somewhere in the left chest, missed the heart, according to the best available information, but punctured a lung. This being a .22 caliber slug, it may be a little difficult to find it in there, and the surgery has now gone on for about 2 hours and maybe slightly more than 2 hours. Now we have an Associated Press photographer as a picture of John Hinckley Jr. The man, this is a picture moved by Associated Press. The source of the photograph, the original source, well, we do not know. Hinckley's been variously described as 22 years old, 23 years old. The Washington police briefer within the last hour and a half says he is a 25-year-old native of Evergreen, Colorado. This is John Hinckley Jr., spelling on that last name H-I-N-K-L-E-Y. Hinckley is listed as a suspect. So far as we know, he has not yet been charged with any crime. Hinckley, or a man identified as Hinckley, was taken into custody outside the Washington Hilton Hotel shortly after the shooting. I am told by the device in my ear that Walter Cronkite is ready with an audio report from Moscow, so we try now to bring in Walter Cronkite.
Feeling a little like being in another world, perhaps on another planet, sitting here this night looking out a window on the lights of Moscow as the news comes blaring out of the radio and rattling across the teleprinters. There's no way to know what the reaction or feelings of the Soviet leaders may be at this hour of the night, but this correspondent can say that if there's anything more despairing than watching and listening to the horrible news on television and radio at home tonight, it's sitting in a foreign capital, and particularly one where the rivalry with everything American is particularly acute. And knowing that a few hours from now, on the morrow, one's going to have to face a lot of Russians who are going to ask with their eyes, if not their voices, what sort of society is it that our democracy has built in the West? As one whose reportorial career has now included an unsuccessful attack on President Truman and the assassination of President Kennedy, it's a difficult question to answer. This is Walter Cronkite reporting from Moscow.
Walter Cronkite in Moscow on assignment with that report. He's been feeding his reports during the afternoon to the Soviet reaction, saying earlier that the TASS news agency had moved a report on an assassination attempt on President Reagan, and mentioning that other people had been hit, but not mentioning immediately, TASS did not, that the president himself, President Reagan himself, had been struck. I pause for a moment to remind you that CBS News will have a 1-hour special report tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That would be at 7 p.m. Central Time on the attempted assassination of President Reagan. In the meantime, we'll be remaining on the air live here from CBS News headquarters in New York, and from our CBS Washington Bureau with our correspondents at the George Washington Hospital and the District of Columbia Police Station. The man in custody and listed as a suspect, not yet charged, listed as a suspect by District of Columbia Police, 25, and apparently is 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. A footnote that a spokesman for Texas Tech University in Lubbock, out in West Texas, has told our CBS-affiliated station KLBK that a John Hinckley attended Texas Tech University from 1974 to 1980, not continuously, but at various times during that period, and that the John Hinckley who attended Texas Tech University did not graduate from that school. Now, we cannot be certain that this is the same John Hinckley as is listed as a suspect with the Washington police force at the moment. This is outside the Washington Hospital. Lynn Knopfsinger is there with our correspondent Jim McManus.
We're here with Assistant to the President, Lynn Knopfsinger, who has briefed the press down the street, but we'd like him to just tell us what the condition of the President is at this point.
The President's condition is good. It is stable. He should be out of surgery shortly. He may be since I left. The thing I wish to repeat is there have been a lot of bad rumors going around. He has not had open heart surgery. He is in good shape. And we will have a briefing by a medical doctor probably within the hour, and they can go into all the details of it.
We had heard that the President was conscious going into the operating room and that he was in fact joking. Are those rumors correct?
That is absolutely right. He was conscious, and he said to the doctors in the operating room, "I hope you're all Republicans."
What about Mrs. Reagan? How is she holding up?
Mrs. Reagan is fine. She's calm. She's concerned about her husband. She's concerned about Jim Brady. She's concerned, of course, about the other two wounded men, but she is fine.
Now, Lynn, there are rumors going around about the condition of Jim Brady, that he is in very serious condition. Can you tell us anything about Jim Brady?
I cannot comment on that. He is in surgery, and that is all I can tell you.
Okay. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn Knopfsinger, Assistant to President Reagan.
Jim McManus, our correspondent at George Washington University Hospital in Washington, D.C. Lynn Knopfziger has been extremely helpful during the afternoon, being at the hospital and coming out from time to time and giving us reports. Lynn Knopfziger saying that we expect to have a physician brief on the President's condition within the hour, and the President should be out of surgery shortly. In our studio, Dr. Reemsma of Columbia Presbyterian Hospital. Again, I have to ask you, I want to ask you about every 15 minutes if there's any growing concern in your mind about the length of this surgery.
No, there's no growing concern. I believe the length of time is appropriate for this kind of operation. Always takes a little extra time at the end of the procedure, so I would not be concerned. I think Mr. Knopfziger has just given a very good summary, and from what he tells us, what the physicians have told Mrs. Reagan, I would be hopeful.
Jed DeVal, I understand that you have in our studios a position on the staff of George Washington University Hospital, one who has not been involved with the surgery, but who is familiar with the surgical techniques.
That's right, Dan. This is Dr. Barry Levin on the staff at GW Hospital, and while he hasn't been to the hospital, he knows some of the people there, and I think, Dr. Levin, you've talked to some of them, haven't you? I think I should note, Dan, that the doctor is a specialist in thoracic and cardiovascular chest surgery, right?
Right.
What have you learned?
Well, basically, the last time I spoke to anyone, President Reagan was still in the operating room. Apparently, when he came into the emergency room with a gunshot wound to the left chest, initially, as usually in cases like this, apparently the chest x-ray showed a collapsed lung, and a chest tube was placed in the emergency room to re-expand the lung and also drain any blood which was in the left chest, and apparently a fairly significant volume of blood came out of the chest tube. I think one of the concerns was the fact that the bullet was lodged somewhere close to the heart, and the physicians who were taking care of him were concerned about the proximity of the bullet to the heart and some of the major blood vessels in the chest.
Have you worked on cases like this before? Similar gunshot wounds,
yes.
Individuals in the same hospital?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is it a fairly, I don't want to say routine, but is it a surgery that can be accomplished without too much danger?
Oh, yeah. As a matter of fact, in most patients who do have gunshot wounds to the chest, they do not require going to the operating room. In most cases, you can just simply insert a tube into the chest to re-expand the lung and drain any blood in the chest. And probably, I think most large studies have shown only something like 10 to 20% of patients with gunshot wounds to the chest even require surgery, major surgery.
Have your associates over at the hospital told you where the bullet is in the president's chest? Is it in the lung or near the lung?
Well, apparently the bullet, from what I understand, the bullet went through the lower lobe of the left lung, and of course, that's where the bleeding appeared to have come from. Apparently the bullet has not injured the heart, and in most cases, unless the bullet is lodged within a major blood vessel or a chamber of the heart, in most places a bullet does not have to be removed.
Is it common that a patient can be hit with a bullet the way the president apparently was and can get into a car and ride to the hospital and then get out of the car and walk into the hospital conscious and alert?
That's not uncommon at all, unless, of course, the patient has a major vascular injury or cardiac injury where he's lost a tremendous volume of blood in a relatively short period of time and is in shock. But it's certainly consistent with some minor injury and fairly minor bleeding that on a short trip, like I'm sure it was for him to get to the hotel, from the hotel to the hospital, that he could have walked into the hospispital.
Now, this surgery has apparently been going on, I think, for a little more than 2 hours.
I'm not exactly sure when it started or if it's still going on.
Well, we just heard Knopfziger, the president's aide, say he should be out shortly.
Right.
So 2 or 2.5 hours, does that sound like the generally within the time period that an operation like this would take?
Yeah, it could take varying amounts of time depending on exactly what is found at the time of surgery and what needs to be done. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if there are major injuries, they take longer periods of time to repair than some minor injuries.
Thank you, Doctor. Is there any major point we've missed?
I don't think so.
Good. Thank you. Dan, let me just add one more thing that's just been handed over here. District of Columbia Police have charged John W. Hinckley with attempted assassination of the president and assault with intent to kill a police officer, and further charges are pending. That's just in. Dan?
Those are, of course, federal charges, Jed.
Yes.
As they would be in the District of Columbia and also under the law, which does make it a crime to attempt to assassinate a president.
That's right.
Jed, I would like to ask the doctor if he has heard anything at all about the condition of James Brady, about which there's been so much confusion during the afternoon.
I've heard nothing about James Brady. He's apparently on the neurosurgical service, and I've heard nothing about him.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Reamson, here in our New York studios, has anything occurred to you to ask the doctor that might be helpful in gathering information?
I think he's given us an excellent summary of the course, and I would agree with his view that the length of time is appropriate for the kind of injury that the president has had, and I would also be hopeful that his recovery will be complete.
Well, to both of the physicians who are with us, Dr. Levine Dr. Levin in Washington, Dr. Reamson here in New York, let me state this question with respect, but also directly. Frequently when things aren't going well in surgery, everybody is told, it's all right, everything is okay, everything is okay. Now, what are the chances that that's what's happening in this situation?
Remote. No physician would, under any circumstances, but particularly when the circumstances involve the life of the President of the United States, would purposely mislead the wife of the President or the public.
From everything that I've heard, things are going very well, and the President's been stable throughout the time that he entered the emergency room and throughout the entire course of his surgery.
Dan, can I jump in with a couple of things? John Ferrugia of CBS has told us that Vice President Bush is on the ground at Andrews, and I'd like to ask Dr. Levin one more question on the general subject. When you have seen patients come in with similar wounds and have gone through the similar procedure at GW Hospital, how long has it been before they've been back on their feet and back at work?
Well, that depends on what type of work they do, obviously. I would say, barring any complications or anything like that, within 6 to 8 weeks from the time of surgery like this, the patient should be able to go back to all his normal activities. With the type work the President does, he would probably be able, barring any complications, would probably be able to return to some level of his work before that period of time. Right.
Thank you. Dan?
Jed and Doctor, thank you very much, and I hope the doctor will be able to stay on with us until we get some definitive word on the President's condition. This coverage is coming to you live from our CBS News headquarters in New York and CBS News headquarters in Washington, D.C. We intend to remain on the air with our continuous and live reporting until we have something definitive about President Reagan's condition. Now, from Leslie Stahl, our CBS News White House correspondent, we're told that White House officials say that President Reagan went into surgery at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. He went in a little earlier than we thought earlier, but White House officials now say he went into surgery at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That would, of course, be 3 o'clock Central Time. The White House officials say that the President is still in surgery, or was at least until a few moments ago, and that he continues to remain in good condition, that Mrs. Reagan has been told that her husband continues to remain in good condition. White House officials have told Leslie Stahl that the President was struck by one bullet that penetrated his chest on the left side. Mark, if you will, that there was some question as to whether he had been struck by one or more bullets. It becomes increasingly apparent that he was struck by only one bullet, at least that according to White House officials now, that bullet punctured his left lung, and the left lung went into what is described as a partial collapse. Now, Dr. Reamson here in our studio, I take it that even that information, that the lung went into a partial collapse, does not concern you deeply and would be at least expectable under these circumstances.
Yes, that's an expected consequence of a bullet wound of the lung, and it is treated usually quite successfully by the methods that have been used on President Reagan.
One report quoting a doctor at the hospital, now this is again from Leslie Stahl, our White House correspondent, said the bullet missed President Reagan's heart by 1 inch. But several arteries were struck, and that's what caused part of the chest cavity to fill with blood. Now this, quoting an unnamed doctor at George Washington University Hospital in the nation's capital, said that the bullet missed the President's heart by 1 inch. Raises the question of who measured, but nonetheless, I think perhaps the doctor may have been taking a little literary license there, but that several arteries were at least damaged by the bullet, and that filled part of the chest cavity with blood. Now, that would correspond with earlier reports from Phil Jones, quoting sources on Capitol Hill, as saying very early in the afternoon that the president had one blood transfusion before he actually underwent surgery. And indeed, if there was internal bleeding, it would be standard practice for the president to have a blood transfusion. Officials say Mrs. Reagan was rushed to the hospital. She was told there that all of the president's vital signs were stable and that his condition was good. And in fact, when Mr. Reagan arrived at the hospital, it's now been confirmed by White House officials, we had it much earlier in the afternoon, that he walked in, and once inside the hospital, he joked with those around him, including Mrs. Reagan, as the decision was being made on whether he should or should not undergo surgery. The decision was made for him to undergo exploratory surgery. He went into surgery something just over 2.5 hours ago, and we now are awaiting some official word, some definitive word on the president's condition, and also awaiting word that he is out of surgery and hopefully out of danger. We were told about a half hour ago by Lynn Nofziger that we could expect a physician at the hospital to brief us within the hour. Just now we will pause for another look at the videotape of the actual shooting outside the Washington Hilton Hotel. The president first waves with his right arm, then you see his left arm go up, and there comes the shot. Secret Service agent Jerry Parr pushing the president into the limousine. James Brady, the White House press secretary, is hit. That man with the what looked like the suitcase is a White House man who carries communications equipment, some first aid equipment with him. James Brady is on the sidewalk just to the left of your screen. You'll see him in a moment. This is a scene of police officers and Secret Service men getting under control and holding down the man who is suspected of the shooting. Man now charged, 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. Immediately, the Secret Service men and police see that James Brady is struck in the head by a shot, and they begin administering to him. They do not see right behind, right away, Tim McCarthy, the 32-year-old Secret Service agent who stopped a bullet and may have saved the president's life. Now they see that McCarthy has been hit. They're administering to him. McCarthy, the Secret Service agent, is now listed in serious but improving condition. A Washington policeman, Thomas Delahanty, was also hit. He's not in the film at the moment. Security agents, including one with an automatic weapon just to the left on your screen there, looking out for anybody who might try to get to the assailant, anybody who might continue the attack. Of course, security officers in these first few seconds after such a shooting don't know what the situation is, and they are trained to immediately secure the area as best they can. Down underneath that pile of policemen and Secret Service men being held down is John Hinckley Jr., said to be from Evergreen, Colorado. We have just a stop frame on him, which we may be able to see later. To your right, James Brady struck right there, and off to his left, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy. Out of view, the Washington policeman who was hit, Thomas Delahanty. Shots from a .22 caliber weapon, .22 caliber long was the ammunition. At least 6 shots had been fired. The Secret Service is trying to keep traffic away, trying to get a police car in. The president's limousine by this time has already sped to George Washington Hospital. One of the injured goes in the police car. There's scenes later of, this is Hinckley now going in. Now the scene of Hinckley, they stop at one police car, then rush him over to the other police car. Man with his jacket or perhaps his raincoat pulled up, hunching over his shoulders. Pushed into the police car and taken to police headquarters, where hours later he was, a few hours later, was charged with the shooting. At least 6 shots. This is the still frame of the man the police were holding down at the scene of the crime. This is the man identified as 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. This is still frame from the videotape. Blonde, of medium height, medium build. Just this one frame is the best picture in terms of definition that we have of him. We have a still photograph from Associated Press from apparently some time back of the man identified as 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. That was the scene in those frightful and terrorizing seconds outside the Washington Hilton Hotel, where President Reagan had gone to make a short speech in the early afternoon. we said before, a fairly routine thing for presidents, particularly in recent times, to go out of the White House. Their political officers inside the White House are constantly telling presidents you need to be out and be seen, particularly when there are important groups meeting in Washington. Presidents are encouraged to go speak to them, and so it was today as President Reagan went to the Washington Hilton to make a speech before an AFL-CIO group meeting at the Washington Hilton. Among other things, the President and his men have been trying to strike new avenues of communications, new bridges of mutual support between those in organized labor and the Reagan administration, and this was part of that continuing effort on the part of President Reagan. He was at the hotel partly for that reason. He made the speech at the hotel, then walked out of the hotel, and the scenes you just saw on the videotape followed. The President was rushed to the hospital. The early reports, for those of you who may have heard them, were that the President was unscathed, that he had not been hit by any of the at least 6 bullets that were fired. That turned out to be untrue, and one of the reasons given was that the President himself may not have known immediately that he had been hit. This is the helicopter carrying Vice President Bush from Andrews Air Force Base to the White House. Vice President Bush was in Texas today. As soon as he heard of the assassination attempt on President Reagan, he was put in a standby posture, and as soon as he heard that the President had been hit, Bush canceled his plans, and the Vice President headed back to Washington. At Andrews Air Force Base, he arrived there a short while ago, and this scene is of the helicopter carrying Vice President Bush in what looks like a drizzle and descending fog. Beautiful weather in Washington over the weekend, but the early spring can be raw in the Capitol, and so it looks early this evening as Vice President Bush took off by helicopter, presumably for the White House, and if he hasn't already arrived there, will be very shortly. It's unclear to me whether this is videotape or live coverage. This is live coverage, I'm told. It's live coverage of Vice President Bush taking off from Andrews Air Force Base and headed for the White House. Now, Secretary of State Haig was at the White House earlier this afternoon and said that he came over, paraphrase him, to hold things down to make sure somebody was in charge until Vice President Bush could get back. Interestingly enough, Secretary of State Haig misspoke himself in that briefing, if we heard him correctly, and I think we did, in that he listed that the succession to the President as the President, the Vice President, and the Secretary of State. In fact, the succession to the President is the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the President pro tem of the Senate, and then the Secretary of State, followed by the Treasurer of the United States. But an understandable error and misspeak on the part of Secretary of State Haig, who, as he frequently has in the past, was alert to a situation that needed some command at the top, and Secretary of State Haig simply went over to the White House, as he said at the time, to be there and to be a presence there until Vice President Bush could get back. As you saw a few moments ago, Vice President Bush has arrived back at Andrews Air Force Base. Those were live scenes of his helicopter taking off from Andrews and headed for the White House. We're told by Leslie Stahl that Mrs. Reagan did not attend the President's speech to the labor meeting. There was some confusion about that earlier in the day, but she definitely did not. She did speed to the hospital as soon as she got word of the assassination attempt. The shooting, of course, set off a flurry of activity at the White House. I believe we now have scenes on videotape of Mrs. Reagan arriving.
Officials say that Mrs. Reagan, who was rushed to the hospital, was told that the President's vital signs were stable and his condition good. In fact, when the President arrived at the hospital, he walked in. Here is one eyewitness account.
They brought the press secretary in first. They rolled him back. And the President walked in holding his... One guy was holding him on the side, and he was holding his arm.
And what did you see? I mean, was he bleeding badly?
Well, I couldn't see that much blood because he still had on his jacket, and you could see a little spot of blood up on this.
But he was walking?
Yeah, he was walking.
Top officials of the Reagan cabinet, meanwhile, gathered in the Situation Room at the White House. Shortly after 4 p.m., a visibly shaken Secretary of State Alexander Haig told reporters that as of now, I am in control in the White House.
We have informed our friends abroad of the situation. The President's condition, as we know it, stable, now undergoing surgery, and there are absolutely no alert measures that are necessary at this time or contemplated.
The president's top White House staff went to the hospital, from where aide Lynn Nafziger briefed reporters and told them that the president never lost his sense of humor.
As he was going down the hall on the gurney, I guess they call him, to surgery, he winked at Baker. He had earlier told Senator Laxalt, who was there, don't worry about me, I'll make it. He had told Mrs. Reagan, honey, I forgot to duck. I forgot to duck. And as they were wheeling him into surgery, he saw Meese and Baker and Deaver there, and he said, who's minding the store? And then when he got into the operating room, he looked at the doctors and he said, please tell me you're Republicans.
So to wrap up, officials here say that the president is still in surgery, that his condition remains stable and good. Leslie Stahl, CBS News, in the briefing room at the White House.
Thank you, Leslie. 3 other persons were hit by gunfire this afternoon. They were Tim McCarthy, a Secret Service agent, Thomas Delahanty, a Washington District of Columbia policeman, and Jim Brady, who is the White House press secretary. Bill Plant has prepared a report on their conditions.
James Scott Brady, shot today in the attack on the president, is 40 years old. He came to work on the Reagan campaign as an issues and political advisor just about a year ago, after working for the candidacy of John Connally. Brady began serving as Mr. Reagan's press spokesman on an informal basis during the fall campaign. He became the spokesman during the transition period and was appointed to the press secretary's job on January 6th of this year. Though he came late to the Reagan inner circle, Brady quickly gained access to the president and to Mr. Reagan's top aides. White House reporters enjoyed Brady's ready wit and humor in the face of the rough and tumble daily exchange of the press briefings. Brady is known affectionately by his friends as the Bear. He has a wife, Sarah, a 2-year-old son, Scott, and a 19-year-old daughter from a previous marriage. Secret Service agent Timothy J. McCarthy, a Chicago native, was at the president's side when the shots were fired. McCarthy, 32, was hit in the chest and liver. His condition after surgery was described as stable, and one source was quoted as saying that things were looking up for McCarthy. District of Columbia police officer Thomas K. Delahanty, 45 years old, a 17-year veteran, was wounded in the neck and shoulder by the shots which were fired at the hotel. His condition was described late today as critical. Bill Plant, CBS News, the White House.
Hero is an overworked word, but I'm sure that it hasn't escaped the notice of many of you, if any, that among today's heroes, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who we're delighted to hear his condition was last reported as improving. McCarthy, as you saw in that videotape, standing just to the president's right, stepped up, took a bullet himself, a bullet one has to assume was designed to hit the president. McCarthy took a bullet. The police officer, Thomas Delahanty, stopped the bullet as he tried to move in the direction of the assailant. We know very little about the condition of James Brady. Early in the afternoon, there were reports that said to be confirmed reports that Brady had not survived the gunshot wound that hit him in the head. Questions have been asked about that. The White House, at last report, said that Brady was, while in serious condition, he was still alive. And Nafziger, when he last addressed the question, said it was his understanding that James Brady was still alive. On that, we will simply have to wait and see. I will say that the official information, the White House information, is that James Brady, while his condition is serious, is still alive. And that has been the White House position for some time now. Police Officer Delahanty, one of the heroes of the afternoon, was last listed as being in critical condition. Dr. Keith Rimsma, Chief of Surgery with Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York. The President of the United States has now been in surgery for 2.5 hours. Now, taking into account what you and the other doctors have been saying, that does strike me as beginning to be a long time for this kind of surgery. However, I'm a layman. You tell me as an expert. Reassure me if you can.
I would reassure you that this length of time is not out of the ordinary for this kind of operation. As we reconstruct it from what we do know, there was a bullet that entered the left chest. It damaged the blood vessels in the lung. He had a serious enough hemorrhage to require transfusion. He was operated upon, and from what we know, the surgeons were able to control the bleeding, to get the lung re-expanded, and were able to assure Mrs. Reagan that the president was in satisfactory condition. I think the fact that we have not heard more from them may not indicate that the operation is prolonged. It may have to do with some other factors. I would hope that's the case.
You understand the spirit of that question. Obviously, we're all hoping the very best with the president. But any time surgery of any sort goes on this long, the longer it goes on, the more one becomes concerned. But I want to make sure that I understand. You've seen surgery of all kinds performed it yourself, that you personally do not see this 2.5 hours of surgery as necessarily anything ominous about the president's condition.
No, I would not think it is ominous. No.
We'll be standing by awaiting some official word of the president's condition. At our last report, President Reagan was still in surgery. However, Lynn Nofziger had said that the president was expected out of surgery shortly, and that a physician should be briefing within the hour. Now, that was said about 45 minutes ago, approximately 45 minutes ago. Our coverage from our CBS News headquarters in New York and our CBS News Washington Bureau is continuous and live and will remain so until we have a definitive report on the president's condition. CBS News also will have a special report tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Central Time on the president's condition. I'm handed a note that because of the assassination attempt on President Reagan, organizers of tonight's Academy Awards ceremony decided to postpone the nationally televised program 24 hours. Also, I'm told that Michael Reagan has given an interview to some of our reporters on the West Coast. Michael Reagan, the president's oldest son.
My father has come out of surgery in fine shape. He's in good condition. And as my father asked before he went into surgery, and subsequently as we found out, it was good Republicans doing the surgery. So he is in good shape, and we plan to just keep in touch the same way all of you are keeping in touch.
Did you believe this when you heard it this morning?
No, not really. I was in a business meeting when it happened, and I've had better days, and I hope to have many better days to come. And it's sad things like this happen, but I'm just hopeful that and happy that my father has come through it. And as I say, that in my house, we are indeed praying for the other people that were wounded.
Mike, have they told you exactly what damage was done by the bullet?
Not really, no. Only that it was, in the left side, and that he is indeed doing well and in good spirits. My dad's been in good spirits for 70 years. I plan for him to be in spirits for another 70 years.
How good to hear his son say that. My dad's been in good spirits for 70 years. No reason to believe he's not now in good spirits. That interview on videotape, I should point out, when we're doing continuous live coverage of this sort, it's sometimes difficult to make it clear when our coverage is live and when it's on videotape. That interview was on videotape. Now, live in our studios in Washington now, our correspondents Jed DeVal and Phil Jones. Jones, who's been working Capitol Hill during the afternoon, and Jed DeVal, who's been in our studios in Washington. Phil Jones, I'd like to know, first of all, have you heard anything from your original sources on the condition of James Brady, the White House press secretary who was shot in the head?
I haven't heard anything in the last couple of hours. I did check with them after Larry Speaks from the White House press office came out, and these sources indicated that the situation was as they had described it earlier. But I have not heard anything in the last couple of hours.
That is that James Brady had not survived the gunshot.
That he had not survived, yes.
Dan, Phil was in the Senate gallery, where he so often is, when the news came through. Phil, what happened at that time?
Well, at that particular moment, the Senate was involved in the debate over many of the budget cuts that President Reagan has proposed. And it was in the middle of all of this that Senator Howard Baker, the majority leader, walked onto the Senate floor, took a microphone, and announced that he had just received word that the president had been shot at, but at that time, as everyone was believing, nothing had really happened to the president himself. New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley, who had the floor before Baker made the announcement, started to continue his attempt to get more money put back into the budget, and he said that he was really in a state of anxiety. To quote Bradley, that in the days to come, there should be a chance to reflect and address in some way the underlying sickness in a society where these kinds of events become commonplace. And it was just a short time after Bradley had made these comments that Senator Edward Kennedy, who has seen so much of this personal tragedy in his own family, took to the floor and said that violence and hatred are so alien to everything in this country. It's alien to everything the country is about, and with our prayers must go our resolution to rid our society of violence and its cause. Shortly after this announcement, shortly after this statement from Senator Kennedy, Senator Baker came back on for the second time. I guess about 30 minutes had passed between his first and second appearance, with the bad news that the word had just been received that the president had been hit, and with that the Senate recessed. There was a noticeable increase in security for all congressional leaders. Shortly after this, outside their offices, more police officers and more detectives were stationed. The Senate chaplain went directly to the hospital. He has been with the Reagan family all afternoon, and just about 6 o'clock, I guess it was, the Senator Baker called the Senate back in, and 3 prayers were given by Senator John Danforth, a Republican from Missouri, one for the president, one for those who had been injured, and perhaps as important as any, one for the country. Jed.
Thank you, Phil. Those the prayers that were offered by Senator Danforth came in when the session was called back in?
Came at about 6 o'clock tonight when Senator Baker called everybody back. He had been waiting to get some word on the condition of the president before they decided whether or not to continue business. But at that point it was too late, and no one was in the mood to talk about any budget cuts, and so they'll resume all that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Well, you had a wire report in the middle of the afternoon, Phil, that is appropriate now, that groups of senators went and clustered around television sets after the thing, and that among them were Kennedy, whose 2 brothers were killed by assassins, and Senator Russell Long, whose father, Huey Long of Louisiana, was killed by an assassin as well.
Everybody did leave the floor. I guess there really were only about a dozen or so on the floor at the time the first announcement came. But, I mean, there clearly was no mood to talk about anything in the way of business.
And yet business may be postponed yet again tomorrow till further down the line.
I think should also mention that many of them were commenting about how they had really been sort of concerned about the president's security from the last time he was on the Hill, which was just a few weeks ago when he made his trip up there to work with the congressional leaders on his budget cuts. And, you know, he's so friendly, and he's always wanting to talk with reporters and wave at anybody standing by. And as he left the Capitol building, he stopped and talked with some reporters, and then walked over to his limousine and stepped up and waved at, I would guess, 150 or 200 people who had gathered and were only 25, 30 feet from him. And as the limousine drove away, many of the Capitol Hill police officers were saying, "My lands, I am glad he's gone." They were very anxious over this.
The president spoke about this at his birthday party last month, and David Broder wrote about it in today's Washington Post, quoting the president speaking to the vice president's wife at one of those. There were several birthday parties here last month. That the president leaned over to Barbara Bush and said, "I want to ask you a very personal question. Is George happy with his job? Does he feel what he's doing is worthwhile? I just want to be sure he's doing everything. If the awful should happen, George should know everything." David Broder quoting the president last month. Thank you. Dan?
Jed, as you know, among the more experienced congressmen in Washington is Congressman Jim Wright of Fort Worth. Congressman Wright, the second in command of the Democrats in the House of Representatives, has an interview with John Ferrugia of our staff. Jim Wright was with Bush when he came back from Texas.
What can you tell us about the reaction by Mr. Bush as to what specifically should be done?
Well, what should be done is to remain calm and certainly not to panic under any circumstances, to make a clear demonstration to the world that this government is in good shape, that the President of the United States is alive, and that he is expected to have a full and very satisfactory recovery, and in every way to avoid any implication to the contrary. I think that's what's to be done.
Mr. Wright, what was going on during the flight with Mr. Bush up there? What were they talking about? What was his mood?
Well, of course, his mood was one of shock and utter disbelief. He said, among other things, he said that he hadn't known Mr. Reagan extremely well for an extremely long period of time, but he found it utterly incomprehensible that anyone could work up a feeling of sufficient malice toward Ronald Reagan to want him dead. Well, I guess that's a natural feeling that you would entertain toward anybody with whom you'd worked and known, but it doesn't depend upon a logical explanation of malice to try to fathom the depths of the peculiar illness that besets an assassin. I don't know what makes them do it. I've read the literature, and I guess all of you have, and there's just a peculiar virus of insanity that besets people like that.
Was Mr. Bush going directly to the hospital after the observatory?
I'm not really at liberty to say where Mr. Bush is going. I suspect that he will want to see the president, but I don't know for sure. And while he discussed with me what he probably would do, I think that remains for him to announce rather than for me.
Were you with the vice president when he heard?
No, I was not. I was sitting at a table in an adjoining room when the news came, and I was not with him the moment he heard it, no.
Could you recap his mood again when you first saw him after he heard?
It was, I think the mood of the vice president was one that all Americans would find very commendable in the personal sense. He was in complete control of himself and of his emotions. He was, of course, stunned, as all of us were, by the shocking news. And yet there was not a moment's hesitation in his mind as to what his duty was, what he should be doing. He certainly wasn't indecisive. He was decisive, but he was very calm.
Did he decide to?
Anybody who knows George Bush and his experience would not be surprised to hear it said by Congressman Jim Wright of Texas, who was with Vice President Bush this afternoon, to hear him say that George Bush was calm. The situation is that our live and continuous coverage by CBS News will continue until we have some definitive word on President Reagan's condition. The president has been in surgery for about 2 hours and 45 minutes now at George Washington University in the nation's capital. Exploratory surgery. A .22 caliber bullet struck him in the left chest, missed his heart, but collapsed partially a lung. We're assured by physicians that that may not be as serious as it sounds, that the exploratory surgery, from all indications, was going in a routine fashion. Mrs. Reagan has been told that her husband's condition continues to be, quote, good. We are awaiting some official further word.
From Television 5, this is Eyewitness News, Weather and Sports, with Chris Clark, Jan Ryan, professional meteorologist Ron Howes, and Sports with Walt Adams.
Good evening. President Reagan is reported in good condition, still in surgery this hour at a Washington hospital. We are continuing to monitor CBS, and we'll bring you later word from them if conditions warrant. Doctors are trying to remove a bullet just to the left side of the left lung. Doctors say the bullet caused some internal bleeding. They're draining the fluid while they operate. Press Secretary James Brady is in very critical condition. He was shot in the head, and doctors say the bullet badly damaged his brain. This afternoon, there were reports that Brady had died. Those reports were wrong, but he is in very critical condition. The president was leaving the Washington Hilton after a speech to the AFL-CIO. The president waved to reporters and onlookers when the shots were fired. The Secret Service pushed the president down into the limousine from another angle You see the Secret Service agent in charge of the detail pushing Mr. Reagan into the car. Immediately, police pinned the suspect to the ground, and by now the limousine was speeding to George Washington University Hospital. Press Secretary James Brady was shot in the head. He remained on the ground. A Secret Service agent and a local policeman were also shot. When the president arrived at the hospital, witnesses say he walked in under his own power, but there was blood on his shirt. Nancy Reagan arrived within minutes, and then when the president saw Mrs. Reagan, he told her, "Honey, I forgot to duck." Vice President George Bush was in Texas. He immediately returned to Washington. He's there now. Cabinet members gathered at the White House, and Secretary of State Alexander Haig reportedly took charge until the vice president arrived back at the White House. Police have arrested a suspect. He's identified as John Warnock Hinckley, Jr. of Evergreen, Colorado. Police are questioning him at this hour. That's how it happened this afternoon. Reaction from Tennessee representatives in Washington was quick in coming. Senator Jim Sasser said he was saddened by what he called the senseless, violent act. Congressman Bill Boner called the assassination attempt a tragedy for the nation and a personal tragedy for the Reagans. And Congressman Robin Beard said he was deeply concerned for the welfare of the president as well as that of the other 3 people who were injured.
Governor Alexander was working in his office at the executive residence when he received word of the shooting. His office says he is keeping up with the president's condition, but is also continuing his regular schedule. When a president visits Nashville, which happens every few years, the Secret Service relies very heavily on local police for security. The last presidential visit here was Jimmy Carter's town meeting at the Grand Ole Opry. It wasn't the first time Chief Joe Casey of the Metro Police had responsibility for protecting a president.
Tremendous responsibility when it's an honor for these people to come to your city, and especially the president. And we're always glad for them to come, but we are certainly glad when they leave too.
The chief said he can never be absolutely sure the president is safe. He says he's been criticized in the past for overdoing security, but he doesn't believe you can do too much.
No one in Nashville knows more about the problems and the pressure of guarding a president than Paul Doster. In 31 years in the Secret Service, Doster has guarded 7 presidents, every chief executive from Truman to Carter. He served on the personal security detail for Truman and Eisenhower. He ended his career as special agent in charge here in Nashville. He's with us now in the studio. Chief Casey says you can never be absolutely sure that a president is safe. Paul, in your years of guarding the president, were you ever absolutely sure when they were out in public they were safe from this kind of thing?
Well, Chris, the only way I can answer that is that you feel that you've done everything that you can. You go back and you think and you go back over your plans and you wonder if there's anything you overlooked. The only thing you can really do, that this whole thing boils down to, is to minimize the risk as much as possible. It can happen.
Now, the man in charge of the presidential security detail in Washington was a man you hired here in Nashville. He worked here in Nashville for a while. Jerry Parr?
Jerry Parr, that's right.
I want you to watch this videotape of this incident, and I want you to comment on it from your expertise of 31 years now in the Secret Service. There's Jerry Parr in the white coat. Now, is that the normal reaction when you have the president in a situation like that, to throw him in the car like that?
Get him in the car as quickly as possible. That's right.
Now, I noticed another Secret Service agent, we see it out of the corner here, he's falling, you see his feet in the air, charges the assailant.
That's right.
That's also part of the standard procedure.
You put yourself between the president and any harm.
And that's what that Secret Service agent did and went down for it. We don't know his condition at the present time. Now, they have, I guess you call, neutralized the suspect at this point.
That's right.
What does that mean? Does that mean make sure no harm can come to him and he can do no more harm?
Well, make sure that he doesn't do any more damage to anyone, and also to take him in custody, place him under arrest.
Now, let's look at this from, you can see that the Secret Service agents now are surrounding him totally and have him, as you say, neutralized. And I guess there has been, since Oswald, this gut feeling you don't want anything to happen to that guy either. Is that true?
Well,
let's look at this a minute. I'll let you respond. As Jerry Parr is in back of the president, he is literally, and I guess I've never really noticed this, surrounded by Secret Service men, isn't he?
That's right. That's right. The follow-up crew.
Is this part of the game plan here to keep him as surrounded by Secret Service agents as you can?
That's right. Each agent has his post assignment when the president moves.
Is there also an assigned emergency movement if something should happen to the chief executive?
Well, when an incident occurs, they all have their instructions what to do with the president, and that is to get him in the car and get him away from the area as quickly as possible.
You have studied the videotapes of this. We've showed them to you in our control room. Can you spot where the president was hit, and is it possible he may have been hit by a ricochet?
It looks, it appears that possibly just as he was about ready to enter the car is possibly when he was wounded.
There's that split second that he was vulnerable, and that's when they got to him, apparently. Get back to Oswald, and I noticed that even when they moved the suspect to the car, Paul, there were, it looked like at least 2 Secret Service men between the suspect and anybody who might want to do the suspect any harm. Now, since Oswald, has there been any kind of a game plan on the service's part to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Well, of course, you don't want a situation to repeat itself that you had down in Dallas when Ruby shot Oswald on national TV. And again, you have the situation, this is the assailant, you take him into custody, neutralize him as quickly as possible, and gain control of the scene and the situation right then and there.
Okay, now from the time that President Kennedy was assassinated to the time we went through the 2 assassination attempts on Gerald Ford, there have been outcries to protect the president, keep him in the White House, and yet presidents always want to go out, and I know they sometimes overrule the Secret Service, don't they?
Well, this is what we have to live with, what the Secret Service has to live with, is that at one time you could tell the president, please don't move until we tell you to, or don't do this or don't do that. All we can do is advise him, and if he has any other ideas, and of course it's at his risk.
Has any president ever overruled your personal advice for security? Not yours personally, but the services that you know of that you were involved in at the time, and said, gee, I wish he hadn't done that?
Well, I can think of an incident, not so much in a situation like this of a security nature, but it wasn't a comfortable situation because it's the first time I ever saw it happen when I was assigned to President Kennedy when he was president-elect. We were down in Palm Beach, and we were getting ready to leave and drive to the airport, and we of course had his car in front of the house waiting for him to come out, and the driver and the agents were standing by to take their positions, and the next thing we knew, he got in behind the wheel.
And drove himself?
And drove himself to the airport.
To recap, though...
that didn't make us feel too comfortable.
To recap, though, there is no 100% sure, safe way to protect the president if he's going to leave the White House. Is that right?
The only way you can do, and it's been said before, is to put the man in a tank, and we don't live that way. The only way you can move him around this country safely without worrying about it is to put him in an armored tank where you can't be exposed to anybody, but these people... of course, they're presidents, but they're also politicians, and you just can't get them to go along with us. In doing a political campaign, it's always a problem because they really expose themselves to the crowd.
Paul Doster, thank you for being with us and helping help us understand what happened and how the Secret Service reacted to this tragic situation.
They did their job today. When this incident went down, they acted the way I would expect them to act.
In studying that, you have to admire the bravery of Jerry Parr, who worked in Nashville, pushing the president in the car, and especially the agent that you see charge the gunman.
That's right.
And take a hit because he was doing his job, putting himself between the president and the gunman. Thank you very much, Paul Doster.
Thank you, Chris.
Jan?
On Tennessee's Capitol Hill, early reaction to the assassination attempt in Washington. Our Jeff Dorr is in the House chamber with one of our live action cams. Jeff, can you give us an update from there?
Jan, in both the Senate and the House, resolutions and prayers have been raised up on behalf of the president, his family, and the 3 people who were shot in his company today. Among those people shocked by the shootings was the Reverend Douglas Lawrence of Dixon, who delivered the House invocation.
And we ask your guidance and your wisdom that we might sort out the day's events, that we might learn from this experience, that we might be better children of yours. We ask your special blessing on those injured, especially our president, that he might recover from his surgery, from his injury, that you would be with his family, that you would especially be with him and others who will be guiding our nation through this crisis time.
and Representative Tommy Burnett of the House, a Democratic leader, said our hearts go out to the President and his family, which echoed a bipartisan resolution passed in the House. One very much like it in the Senate. The House version said, whereas it is impossible to deplore and condemn in strong enough terms such heinous actions, and whereas it is our fervent hope and prayer that Mr. Reagan's wounds are not life-threatening and that medical treatment will assure his complete recovery, now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the 92nd General Assembly, on behalf of ourselves and all the people of Tennessee, do hereby send our prayers to President Ronald Reagan for a complete recovery. Reporting live from Capitol Hill, Jeff Dorr, Television 5 Eyewitness News.
Of course, our coverage will continue as the developments warrant throughout the evening. Now, stay tuned for a CBS News update tonight. Now, CBS News is continuing to monitor the situation at the hospital in Washington, and should they have a definitive word on the president's condition, we will interrupt whatever we're doing, including this newscast, to go direct to CBS News for that word. And because of the nature of the news that we've had to bring you tonight, Channel 5 has done away with all commercial content within our newscast so that we may bring you the latest word whenever we do have it. There were some local happenings today, and Jan will bring us up to date on those right now.
Okay, we'll get started with those. Police Lieutenant Fred Cobb says he has jumped one hurdle and he's relieved. A grand jury has cleared Cobb this afternoon. There will be no indictment on charges of involuntary manslaughter. The investigation stemmed, you will recall, from the February shooting death of Linda Sumler. Cobb says, though he knows his troubles aren't over, he has been and will remain optimistic.
I know there was no criminal intent on my part, and I'm just relieved that we're as far along as we are. And I feel comfortable with this decision that the grand jury made.
District Attorney General Tom Schreiber reacted to the grand jury's decision by saying he plans no further action.
They were more thorough on this case than I believe I've ever seen a grand jury be. They spent, I say, 3 full days and spent a long time with every witness, and several of the witnesses they came back and did over again. So I think there's not any detail that they haven't looked into.
Cobb still could face a civil case, and there will still be a disciplinary hearing with Metro Police.
A federal grand jury delved deeper today into the Metro Police promotions and politics. 9 policemen, a police department secretary, and the operator of an after-hours bar located near the fairgrounds were among those who appeared for testimony. Some didn't want to talk about their testimony, but others did talk.
I have no comment whatsoever. This is the United States grand jury.
Did they tell you not to comment?
I have no comment. That's it.
But they didn't tell you not to.
I have no comment.
They asked me the promotional procedure and how I got promoted. Like I told them, and I'll tell you, and I'll tell this whole state of Tennessee how I got promoted. I was number 2 on the list. I took your promotional examinations, and I came out number 2 out of a possible 300 people.
Some witnesses say that they were asked specifically about Max Smith, a close friend of Mayor Richard Fulton, and Smith's involvement in any promotions. The same grand jury is also investigating alleged payoffs to state fairgrounds officials. Meanwhile, 2 co-defendants have accepted plea bargaining, so Andra St. John is the only man standing for trial for the murder of a Nashville antique store owner. St. John went on trial in criminal court today for the murder of William Binkley. Binkley died last year during a robbery attempt at his antique store on Dickerson Road. Earlier today, 2 other men charged in the case pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting the murder. 22-year-old Dwayne Walker and 22-year-old David Haynes will get 20 years in prison terms at the state prison.
Sponsors of an alternate plan to desegregate Metro schools lost out today in U.S. District Court. Federal Judge Tom Wiseman, claiming it did not meet the guidelines spelled out last May, rejected the plan offered last week by Senator Avon Williams. Dave Game reports.
Today's hearing was to give Judge Wiseman a chance to hear all motions pending in the desegregation case. But it was quickly apparent that the central issue was the alternate plan submitted by Avon Williams. School Board Attorney Bill Willis moved that Wiseman reject the plan, arguing that it duplicated, in large part, a plan prepared by the board's own consultants. That plan was rejected by Judge Wiseman nearly 1 year ago. Even though Williams delivered an impassioned defense, citing what he said were important differences in school clustering and the busing of black children, Judge Wiseman backed the board's position. Wiseman told Williams that he welcomed any suggestion for improving his basic guidelines, but he had not expected Williams to ignore those guidelines altogether. In a heated exchange, Wiseman said he believed his guidelines are correct and will provide Metro's desegregation plan framework. He invited Williams to appeal if he objected, but Williams declined. Today's action leaves only the board's plan before Wiseman. Today, he said it appears to meet his guidelines. However, he told the board that they are asking for too much time to implement the plan. And beginning tomorrow, Judge Wiseman wants them to explain in detail why. Dave Game, Television 5 Eyewitness News.
And the weather, like any other part of our newscast tonight, is subject to interruption as we get word that there's more information. So, Ron, we'll let you get on with the weather with the caveat that we may interrupt you for the weather, for a bulletin.
Finally, some rain. We certainly could use.
We needed it, and we got a lot of it. Was it enough to really help us out?
Yes, it was. This time, enough to help us out some. Let's take a look at those statistics for today. Our high 77 degrees, and the morning low 59. And there's the precipitation total officially 1.29. We had 161, 1.6 here at the weather station, and just south of Franklin, a report of better than 2 inches of rain. And the monthly total is now up to 3.36. In Nashville now it's 75 degrees, 23%. The relative humidity, dry air coming in on westerly winds at 14 miles an hour, and the pressure's going up. Clear skies across the region this evening with a cold front having moved well to our south and east. Winds are out of the west. They'll switch around instead of the northwest tonight to a southwesterly direction again as another weather system moves in from the west. Today temperatures almost hit 80 in West Tennessee, and tomorrow I think we'll be in the low 80s in much of West Tennessee. Here's an Earth scan sequence now beginning yesterday afternoon at 4:30, and in this darkened area is where all that rain was moving in. During the nighttime hours, you can see some more thunderstorms develop down here in Mississippi and moved up into much of Middle Tennessee as the evening progressed. Now we're getting into the early morning hours, and that activity then drifted on to the east. The cold front passed through here about 7 o'clock this morning, and we have been clearing out ever since with the rain moving into the eastern seaboard. The current status of things, here's a picture now this afternoon. You can see the fronts all the way down through the northern portion of Florida. Nothing but clear skies in our region and the central plains, but more clouds developing out here to the west. And there's another weather system we're watching rather carefully that I think will bring us some more rain by the time we get into tomorrow evening. At least a chance of it, probably more widely scattered than what we saw yesterday, but still a shot at more rain. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect for the next 45 minutes for parts of North Carolina and Virginia as the front sweeps on to the east, and there are some scattered showers with this system. We'll have to wait until we get Gulf moisture with it, however, to get any scattered thunder shower activity in here tomorrow evening, but it looks like that's a possibility as we see weather systems rapidly move from west to east. About every 48 hours we'll be under the effects of another cold front, and tomorrow morning that cold front will continue to approach us. It'll be dry until we get to tomorrow afternoon and evening, but then by Wednesday morning it'll be well on to our east with any chance of rain well on to our east. And here's the forecast for tonight. We're looking at clear skies and a low temperature about 51 degrees for tomorrow. Real good day, really sunny. It'll be a bit windy again and warm with a high tomorrow of about 80 degrees, a few clouds tomorrow evening, and a chance for some scattered evening thunder showers. Low temperature of about 48 degrees. Again, that activity should not be widespread. Southerly winds tomorrow at 15 to 20 miles an hour. Wednesday, sunny and just a little cooler with a high on Wednesday of about 70 degrees. That's certainly not bad. Toward the end of the week, the next chance of rain will be about Friday or possibly early Saturday. Highs in the 70s and lows in the 50s. So we're getting a dose of rain about every 48 hours, and because of the drought and the fire danger, we certainly can use it. Now here's Jan.
Yesterday's rain may have been a blessing for farmers and firefighters, but for some residents of the Tony Sudicum housing project here in Nashville, it was a disaster. Our Judy Anderson reports.
The roofing contractor left tar paper on the roofs last Friday.
Were you aware that rain was forecast for the weekend?
Yes.
But what he didn't count on, apparently, was the wind. It tore the tar paper off yesterday, and the rain poured in. Ceilings fell in. And with them, the insulation above. Barbara Johnson's new blue jeans.
My clothes, what I have on, I don't think I have none to my name except what I have on.
My 2 bedrooms, the roof is just, the ceiling just done caved in, everything in there run. All my kids' clothes are ruined. They couldn't even go to school this morning because they didn't have anything to wear.
TV popped fire and my beds and everything wet. Light fixture was popping fire, water was dripping, just pouring out of them.
Just after midnight, Nashville Electric Service cut off power in 19 units. This morning, roofing work began again. The contractor says residents will be reimbursed for damages. Why weren't the roofs left better protected?
Well, we're in the process of re-roofing them, and this is a process that has to be. This is the way that it has to be done.
The housing manager says that by late afternoon, he should have found places for everyone to stay. But of course, it'll be much longer than that before the residents of Tony Sudicum Homes will begin to recover their losses. Judy Anderson, Television 5, Eyewitness News.
After months of demanding a status quo budget from his department heads for next year, Mayor Fulton wasn't very happy today. As the annual budget hearings began, the first two requests from the health department and from the hospitals called for increases of 13 and 19% over last year. So the mayor went line by line trying to get his department heads to justify what they are requesting. They tried, but the mayor wasn't impressed. In fact, the hearings that were scheduled to last an hour for each department lasted 2.5 hours for each instead. More of the same is likely in the future as the hearings continue. Business news, trading on the New York Stock Exchange was halted at 3:17 this afternoon when word of President Reagan reached the floor.
Tonight's Oscar presentations have been postponed because of the shooting of President Reagan. He was scheduled to make an appearance on that program tonight. Walt, what's going to happen in the sports world? I know there were some things scheduled. Will they be going on as usual?
Well, I don't know. They're meeting right now in Philadelphia. I know you're referring to the NCAA basketball championship. They are meeting right now in Philadelphia to find out whether they will continue with that game tonight. The game is scheduled to start at 7:20 tonight, but we'll just have to wait. They have played the consolation game, or at least they're playing it right now, and LSU is losing by 9 points. Whether they want to go to play the championship game, we'll not know. And I understand we have to stop right now. Is that right?
CBS for a special report, a special update.
Oh, okay.
No,
now we have to proceed. Okay, fine. Thank you. All right, we're going to go now.
We are going to CBS. Okay, here we go. Update on the president's condition.
Forgive me that I said that you were at the State Department. We're so accustomed to seeing you there, but obviously you're at the White House briefing room. How long ago did that word come, and from whom did it come, Diane?
Well, it's from sources very close to the president. It's quite reliable, and I'm told the president was out of surgery at least 20 minutes ago. So it could have been earlier than that he came out of the surgery. They say that, again, the prognosis is good to excellent, and he should be resting comfortably by tomorrow anyway.
That means, Diane Sawyer, at the White House, that he spent somewhat less than 3 hours in surgery. We were told he went in at 4:15. You say that he came out of surgery at least 20 minutes ago.
That's correct, Dan.
And that his condition is described as good?
His condition is good, that he's out of danger, and the prognosis is good to excellent.
Diane, if you'll hold on for just one moment, there may be a question that Dr. Keith Reemsma, who is Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York, may want to ask. Doctor, is there anything that on the basis of that little information that you could say regarding the president's condition?
Well, I think this confirms the optimistic view that we've had. I think that Diane has described the condition as I would have expected it. About 2.5 hours of operation. He'll now go into the intensive care unit, and we would all anticipate that he would do well.
Thank you, Doctor. Diane Sawyer at the White House, has there been any word on a back-channel basis, if no other, on the condition of James Brady?
No, there has not been. All the White House aides are solemn and silent when you approach them on the subject.
Diane, did I understand you to say that Vice President Bush is now in the White House?
Yes, I'm told he is in the White House. He's in the Situation Room down in the basement. He's been being briefed here for several minutes. His helicopter landed some time ago, about, again, 25 minutes ago.
Well, for those who are unfamiliar with the White House, the briefing room is down in the basement of the White House. It's a room in which presidents and other members of the staff frequently are briefed in
I have
crisis
lost all
situations.
sound, so if we're on the air, I'm unaware of it.
Diane, do you hear me now?
Yes, Yes, I do, Dan.
So go the dangers of live television.
That's right.
But I was saying that for those who are unfamiliar with the White House, the briefing room is down in the basement of the White House. It's a room frequently used to brief the President and members of his staff at times of crisis. Is there any reason to believe that Vice President Bush is in that Situation Room for any reason other than the President's health? Has there been any indication of a military alert, for example?
No, I did check earlier in the afternoon whether we'd seen any additional movement in Poland, and I was told that was not the case, that so far the situation there appeared to be the same as it was yesterday. There were the worrisome troop activities near the Polish border, but at the same time they hadn't seen anything significantly different to make them think that the Soviets were trying to take advantage of the situation.
Diane, do I assume correctly that those with whom you're able to speak at the White House are emphasizing that while Vice President Bush is there to help as he can, that President Reagan remains in charge of the government?
Yes, that is what everyone is saying here. They say constitutionally the President is still in charge of the government.
Diane, I'm going to have you reread, if you will, that report, and we appreciate you passing it along right away, that report that you got on the President's condition.
Okay, Dan, once again the sound is being interrupted, but I'll assume that what you asked me was to repeat the information I got before. It is that we are told the President is out of surgery, that he is out of danger, that the prognosis is good to excellent. They did find a fragment in his chest and were able to remove it. He is in intensive care, as you would expect after this kind of operation, but again, the prognosis is good to excellent.
Thank you, Diane, and please.
That is some good news indeed. We will continue to monitor the CBS line and interrupt if any new developments occur. Now let's go to Walt Adams for a brief update on the sports. Walt.
Well, as you know, Chris, we're still waiting to find out whether there will be an NCAA title game tonight. If they do play, it could be a battle of powerful coaches rather than teams. Bobby Knight is a perpetual motion machine on the sidelines. It's easy to make some military comparisons, which are made all the time about Bobby Knight. But he may meet his match tonight in the smooth, gentlemanly Dean Smith. Dean's power is one where he comes onto the court and just very blissfully goes after the officials who seem to condescend whenever he wants it. Against Pittsburgh, Dean Smith was able to get the basketball game stopped twice, once to get a new ball, and they didn't even ask the other coach about it, and the other time he wanted just to check with officials and he got the timekeeper to stop the game. If Dean controls the game tonight, UNC could get their first national title ever. As we said, they are playing the consolation game, but no score in, except that LSU was down by 9 points late in that game. Baseball today, the White Sox continued building. They bought Greg Luzinski from the Phillies today. In a trade, the Twins sent Ken Landro to the Dodgers for 3 players, and the Yankees have assigned former Sound Steve Balboni, Juan Espino, also Brian Ryder and Andy McGaffigan to their AAA Columbus team. Lots of bumping and banging in yesterday's Valleydale 500, which Darrell Waltrip won in Bristol. Some of it was not just due to racing. Joe Milliken and Benny Parsons went after each other. However, Waltrip says most of it was due to hard driving on a less than perfect surface.
Track's extremely slick. It's an old surface. It's worn completely out. Every time we come here, the track is just white, particularly in the spring like this. There's nothing there but just little pebbles sticking up, and it's really hard to get any traction on. And the cars get very loose, and with the high banks and the way you go in and kind of swing the car around to make the turn, if anybody touches you or the car isn't handling just right, you'll spin out.
Young Ricky Rudd's driving Waltrip's old 88 car and doing well on both of the short tracks and the super speedways. And except for some bad luck early when his car got stuck in the infield, Mike Alexander would have finished higher than 12. It was his second straight impressive performance on the Grand National Circuit for the other Franklin native who's on the circuit. There will be no Music City 1981 Pro Celebrity Golf Tournament. Lynn Greer, president of the sponsoring Country Gentlemen Association, says that it has become impossible to raise enough money to cover the costs of holding the charity golf tournament. And we'll have to let everybody know about the NCAA later, Chris, because that's all the time we have, and we still have no word on whether they'll play that game or not. Jan,
okay,
Chris?
Good. Thank you, Walter. Chris?
Well, the good news first. President Reagan is out of surgery. Doctors say he is out of danger. Prognosis very, very good. They did find the bullet fragment, so that bit of good news coming in. The president was leaving the Washington Hilton Hotel after a speech to the AFL-CIO this afternoon when he was struck by a bullet from an assassination attempt. James Brady, the press secretary, was hit in the head and is critically ill. Metropolitan Police Department from Metropolitan Washington Police Department was hit, as was a Secret Service man as well. The president out of danger. We have no word, no up-to-date word on the others who were hit in that incident. Tonight at 10 o'clock, of course, we will bring you up to date on the president's situation. Governor Alexander has had no comment today. He issued a statement saying that he is following the situation closely and that he will comment when he feels it is appropriate to do so. Additionally to this story, we will also have Dave Game, more on the Metro school desegregation case. Now let's go back to CBS News.
Dr. O'Leary will brief you on the president's operation and on his condition, as well as that of the Secret Service agent. Following that, Sheila Patton, who is Mrs. Reagan's press secretary, will have a word to say about Mrs. Reagan. So now, let me introduce to you Dr. Dennis O'Leary. Doctor.
Thank you. Please, podium. As Mr. Nofziger has told you, the president is in the recovery room. He is in stable condition, and he is awake. He was in no time in any serious danger. He was alert and awake with stable vital signs up until the time he underwent anesthesia. He was in the operating room for approximately 2 hours. Part of that time was spent ascertaining that he did not have any blood in his abdominal cavity. Indeed, he did not. There was a single bullet wound that entered slightly underneath the left armpit. It traversed about 3 inches of the chest wall and then ricocheted off the 7th rib into the left lower lobe of the lung and moved about 3 inches into the lung substance itself. The operative incision is about 6 inches in width, relatively simple procedure. The bullet was removed and then the incision was closed. And as I say, he is stable and in good condition.
What is the prognosis?
The prognosis is excellent.
And you're saying that he will no doubt recover. How long is that, Doctor?
That is always difficult to say. The president, however, is an excellent physical specimen, and we do not anticipate any problems. It is always hard to be precise as to how long he'll be hospitalized, but he is clear of head and should be able to make decisions by tomorrow, certainly.
Did the bullet fragment when it hit the lung? Did the bullet fragment when it hit the lung?
The bullet was distorted, and we believe that it probably was distorted by virtue of impacting against the 7th rib as which redirected its path into the lung tissue.
The heart.
We do not believe there's any permanent injury. The heart area was explored. The heart was not involved at all. There were no major bleeding points in the lung, and there was no involvement of the aorta, the major vessel running through the chest. The lung has been reinflated. He has a couple of chest tubes in. Excuse me? I can't hear you. Okay, Mr. McCarthy had a single bullet wound also, entered the posterior right chest and passed through the lung tissue, causing virtually no damage at all except for the passage tract, passed through the diaphragm into the dome of the liver, and passed through the liver into the lateral side of the chest where it lodged against the end of the 11th rib. Mr. McCarthy did have blood in his abdominal cavity. The same test that was performed on the president was also performed on him, and it was positive. The abdominal cavity was carefully explored, and the only damage was the bullet through the liver itself, and a drain was placed in this area, and he is doing extremely well. Has been in the intensive care unit now for about 45 minutes.
How long would you
Okay, Mr. Brady is still in surgery. His condition is critical. We don't have any further information at this time.
Dr. O'Leary, how long would you anticipate that the president would remain hospitalized?
Now, that is difficult to say. Might be as long as 2 weeks, but that is just a guesstimate at this point in time.
How much blood did you have in the house?
Sorry. Okay.
Remain here, Doctor.
That's not for me to answer. Question was, the amount of blood. The president required a transfusion of approximately 5 units of blood before surgery, but none during the course of surgery. Mr. McCarthy required no transfusion at all.
The D.C. policeman, please.
The D.C. policeman was taken to the Washington Hospital Center. We have no first-hand information on him.
Mr. Brady's injuries.
Mr. Brady was shot in the side of the forehead. The bullet went, I'm not certain, sir. The bullet did pass through his brain and came out the other side. He obviously has significant brain injury, and he is in critical condition, but I'm sorry we have no further information at this time.
Who performed the operation on the president?
The operation on the president was performed by Dr. Ben Aaron, who's on our full-time faculty here as a cardiovascular thoracic surgeon. Last name is spelled capital A, small a, R-O-N. First name Benjamin.
Title?
I'm trying to think. I think he's an associate professor of surgery.
Doctor, you would anticipate no further surgery necessary?
The other surgeon was Dr. Joseph Giordano, Giordano, who is head of our trauma team and was in the emergency room almost simultaneously with the arrival of the president.
Why did the operation take so long?
The length of the operation really had a lot to do with the testing to make sure that there was no bleeding into the abdominal cavity. That took about 45 minutes. It's called a peritoneal lavage. P-E-R-I-T-O-N-E-A-L, lavage, L-A-V-A-G-E. Okay, that test is important, is very simple. A small incision is made beneath the umbilicus, and several liters of fluid are placed into the abdomen, and then the fluid is brought back outside and looked at to determine whether there's any blood in it. That fluid can move anywhere throughout the whole abdominal cavity, and if any organ has been damaged and there's any bleeding, one will find blood in the fluid that comes out. That test was negative in the president, and as I said, positive in Mr. McCarthy.
Doctor, in view of the president's age, is there any danger that the lung might collapse again?
Very doubtful. The president is physiologically very helpful. Caliber of the bullet is going to be very hard to tell in the president because it was a really mangled bullet.
Is there a possibility of any other complications besides the lung problem?
It's really doubtful. Again, I would emphasize that he is physiologically very young. In good shape.
Where the bullet entered, at what angle? From the front, from the rear? Can you give us a...
Well, one would assume that it probably seemed to come from a little bit top down, entering approximately here, traverse down. Traverse down approximately 3 inches, striking the top of the 7th rib laterally, and then going about 3 inches into the tissue of the lung itself.
It deflected downward further from the 7th rib?
No, it's like coming down, hitting the rib, and then deflecting in to take a new path about and then
Lose blood.
It was in the parenchyma in the tissue of the lung itself, contained within the lung itself.
You said the president was conscious through much of the time. What, if anything, did he say?
Well, the surgeons said that his last remark before he underwent anesthesia was he wanted to make sure that all of them were Republicans. They said that today everyone is a Republican.
How narrowly did the president escape mortal injury?
That's a hard question to answer. As I stated, he was never in any serious danger. The bullet was really not very close to any vital structure.
How far is not so close? I mean, how far from the heart?
Probably several inches.
Was that because it struck the rib? Was it fortunate?
If it had not struck the rib, it might not have even entered the lung cavity. It could have passed right through the chest wall if it had not struck the rib.
General anesthetic used.
Politically speaking, the president was fully able to discharge the duties of his office as of now?
I would say probably not. Now, one has to let the effects of the anesthesia wear off, but I think all of us feel that by tomorrow that he would be fully capable of doing that.
The basic decision he had to make tomorrow, of decision of state of some significance, would he be able to do it?
We believe that he would be able to do it.
Dr. Brady.
Who's operating on Dr. Brady? Okay, Dr. Arthur Cobrine, K-O-B-R-I-N-E. Cobrine, K-O-B-R-I-N-E, is operating on Mr. Brady. Arthur. He is an associate professor of neurosurgery.
Is it possible to give us any prognosis on James Brady?
It's really not possible right now. As I said, he's in critical condition, but anything I would say would be highly speculative.
Permanent brain
Not at the present time, although in the operating room, remember that you've got respirators and monitors and and what have you, well, almost anyone undergoing brain surgery would be on a respirator.
Dr. O'Leary, aside from the obvious gunshot wound, did the president suffer any other injuries, or were there any abrasions, contusions surrounding being pushed from the limousine, or the melee that had occurred at that time?
Well, not as we're able to ascertain. It's possible that we missed a small contusion here or there, but he was gone over quite carefully.
President report to this hospital, and when did the hospital receive word from the ambulance that he would be on the way?
Well, I can't tell you for certain, but I believe we were probably the closest hospital, which would have been the prudent thing to do. I received information at about 20 of 3 that he was in the emergency room, and I think he probably got there around 2:30.
First, Brady or Reagan?
No, okay, I'm not sure who got there precisely first. They all came very fast.
I'm asking the blood again. I don't know, Brady. Did you have to go out and get any of this blood from any other source, or did you have enough in the house?
Well, we maintain a stock of blood, but please remember we do not run our own blood bank. The Red Cross has a regional center that is very nearby, and we have all the blood we need within minutes.
Did you have enough immediately, or was it in the house when they were here?
Yes.
Doctor,
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Doctor, doesn't require 5 units of blood.
Okay, it appears as if the major reason for bleeding within the chest was as a consequence of the hole made when the bullet actually entered the lung substance itself. That's the only bleeding sites that really could be determined, and although he bled down about 5 units of blood, it was never very brisk. It was kind of a steady bleeding. It was very easy to transfuse him and keep up with his blood loss.
5 units of blood. How much blood is that?
Well, let's see, how can I make that simple? It's about 2.5 quarts. Total of 2.5 quarts.
Has the president collapsed?
What? Question about collapsed over here.
Collapsed?
No, he has a chest tube in. All one has to do is, usually through a chest tube, is to get it in and get the air out of the space between the lung and the chest wall, and the lung expands. He had a chest tube placed in the chest in the emergency room within minutes after he was in the emergency room.
He's again breathing normally.
Yes.
Is Mrs. Reagan suffering any emotional medical trauma right now?
I think we'll let someone else deal with that question.
Does the president not be moved from this hospital for the next few days?
I would say for the next few days it would probably be reasonable not to move him, but I would expect that he will do well, and that'll be a judgment of someone else at that time.
Did he need any more surgery?
We have no reason for believing that significant post-operative problems will develop.
Are you in a position, Doctor?
President might have to undergo as a result from this operation?
I would really doubt it. He had a simple procedure. There was very little necessity to cut a lot of tissue, and we have every expectation that he'll have a normal post-operative course. I don't know the answer to that question.
Doctor, are you in a position to recreate the first few moments when he came into your emergency room? Did he walk in? What were the first things that were done?
Okay, I was not personally there, but my understanding is that he got out of the car and stood up and walked in on his own. As I say, he was alert and awake all the time. No.
Did he ever enter shock?
not to the best of our knowledge.
Did he ever go after he was carried on stretcher?
Well, I think, as soon as he appeared, he may not have wanted to be on a stretcher, but that is our usual procedure for someone who's had a gunshot.
How far inside the chest did the bullet go? The skin inside?
About 3 inches. Okay, I'll give you maybe 4 inches, giving you an inch for the thickness of the chest wall.
Dr. O'Leary, can you explain why it was that there was no immediate announcement that the president had been shot? Is it possible, critically speaking, that he might not have immediately been aware that he was shot?
I really can't answer that question. I wish I could.
When he came in, did he know that he had been injured?
Yeah, I think he knew that he had been shot.
Visible signs. Were there any visible signs when he entered the hospital?
No, I think, again, I'm giving this to you secondhand. I gather he seemed a little bit lightheaded, but he was cracking jokes and in very good spirits even at that time.
When you placed the chest tube, to re-expand his lung, you said immediately in the emergency room. What did that consist of? Was that an incision? Did you have to put it down his throat?
No. Usually a small incision is made between the ribs, and the tube is placed in and then attached to suction.
And that was the first emergency procedure?
I'd say that was the first emergency procedure.
Would that be taking the blood off that was coming from the wound in the lung?
There's probably 2 basic purposes. One is if there has been any deflation of the lung, major purpose is to re-expand the lung, remove the air, and the other is to provide drainage for any blood in the lung space.
Will Mr. Brady suffer any permanent brain damage if he survives?
I'd have to say that probably is likely, but I really can't give you any more information since he is still in surgery.
Doctor, how long elapsed between when the president was brought to the hospital and he went into surgery, and can you count for that time?
I would say he went, from the time he hit the hospital to the time he went into surgery, probably was no more than about 40 minutes. There were a variety of things being done. He had to have blood tests performed to find out how much blood he had lost. We had to check his blood gases to determine how much oxygen was getting into his circulation. I think the thing it probably took most time is getting the x-rays necessary to determine the extent of the injury, since he had to have both a chest x-ray and an abdominal x-ray.
Doctor, not removing the bullet, repairing the lung without actually removing the bullet. There was an earlier report that might be the case.
Well, I saw those reports, but at the time those reports were out, the surgeons had not even entered the chest as yet.
You always plan to remove the bullet?
I think every effort would be made to remove the bullet, but if it took a lot of additional extensive surgery, that might have caused a different decision.
Timetable a bit. You say arrived at 2:30 and 40 minutes later went into the operating room, but I thought you said the surgery began around 4.
No. He got to the operating room maybe 3:15, 3:20. Okay, he has to get into the operating room on the table, get under anesthesia in order for surgery to start. So surgery started roughly between 3:30 and 3:45, and it lasted until about 5:30.
Doctor, operation is being performed on Mr. Brady if indeed the bullet passed through his brain.
Okay, he is, very simply, he's having a craniotomy, which simply means an exploration of the inside of the head. Craniotomy, C-R-A-N-I-O-T-O-M-Y.
I find it extraordinary that a 70-year-old man could be shot in the lung and then walk into the hospital under his own power.
I think it speaks well for the physiologic health of the president. We do have elderly people, much more elderly than the president is, who do undergo chest surgery, but he certainly sailed through it.
Call it medically extraordinary, though.
Maybe not medically extraordinary, but just short of that. Okay?
Doctor, you said the bullet was mangled. Is there any possibility that bullet fragments might remain inside the president's body?
That is a finite possibility, but the bullet did, although mangled, seemed to be intact. You're never sure that you have every tiny little fragment out.
Has the president been told of Mr. Brady's condition?
I don't think that he is alert enough really to assimilate that information, and I don't know really what we would tell him at this juncture, since we're not sure yet what the story is.
Doctor, can you talk a little bit about how, what the body goes through, how much of a shock to the body it is when you go through an operation like the president went through, and do you expect any of that shock, if there is any, to be aggravated by the president's aid?
Well, I'd say anytime anyone undergoes major surgery, a thoracotomy is major surgery. It's not extraordinary surgery, but it's major surgery. That would be a stress for any one of us. It'd be a stress for me. But the critical element is the physiological health of the person and your ability to maintain their vital signs and their blood volume satisfactorily. The president's vital signs were absolutely rock stable through this whole thing.
Why don't they take DC policemen someplace else?
Well, that is a decision really made by the ambulances. But I think that we do have several trauma centers in the District of Columbia, and to the extent that one center does not get many very seriously injured patients, all of our ability is to care for the patients is increased. Obviously, in the heat of a situation, people do the best they can. If you track back where that decision was made, it's sometimes hard to find out who really made that decision.
Where did they have to make the incision, and how large was it?
The incision's about 6 months, or excuse me, 6 inches long, and it extends basically from about here into the posterior part underneath the armpit. Okay, about from here to here. You see it? Here to here. Just underneath the nipple. Again, hard to tell. He's a healthy guy, and I'm sure this is a painful injury and even moderately painful surgery, but he withstood it very, very well.
Dr. Larry, is this a procedure that hospitals in urban areas have to do frequently? Gunshot wound to the chest?
Yes. No question.
Will he be in pain for days or weeks or months?
His surgeons believe that he will probably be in moderate pain. That will probably not be for more than a day or two.
You have to cut through muscle, didn't you, to get
You have to cut through chest wall muscle. That's
pretty rugged muscle to cut, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be painful. But
it's about average muscle.
Will he have to be
You told us what the surgeons did to the president. What are they doing or trying to do to alleviate Brady's condition?
Well,
exactly what happens after they all...
Okay, I can't, again, anything I'm telling you is rather speculative. Normally, they would have to remove the tissue that seemed irreparably damaged. Anytime you're operating inside the head for very obvious reasons, you try and salvage as much tissue as you think has a remote chance of recovering. This is not a good injury. It causes a lot of damage.
Possibilities of some of the mangled remaining. Would there ever be in the near future needs to go back and reoperate?
I said that was extremely remote.
Doctor, you say that Mr. Brady is fighting for his life?
Well, I think any time a patient is in critical condition, in a sense, he's fighting for his life.
Dr. O'Leary, did the president get any first aid in the car on the way over?
I really can't answer that question. I don't know.
Doctor, what type of medication is the president on, or will he be on while he's in the hospital? Is he on any IVs or any painkillers?
Well, one would, he's on intravenous solution right now. He, as I said, he required no blood intraoperatively. And as with any patient, the medications really depend upon what the patient's needs are. I would expect the president is probably not going to need very many medications, except perhaps some modest painkillers for a day or so.
What type of recuperation is normal for a person of his physiological age? Do you expect him to be back to normal routine within, say, 2 months?
Depends on totally normal routine. I would guess probably a couple of months after his hospitalization, so maybe 2.5 to 3 months might be a good guess, but it is a guess.
Recommend that he leave Washington for, say, his ranch where there's a less stressful situation around him for a while?
Well, that's really up to him and his staff, I'm sure that he will be adequately protected. But it's up to...
What was Mr. Brady's brain waves? Were they flat? Or what can you tell us they were?
I don't know the answer to that question.
As a doctor, would you advise him to take off further time beyond the time that he's hospitalized?
Well, taking off time depends on what you're talking about.
Getting away from the duties of the presidency.
That's really not, my judgment to make for him. I think that I would urge him to limit his physical activity within reason. There is no reason to believe that he has any impairment of his ability to make decisions or what have you. Making decisions is stressful business, but I think he's going to be fully up to it.
Doctor, earlier there was a report that the bullet missed the heart by an inch. You said it missed by several inches. Several inches is a relatively large amount of time. We put on your chest. It seems to intersect the heart, much closer than that.
Okay, I think...
Measurement of how close it came?
Well, I wasn't specifically there in the operating room. I think I know where those reports came because, remember, when we're in an operating room, the only x-ray that we can really get that's going to be valid is one that is taken from front to back. Okay, and when you held that up, it looked as if the bullet was close to the heart, but you were missing that third dimension. And in that third dimension, it turned out that the bullet was significantly removed from the heart by several inches, as I've said. It's not close.
Can you tell us at what stage Mr. Brady is in his surgery now and about when it will be completed? Do you have any idea?
Well, having seen some of these patients, it may go on, it really could go on for hours.
That other people were injured?
I honestly don't know that. I suspect so, but I don't know. Yes. Thank you.
That was Dr. Dennis O'Leary of the George Washington Hospital in the nation's capital, briefing reporters. Looks like that may go on for quite a few minutes, and what we thought we might do in the interim, since most of the most important information is out. Number one, that President Reagan, after approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes of surgery, came out of surgery. He was, as Dr. O'Leary began that briefing, President Reagan was in the recovery room. His condition was described as stable. The president was said to be awake. Now, we have with us in our studios, we have had throughout the afternoon and evening, Dr. Keith Reemsma, who is Chief of Surgery at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center here in New York. Dr. Reemsma, in brief, show us what you can, tell us what you can on the basis of that briefing by Dr. O'Leary in Washington. Just where did the bullet come in? He said at the 7th rib.
Yes, he tells us that the bullet came in under the left arm. It struck the top of the 7th rib. The bullet then fragmented and was buried in the lower portion of the left lung. It did not touch the heart. It apparently did not penetrate the diaphragm and go into the abdominal cavity. So it was a fortunate a fortunate circumstance in that it lodged in an area where the hemorrhage could be controlled easily. It did not involve major organs, which would have been much more serious.
Keep in mind that for those who may not recall the videotape or may not have seen it, that the president had waved first with his right arm, then with his left arm, and the shot apparently came when the president had his arm up. And it came in, grazed this rib, did he say, Doctor? The 7th rib?
Grazed the 7th rib, the top of the rib, and the bullet then broke up and was buried in the left lung.
This was a .22 caliber long slug, and as we know, such slugs, when they hit anything, they become very unstable and begin to fragment, and that's what happened in this case.
It did hit major vessels in here, and it created a significant amount of bleeding. But that was handled. The president was fortunate that the injury was confined to the lung. He was fortunate that this happened in an area of Washington where he was promptly treated and treated very well.
Doctor, what would be the danger signs to look for now? The president's described as stable. He is out of danger for the moment. What should we be looking for in terms of a possible development that would be of deep concern?
I think the major injury has been handled. The lung has been sutured, the bleeding has been controlled, tubes were placed into the chest to keep the lung expanded. The usual course would be that over the next 24 to 48 hours, these tubes would be removed, the lung would remain expanded, he would gradually increase his activity, They tell us that he's awake now after the operation, and I would anticipate that he would probably not have significant complications.
Vice President George Bush is reported to be at the White House tonight, having flown back from Texas just in case he might be needed. George Bush reported at the White House. The others hit this afternoon. Thomas Delahanty, the Washington police officer, District of Columbia police officer, described in critical condition. Tim McCarthy, the Secret Service agent who was hit, described in serious but improving condition. James Brady, the White House press secretary, at last report, contrary to previous reports, was reported alive but in very critical condition. That's where things stand after the president was shot at today. 6 shots, the president hit by 1. CBS News will broadcast a special report at 11:30 Eastern Time tonight, wrapping up the events of this dramatic day, and our live coverage of the continuing events surrounding the assassination attempt on President Ronald Reagan will continue in just a moment.
This is a CBS News special report. The shooting of the president in New York. Here is Dan Rather.
Good evening again. For those of you who may just be joining us, particularly those of you on the West Coast, for others of you, welcome back to our continuing and live coverage of the assassination attempt on President Ronald Reagan. It was about 2:30 this afternoon outside the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C., the Washington Hilton. President Reagan had just given a speech to the AFL-CIO Building Trades Council. A light rain was falling. Then, suddenly, these pictures tell in part what happened next. Pictures taken, as they always are, when the president makes a public appearance. But today's appearance was not routine. Shots just fired. That man shall pick up the suitcase, part of the White House staff. That suitcase contains communications and sometimes first aid gear. The president's limousine is now sped away. The president, as we now know, had been shot and wounded, although first reports said he had not. This scene is of the officers subduing the man who was later charged in the crime, 25-year-old John Hinckley Jr. from Evergreen, Colorado. James Brady, the White House press secretary, face down on the pavement, being administered to. In the background, Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who stopped a .22 caliber slug in helping to save the president's life. McCarthy, it was not seen that he was hurt immediately. Now he's noticed several of his colleagues go to try to help him. Meantime, District of Columbia police officers subdue the suspected assailant, Secret Service agent with the automatic weapon, Robert Wanko, motioning just there, the left of your screen. The suspected and now charged assailant suspect, John Hinckley Jr., 25 years old, seen in this picture, which was taken earlier this year. Source of this photograph is the Colorado State Highway Patrol. Why they had this photograph is not yet clear to us, but the photograph was furnished to us by them. He is the man now charged on 2 counts. One, an attempted assassination attempt on the president. This scene just seconds after the president's limousine had sped away from the Washington Hilton and gone to George Washington Hospital. Early reports, a White House spokesman said within minutes after the shooting that the president had not been struck by the bullets. That later proved to be inaccurate. As the president arrived at the hospital, he walked in under his own power and talked with hospital attendants, and Mrs. Reagan arrived shortly afterward. But while all this was going on back at the hotel, this is the scene as the suspect is quickly rushed toward one police vehicle and then another. Not exactly clear why he wasn't put in that first police vehicle. It may have been something as simple as the back door was locked. A chaotic scene which the Secret Service and the District of Columbia Police got under control very quickly under the circumstances, but there still were 3 wounded officers. District of Columbia Police Officer Thomas Delahanty, Secret Service Agent Tim McCarthy, And just to the right, on the right there, was the press secretary, James Brady. Brady, at last report, according to the doctors at George Washington Hospital, was alive, but his condition was reported, to say the least, not to be good. That was the scene outside the Washington Hilton, and those remarkable photographs taken on videotape by cameraman Charlie Wilson and his sound person assistant Norm Stein. Now what happened after that? President Reagan, the first word from the White House was he had not been hit by a bullet. That's what the spokesperson at the White House believed in the first few minutes after the shooting. The president was taken to George Washington Hospital in his limousine. The limousine had one bullet hole in the right rear door, one bullet hole in the bullet-resistant glass on the right rear door window. The president got out at the hospital, walked in under his own power, talked to persons inside the hospital. A few moments after the president arrived at the hospital, Mrs. Reagan came to the hospital. She spoke with her husband. After about 45 minutes of consultation, it was decided that exploratory surgery should be done on the president. The indication being that the .22 caliber slug, a .22 caliber long slug, had entered the president's lung.
Staying here all night.
This is a spokesperson.
Determined yet. To the best of my recollection, we left about 25 of 3.
That where? And got
From
here.
the White House.
And got here
in 5 minutes.
Reagan had any contact with Mrs. Brady at all during the day?
Yes. She is
Sheila Patton, Mrs. Reagan's press secretary.
Mrs. McCarthy.
Can you tell us about that?
It was a private meeting in an office near the emergency room.
Did she take a visit to the chapel on the first floor?
Yes, she did. She visited the chapel.
When was that?
Shortly thereafter.
Shortly after she arrived?
After the president went up for surgery. I do not know.
Let me make a couple of quick announcements. Vice President Bush is spending the night at the Vice President's residence, so that clears that up. Secondly, I've been asked, do I want to move the AM briefing to room 450 in the EOB because it's larger, and so let's move it to room 450 in the EOB because it's larger. We will see you there in the morning.
This is White House spokesman Lynn Knopfziger.
What?
It's not going to be it for tonight. Will we anticipate any, or should we anticipate any announcement regarding Jim Brady?
My feeling is that depending on the situation, I would not rule it out. But that will come out of the White House briefing room. I think we can wind up this place here after this briefing. I think that would be more convenient for all of us. But
Have our allies abroad been contacted about the president's stable condition?
I'm sorry?
Have our allies in Europe been contacted about the president's stable condition?
I cannot tell you if our allies have been contacted, but I would be willing to bet that they had been.
White House spokesman Lynn Knopfziger, who has been performing candidly and so professionally throughout the afternoon and early evening. He arrived at the White House, arrived at George Washington Hospital this afternoon just about the time that President Reagan arrived at the hospital, and it is Lynn Knopfziger who has been the principal White House spokesman through the afternoon. This being the case especially since James Brady, the White House press officer, the president's press secretary, was gravely injured in the same shooting in which President Reagan was shot. Now, just a short while ago, within the last half hour, Dr. Dennis O'Leary of George Washington University Hospital held a briefing on President Reagan's recovery.
As Mr. Knopfziger has told you, the president is in the recovery room. He is in stable condition, and he is awake. He was in no time in any serious danger. He was alert and awake with stable vital signs up until the time he underwent anesthesia. He was in the operating room for approximately 2 hours. Part of that time was spent ascertaining that he did not have any blood in his abdominal cavity. Indeed, he did not. It was a single bullet wound that entered slightly underneath the left armpit. It traversed about 3 inches of the chest wall and then ricocheted off the 7th rib into the left lower lobe of the lung and moved about 3 inches into the lung substance itself. The operative incision is about 6 inches in width, relatively simple procedure. The bullet was removed, and then the incision was closed. And as I say, he is stable and in good condition.
What is the prognosis?
Prognosis is excellent.
And you're saying that he will no doubt recover. How long is that, Doctor?
That is always difficult to say. The president, however, is an excellent physical specimen, and we do not anticipate any problems. It is always hard to be precise as to how long he'll be hospitalized, but he is clear of head and should be able to make decisions by tomorrow, certainly.
Dr. Dennis O'Leary speaking at George Washington University Hospital about a half hour after President Reagan came into the recovery room. The president was in surgery for approximately 2 hours and 40 to 45 minutes. It was about 30 to 40 minutes after that Dr. O'Leary and others began to brief at George Washington University Hospital to say that President Reagan at that time was in the recovery room, that his condition was stable, and that he was awake. You heard earlier Lynn Nofziger say that Vice President Bush, who flew back from a visit to Texas today as soon as he heard the president had been hit, that Vice President Bush would be staying at the Vice President's home, which used to be the Naval Observatory. It's in Washington, and sort of a long diplomatic row off Massachusetts Avenue, and only, as the crow would fly, perhaps a mile and a half, 2 miles at most from the White House. Earlier there had been some speculation, clearly labeled, that perhaps Vice President Bush would spend the night either in the White House or at Blair House across the street, but Lynn Nofziger made it clear that Vice President Bush, after coming back from Texas, would be staying at where he usually stays, at the Vice President's home in Washington. Now, shortly after President Reagan was shot and it was clear that he had been hit and he went to the hospital, Secretary of State Haig appeared at the White House briefing room and gave this partial briefing to reporters.
Constitutionally, gentlemen, you have the President, the Vice President, and the Secretary of State in that order. And should the President decide he wants to transfer the helm to the Vice President, he will do so.
Who makes that decision, Mr.
As
Secretary,
of now, I am
can?
in control here in the White House, pending return of the Vice President, and in close touch with him. If something came up, I would check with him, of course.
Now, not long after that, Secretary of State Haig appeared at the White House. It became clear, for one thing, that the Secretary of State was a little bit confused about what the line of succession is to the President, because as you clearly heard him say, Secretary of State Haig said that he was third in line succession to the President. That turns out to be not the case. It was an understandable, perhaps unfortunate, but understandable bit of misspeak on the part of the Secretary of State. In our Washington studios, my colleague, and for many years my colleague at the White House, Robert Pierpoint. Bob Pierpoint, one doesn't want to dwell upon it, but how could such a confusion occur when in fact the person third in line for succession to the presidency is in fact the Speaker of the House, not the Secretary of State?
Dan, that's perfectly correct when you're talking about presidential succession. The State Department, William Dias, the spokesman over there, called about an hour ago, however, to point out that Secretary Haig never used the term succession, and that, according to Mr. Dias, the Secretary was not talking about succession to the presidency. He was simply talking about the power in the White House itself, in the executive branch. I do believe it is accurate that in the executive branch, power or authority goes from the President to the Vice President to the Secretary of State, and all, according to the State Department, that Secretary Haig meant was that until the Vice President got back in Washington, he, Secretary Haig, was in authority at the White House. But you're absolutely correct that the line of authority goes, first of all, to the Vice President, then to the Speaker of the House, and then to the President pro tem of the Senate, who happens to be Senator Strom Thurmond at the present time, and then only to the Secretary of State and down through the Cabinet. So there isn't, really this is an academic discussion now, because we have the good news that Mr. Reagan seems to be in good shape, and my assumption is that by tomorrow he will be back in control, and there isn't even any question about the 25th Amendment taking effect. Now, that amendment provides that if the president is for some reason disabled and incapacitated and unable to carry out the duties of his office, then he can so notify the Congress, and the Vice President takes over those duties until the President is well again. Presumably, that's not going to have to happen.
Well, unfortunately so, and for anyone who may have joined this broadcast late or not yet heard, that President Reagan is reported to be in stable condition. He's reported to be awake and recovering nicely under the circumstances after about 2 hours and 45 minutes of surgery. If that sounds like a long time in surgery to you, we are assured and reassured, not only by spokesmen at the George Washington University Hospital in Washington, but by other experts in surgery, that shouldn't be taken as an extraordinarily long time for this kind of surgery. One .22 caliber slug entered the left side of President Reagan's chest, just nipping the 7th rib, according to spokesman Dr. Dennis O'Leary at George Washington University Hospital. It penetrated the lung a bit and collapsed part of the lung. The president had one blood transfusion before the surgery began. However, the physicians performed the surgery during that 2 hours and 45 minutes. They removed fragments of the .22 caliber slug, possibly getting all of those, although it's such a small slug and fragments so small, once the bullet becomes unstable, as it does once it strikes something such as a rib, that no one can be certain that all the fragments are out. But every physician we've been able to talk with, and again including those at George Washington University Hospital, say not to worry, even if some fragments were left inside, that would not be a very unusual circumstance. All the signs are optimistic. All of the reports from the surgical team and from the physicians at George Washington University Hospital and from other physicians who monitored as best they could what was happening in there, all the signs point to President Reagan, partly because he was in very good physical and mental condition, as described by, again, by Dr. O'Leary and others. Partly because of that, he came through the surgery, as far as can be determined, very well, and his condition now is described as good and stable. We're told that the man who's been charged with firing the minimum of 6 shots outside the Washington Hilton Hotel today, one of those shots hitting President Reagan, that man is now being held at an FBI field office. He's identified as 25-year-old John Hinckley, Jr. from Evergreen, Colorado. This particular photograph was supplied to us by the Colorado State Highway Patrol, where this was taken in early 1981. This is like a driver's license photograph, but it does not permit you to drive an automobile. It is primarily used for purposes of identification, where the holder is required to provide proof of identity. For example, if one wanted to buy a handgun in Colorado, we're not suggesting that the handgun used in this case necessarily belonged to Mr. Hinckley, nor suggesting that it was bought in Colorado, but it's the kind of photograph you have to have taken for identification purposes in Colorado, and that's the reason that picture exists with the Colorado State Highway Patrol. Mr. Hinckley has been charged on 2 counts, one with the attempted assassination of a president, the other with assault with intent to kill in the case of the police officer. Besides President Reagan, the others injured in the shooting and their conditions, as we have found them and believe them to be at the present time, District of Columbia police officer Thomas Delahanty, who was hit in the shoulder and neck, is described to be in critical condition. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy, who was hit by a bullet as he did his duty to protect the president, is said to still be in serious condition, although at our last report from the hospital, McCarthy's condition was described as getting somewhat better. We have a photograph, I think, of Thomas Delahanty, and I thought that that photograph was going to be up, and that's the reason we paused. This is the District of Columbia policeman who was injured this afternoon, the first time we've had his photograph. Delahanty's condition described as critical at our last report. Secret Service agent Tim McCarthy's condition, as I say, was at last report described as serious, although he was said to be getting somewhat better. As for the case of James Brady, the White House press secretary, who was gravely injured, you saw, perhaps if you saw the videotape, this is a photograph of Brady recently taken at the White House in his job as press secretary to the president. Brady was reported by several sources during the afternoon not to have survived the gunshot attack. However, Dr. O'Leary recently said that, to the best of his knowledge, that while He thought that Brady, his condition was indeed serious. My word, not the doctor's, but that was a clear impression left. That he didn't have any further information, but certainly indicated that Brady, as of early this evening, was indeed alive. Earlier, a White House spokesperson had said that reports of Mr. Brady's death were untrue, and as so far as can be determined, Brady, the White House press secretary, remains in serious, yet critical condition at the hospital, but according to official spokesman, is still alive. That is the situation at the moment. The lead on this story, if you will, remains that President Reagan has survived an attempted assassination. One bullet struck him in the chest after 2 hours and 45 minutes approximately of surgery. The president is said to be in stable condition, awake and recovering at the George Washington Hospital in the District of Columbia. With me here in our CBS News studios is Dr. Henry Graff from Columbia University. Dr. Graff, there's been this question of whether Secretary of State Haig overreached himself in going to the White House this afternoon and saying, I'm in charge here. Now, given all the chatter we've had about succession, there's no question that he is not third in line of succession. But did he have the authority to do what he did this afternoon?
I don't know what arrangement he had with Vice President Bush with respect to crisis management, which has been much in the news in the last 72 hours. I would think that he could very well regard himself as a senior member of the cabinet. I think that history is on his side. On the other hand, when Secretary of State Robert Lansing, during Wilson's incapacitation in the World War I era, called a cabinet meeting without informing the president, Wilson promptly fired him.
Dr. Graff, we don't want to dwell upon this point, but it does raise a possible gap in our understanding. You say that history is on Secretary of State Haig's side. Is the law, is the Constitution, or the constitutional amendments on his side?
The succession that Secretary Haig reported and described this afternoon is under old law from 1883 to the Truman period. The succession, as Haig described it, did not include the President pro tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. That was added in 1947 in the Presidential Succession Act that now operates. It places ahead of the cabinet officers, and they stand in the order of their creation, the Speaker of the House and the President pro tem of the Senate, following the Vice President.
Someone may be asking, as well they might, why is Dan Rather there in the studio in New York talking to this esteemed Columbia University professor about succession anyway, when the president is all right? From all indications, stable and recovering, and remains head of the government in law and in fact. Well, one reason is you had an extraordinary scene at the White House this afternoon. Let's mark it an extraordinary scene. The Vice President of the United States is out of town. He's in Texas. The President of the United States is in town, but he has been just been hit by a bullet in an attempted assassination. The Secretary of State took it upon himself, I suppose one should say apparently took it upon himself, to go to the White House and to walk into the White House press briefing room and say, for the moment, I'm in charge here. That's a paraphrase, but I think an accurate one, and giving as his support for that, that he was third in line. Now, what do you make, Doctor, of this State Department explanation, which I note with some interest comes hours after the fact, that Secretary of State Haig didn't mean that he was third in line of succession, that he meant that he was third in line of control. That is, that it goes President, Vice President, Secretary of State, as long as you don't have a president who's incapacitated.
Well, I don't know what the Secretary meant by being in charge. Plainly, with respect to the executive branch, I suppose with the President in surgery or about to go into surgery and the Vice President airborne somewhere, someone had to take over, and I think in some circumstances, if Secretary Haig hadn't developed a reputation as being aggressive, people might give him credit for being a take-charge guy, but it may be that his taking charge seemed a bit excessive.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for coming in with us. I would guess, and it is only a guess, that not many people will think in retrospect that it was excessive. First of all, if he misspoke himself about this line of succession, it's understandable. And secondly, General Haig, with a high sense of duty, could be expected to do what he thought was necessary at the time, whether in fact it was necessary or not. In our Washington studios at the moment, Bruce Morton, and I believe, Bruce, you have with you someone else, or are you by yourself?
By myself at the moment.
Well, Bruce, you've been in Washington all day today, and some of the smoke is beginning to clear from this situation. We know that President Reagan has not only survived the surgery, but appears to be stable, and at last report was awake. Vice President Bush is back in the nation's capital, intends to spend the night at the Vice President's home. Secretary of State Haig, presumably, if he's not at home, is back at the State Department. What have we, and what do you make of today's events?
Well, Dan, I think in the first place, we have a President of the United States who, we all heard Dr. O'Leary at George Washington say a little while ago, will get over the anesthesia shortly, and by tomorrow will probably be in a position to make decisions. That should lay a lot of this speculation about the succession to rest. Vice President Bush is back and is in charge in the meantime, and as you know, this presidency, more than any that we've had in a while, is collegial. It's people having meetings and talking to each other. Nobody suggests that Mr. Reagan doesn't make the decisions, but all those decisions go through a kind of a board of Ed Meese, of Jim Baker, of Michael Deaver, of Vice President Bush, and so on. And I think probably what we'll have in the short range is an intensification of that process as the board tries to take more and more of the pressure off President Reagan, who in a sense is the chairman of that board. He will, I assume, still be making decisions, but they'll try to give him clear, relatively narrow options, not make him do 800 pages of reading about a particular bill. I suppose the other thing that we'll have in the short run anyway is an outpouring of sympathy for the president. It may be a short run less popular on Capitol Hill in the Congress to get up and denounce this proposed spending cut or that. We will have one other thing. It's here already. It's a press release from the National Coalition to Ban Handguns. I don't know whether you can see it. And what it says, of course, is that this is shocking and shameful, and that this is another proof that handguns are bad. I almost guarantee you that the anti-handgun lobby will make no headway after this murder attempt any more than they have after any of the others that you and I and all of us can remember.
Bruce, you've talked about the group of people who helped President Reagan run the country, and this precedes this unfortunate assassination attempt this afternoon, although we have to say that the country is lucky, and President Reagan was lucky that it was only one bullet and it struck where it did, because the president's now reported in stable condition and all signs point to recovery. But we know about Vice President Bush, we know about Secretary of State Haig. Who forms this group of people who has been helping President Reagan run the country and can be expected to perhaps do even more so in coming days? There's Ed Meese.
Well, it shifts a little bit. I remember talking to Jim Baker, who's the White House Chief of Staff, about this at one point during the transition, and two or three of us were in his office, and we said, well, cabinet government isn't ever going to work. It's too cumbersome. The cabinet's too big. You can't have all those people meeting on every issue. They need to be back minding the store some of the time. And he said that what he envisioned was really a series of ad hoc groups. There might be a group that worried mostly about the economy. There might be a group that worried mostly about energy. There might be a group that worried mostly about foreign policy. But
pardon me, Bruce, I'm sorry to interrupt you for the moment, but Larry Speaks is appearing at the White House. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Larry, George Bush, the Vice President.
Well, I have a very brief statement that I would like to read. I am deeply heartened by Dr. O'Leary's report on the President's condition. That he has emerged from this experience with flying colors and with the most optimistic prospects for a complete recovery. I can reassure this nation and a watching world that the American government is functioning fully and effectively. We've had full and complete communications throughout the day, and the officers of the federal government have been fulfilling their obligations with skill and with care. I know I speak on behalf of the President and his family when I say that we are very grateful to all, so many people from across this country who've expressed their concern at this act of violence. And finally, let me add our profound concern on behalf of 2 brave law enforcement officers who serve to protect the President, and then, of course, for a friend of everybody here, dedicated public servant Jim Brady. We're going to watch their progress with all our prayers, and with all our hopes. And now I'm going to walk over and speak briefly to Mrs. Reagan, who's returned to the residence. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Vice President George Bush, live from the White House briefing room. Vice President Bush flew back from Texas today as soon as he was told about the shooting of President Reagan. He arrived at Andrews Air Force Base between 6 and 7 o'clock Eastern Time tonight, went to the White House. However, it's been emphasized by Lynn Nofziger and others that Vice President Bush will be spending the night at his own residence, that is the Vice President's residence in Washington. In that White House briefing room, as Vice President Bush spoke, was my colleague and CBS News White House correspondent Bill Plant. Bill, is there any other information available at the White House, now, particularly any information on James Brady's condition?
Richard Allen.
Dan, there's no immediate information on Brady's condition. It's obviously very serious. We were told that the bullet had passed through his brain. We do have the Deputy Press Secretary, Larry Speaks, beginning to brief us right now, and perhaps we can get some more information as he speaks.
We'll be back.
Also, Secretary
The Larry Speaks briefing is over. I think we will be back to Bill Plant to see if there's any additional information. We have one piece of unfinished business, at least.
Such as
Larry Speaks is now talking in the White House briefing room.
And David Gergen and Max Friedersdorf and Fred Fielding. The meeting continued for about 30 minutes, at which time a medical press conference from the hospital came on the television, and we watched that basically to its conclusion. The Vice President then went to his office, drafted the statement, and came here. Mrs. Reagan has returned from the hospital, as the Vice President said, and he's now going over to visit with her. As far as tomorrow, we will basically continue with the schedule as the President had planned. There is a plan for a brief meeting of the Cabinet, a plan for a brief meeting with the congressional leadership, and then to continue with the schedule, which includes a meeting and a working luncheon with the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Appreciated the working luncheon.
The Vice President. I really don't want to go into that except to say that the general situation was discussed. The Vice President received the very latest information on the President. Jim Baker and Ed Meese had been at the hospital, and they returned sometime earlier, so they were up to the minute. So
was the question of Poland discussed?
I'm just not going into the subject matter of that meeting.
Larry, has the President turned over control or authority to the Vice President?
What was the question?
Has the President turned over control or authority to the Vice President? There has been no cause for that to take place.
We're told that the President will be under sedation at least until tomorrow morning. Can't we assume that the Vice President would have to be able to take charge in that case, Larry?
Well, there is, for your information, an automatic assumption of command authority that requires no steps be taken. It goes first on the Vice President and second on the Secretary of Defense.
Why did the Vice President wait 6 hours to reassure the country that things were under control?
Doesn't it go to the Speaker after the Vice President?
Question about...
That's wrong. Please answer this. How could it go to the Secretary of Defense?
Let me get straight with you so you can understand it. There is a succession procedure. That goes from the President to the Vice President to the Speaker to the President pro tempore. There's another one called the command authority, which is an automatic assumption. And that's the only thing that happened at this time. There were.
What is the line up in the automatic assumption then?
I just gave it to you. The Vice President and the Secretary of Defense.
Not the Secretary of State? Not the Secretary of State?
It is an automatic assumption.
Larry, where will the Vice President have his working headquarters while the President's in the hospital?
I would assume the Vice President would remain in his office in the West Wing as he operates.
Larry, who is the Commander-in-Chief tonight at this hour?
Well, certainly the President is the Commander-in-Chief. If any actions are required, I'm sure that it would be taken by the appropriate official in the government.
Larry, why did the Vice President wait 6 hours to reassure the country that everything was under control?
The Vice President came directly back to Washington, as I understand it. There was a 30-minute meeting, and then it's been followed by less than an hour after the conclusion of that meeting that the Vice President made the statement. I think we were constantly reassuring the nation through Secretary Haig earlier, and through the statements that we could make here at the time. We were all awaiting the outcome of the surgery, and we were confident throughout it, and the reports, as the Vice President said, have been excellent, and that's assurance enough.
Haig rather than the Vice President.
Didn't he just...
Yes.
Larry, then from what you just said about the succession of command authority, Haig was completely wrong when he thought he was in command here when Weinberger was in the building.
The Vice President was in the Situation Room. The President's Chief of Staff and the Counselor, Mr. Meese and Mr. Baker, were at the hospital. They were conferring with Secretary Haig. Secretary Haig talked to them and offered to be helpful. He was in charge of the situation in the Situation Room, and that's basically it.
Larry, when you talk about command authority, are you talking about what specifically? Military command? Specifically what?
Yes.
Well, can you say that the Vice President Bush is now the acting president
No.
of the United States?
There is no need for
Does
that.
Haig still maintain foreign policy?
The command authority.
It's automatic.
Part of that discussion, and one of the reasons for staying with that discussion, again, no one wants to dwell on this point, but it's obviously something you're going to hear a great deal about in the future, is this afternoon, somewhat more than an hour after President Reagan arrived at George Washington University Hospital, having been hit in the chest by an attempted assassin's bullet, Secretary of State Haig appeared in the White House briefing room to make an appearance and to talk briefly with the reporters, tell them what he knew. At that time, Secretary Haig seemed to say, and we'd have to get the exact transcript, that he was third in line for succession to the presidency. Now, to be fair to Secretary of State Haig, the State Department said later that that is not what Secretary of State Haig said, nor was it what he meant. The State Department, hours after this occurred, said, well, of course, the line of succession goes President, Vice President, Speaker of the House, President pro tem of the Senate, then Secretary of State, and then the Secretary of Treasury. But they said, well, Secretary of State Haig didn't mean line of succession, that he meant line of authority of command. Now Larry Speaks, who is the White House spokesman, says, well, if the line of authority of command goes President, Vice President, and Secretary of Defense, there obviously has been and continues to be some confusion in the upper tier of government of exactly what that authority of command is, and we'll probably be hearing more about that in future days. Now, immediately after she was informed of the shootings, First Lady Nancy Reagan rushed to George Washington Hospital to be near her husband. Their son Ronald was flying to Washington from Lincoln, Nebraska, where he was on tour with his ballet company. The president's daughter Maureen talked with CBS News last year, months before Mr. Reagan won the presidency. Even then, she was concerned about the dangers of the office her father was seeking.
It's dangerous. Presidents have been known to be shot at. I don't think you wish that on anybody. Certainly not on somebody that you care about. But it wasn't my decision to make. It was his, and he made it, and that's what he wants, and I'll do everything I can to help him get it.
Are you concerned about the psychological and the physical pressures on your father if he becomes president?
He holds up better under stress than anybody else I know. I'm really, no, I'm not worried about that.
Ronald Reagan, during many campaign appearances, questions about a running mate, says, well, if the need should arise, of course, we'll have a running mate who's a philosophical soulmate if he has to step in for me.
Well, but
other candidates don't talk about it in those in exactly those terms. They don't bring in the age issue, the mortality issue.
Well, perhaps they should. John Kennedy was the youngest man ever elected to the presidency, and he didn't make it through one term, and age had nothing to do with it. So perhaps they should talk about mortality. And perhaps they should understand it's a very dangerous job. And that planes crash, and that trains crash, and that cars crash, and that all kinds of things, and ceilings fall in, and all kinds of things happen to people. And that when someone is in the job of the presidency, they had darn well better think of their own mortality and put together the kind of administration and the kind of programs that can be carried on by somebody else. Because you don't know what's going to happen. None of us does.
Maureen Reagan, the president's daughter, in an interview last year with Jerry Bowen, CBS News correspondent who covered the Reagan family for a long while. Reporters in California today caught up with the President Reagan's brother, Neil, and with another of Mr. Reagan's sons, Michael.
You know, if you're going to kill a man, his wife, and 3 little kids out here, as was done over this weekend here in the San Diego area, why not go for big game?
My father has come out of surgery in fine shape. He's in good condition. And as my father asked before he went into surgery, and subsequently as we found out, it was good Republicans doing the surgery. So he is in good shape, and we plan to just keep in touch the same way all of you are keeping in touch. I'm just hopeful that and happy that my father has come through it. And as I say, that in my house, we are indeed praying for the other people that were wounded.
James Brady, the White House press secretary, is the son of a railroad man. His parents were in St. Louis, and they talked in St. Louis just before Mrs. Brady left for Washington. And we have a videotape of that, I believe, prepared at the present time. This will be the parents of James Brady, the White House press secretary, who was gravely injured with a bullet to the brain this afternoon at the same time President Reagan was shot.
You certainly sound like you have a strong spirit.
That's what it takes to get by now.
And you're on your way now?
Yeah, the trooper's waiting for us. The governor's plane is out at the airport.
How about Mr. Brady? I know he can't speak, he can't hear very well, and he's not talking. How's he taking all this?
Well, he's taking pretty hard. You'll never understand. He had a stroke, you know, and that's the only reason why he isn't going, but all of our friends are going to look after him. And when Sarah called...
I'm sorry, Miss Brady.
It's all right. When Sarah called, she said that...
The parents of James Brady, a gravely injured White House press secretary. The Sarah that Mrs. Brady referred to is Jim Brady's wife. Our last report on James Brady's condition from George Washington Hospital in Washington from the spokesman there, Dr. Dennis O'Leary, was frankly Dr. O'Leary wouldn't say much about the condition of James Brady. The information from law enforcement officers at the scene was that Jim Brady had been shot in the head with a .22 caliber weapon. Later reports said that he was shot not only in the head, but the shot had reached his brain. Lim Tucker was the CBS News correspondent who was at the scene today as the president was shot, and he's put together this recapitulation of this afternoon's events.
His speech to a union crowd had gone well, so Ronald Reagan had good reason to smile as he left through a private exit of the Washington Hilton Hotel.
Mr. President! Get him out! Get him away! Get away! Watch out! Get a patrol car!
Now in slow motion. At this point, no one on the scene seemed to realize that the president had been shot. The expression on his face changed, but it appeared only that he had been pushed into his limousine by a Secret Service agent, routine in dangerous situations, so that he could be hurried away. The 6 shots came from just to the right and slightly behind where I was standing with several television crews and other reporters. But the roped-off area contained passers-by as well as news people. And now another angle on the same scene. As the president was being hurried away, agents and policemen pounced on the alleged assailant, and as soon as a police car could be pulled up, he was taken away.
This way! Come on, the ambulance, guys, back up! Hold here, guys! Hold. Get out of the way! Get out of here!
And then it became quite obvious that not only had 3 people been wounded, but one was James Brady, the press secretary. Lying almost on top of Brady was a wounded D.C. police officer. And just up the driveway, a Secret Service agent. There was, of course, pandemonium at this point as ambulances were brought up. Rescue squad of the D.C. Fire Department. Here, Jim Brady on the stretcher. This balcony just overlooking where the shooting took place.
Y'all gotta stand back, you gotta stand back this way.
Needless to say, there was just that panic that ensues. At one point, an officer hollered, "Everybody should freeze because we get awfully nervous in this kind of situation." The Secret Serviceman Timothy McCarthy, Officer Thomas Delaney of the D.C. Police Department, and of course Jim Brady. One of the things, Dan, that I should point out is earlier when the president arrived, they have the roped off area where the press is to stand and not go beyond. Quite often here in Washington we have those kinds of areas as VIPs come and go, and quite often those are what we call secured areas. That is, only people with White House or some other bona fide press credential is allowed into those areas. Today that was not the case, as I said earlier, but to repeat myself for emphasis, as the president went in, there were several hecklers there. There were just curious people there also waiting to see him, but he went in farther up the driveway than the point at which his limousine was waiting for him to come out. By the time he made the speech, which I went in and heard, a speech that some of us thought he did not deliver with his usual fervor, even though it contained many of the things he has long advocated. By the time he came out, the crowd in the area had become quite large. There were people who weren't there before, so just wanting to see him. And along with the CBS crew, several other crews, I was kind of pressed over toward that wall area from which the shooting erupted, sounding first like firecrackers or a cap pistol. And then it didn't take us very long to realize that it was not either of those.
Lem, we have on several occasions this afternoon praised the silent and unsung Secret Service for its truly remarkable and professional work in, I don't think it's too strong to say, in saving the president's life. This afternoon, one Secret Service man, Tim McCarthy, literally taking a bullet in order to save the president's life. But one question arises. We're now told that John W. Hinckley Jr., the 25-year-old man now charged in this case, was arrested in the, was carrying 3 handguns when he was arrested in Nashville last October, while then President Carter was in Nashville. Now this information comes from the FBI, that John W. Hinckley Jr. was arrested with carrying 3 handguns on his person just this last October in Nashville when President Carter was there. Now the question that I have is that I know the Secret Service, once someone is arrested under those circumstances, has a system whereby they try to know the whereabouts of such people anytime the president is moving around, and the question is, why didn't they know that Mr. Hinckley was in the neighborhood today?
Dan, that is obviously a question that it has been asked, I'm sure, many times since around 2:30, 2:25, 2:30 this afternoon, is going to be asked a lot more. I assume we'll probably have the congressional investigations. I obviously don't know. I'm not sure anyone knows at this point. and I don't want to criticize the Secret Service or the law enforcement people, but when the president arrived, or before he arrived, some of us, I suppose some of us are skittish. I personally have always had taken a bit of umbrage to civilians, if you will, getting into a press area because we have been cleared by the Secret Service. We've gone through the FBI checks, and I've always been skittish about these people just coming up. And before the president arrived, it was pointed out, not specifically to a policeman, but certainly within earshot and staring at him, saying, gee, there's an awful lot of mixing here with the civilians in this press area. There's going to be a lot of checking, and in this particular case, it would appear that, well, obviously, the job was not done quite as well as it should have been.
And in fairness to the Secret Service, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and others involved, you're always operating with the protections, the civil rights protections that we all treasure in this country. And part of the answer may very well turn out to be that answer that we've known so well before, that there is a limit to how much protection even a president can have. That President Reagan is the 16th president of this century. He is the 7th to be the target of an assassin. 2 presidents have been killed this century by assassins, McKinley and John F. Kennedy. Phil Jones, our Capitol Hill correspondent, has prepared a report on Senate reaction to the events of today. Phil?
The Senate was in the midst of arguing over President Reagan's requested budget cuts when Majority Leader Howard Baker walked onto the Senate floor, took a microphone, and interrupted the debate to announce that the president had been shot at, but apparently not injured. There were only a dozen or so senators on the floor at the time. New Jersey Senator Bill Bradley paused before continuing his budget arguments to say that he was in a state of anxiety, that in the days to come there should be a chance to reflect and address in some way the underlying sickness in a society where these kinds of events become commonplace. Senator Edward Kennedy joined in. Violence and hatred, he said, are alien to everything this country is about. With our prayers must go our resolution to rid our society of violence and its cause. About 30 minutes after the first announcement, Senator Baker appeared on the floor again to announce that there were reports that the president had been hit, and with that, the Senate recessed. House Democratic Majority Leader Jim Wright was on the plane that brought Vice President Bush back from a Texas speaking engagement, and Wright recounted the Vice President's first reaction.
Well, of course, his mood was one of shock and utter disbelief. He said, among other things, he said that he hadn't known Mr. Reagan extremely well for an extremely long period of time, but he found it utterly incomprehensible that anyone could work up a feeling of sufficient malice toward Ronald Reagan to want him dead.
House Speaker Thomas O'Neill, who is second in the presidential succession line, remained secluded in his Capitol office with top aides today until the news was received from the hospital that President Reagan was going to be okay. And Capitol security for all congressional leaders was intensified after the event.
John Hinckley, Jr., the 25-year-old man who is a native of Evergreen, Colorado, and who is in custody and now charged with an assassination attempt against President Reagan, and also charged with assault with intent to kill in the case of District of Columbia police officer Thomas Delahanty. Delahanty is still listed in critical condition in Washington. Hinckley, at one stage this evening, was said to be at an FBI location. We do not know whether that is the location where he still is. We don't, in fact, know much about what has happened to Mr. Hinckley since he was taken to the District of Columbia Police Headquarters, and after at least a couple of hours was charged there, partly for security reasons. We're told that Mr. Hinckley's whereabouts, not a great deal has been said about that. Fred Graham, our legal correspondent, reported earlier that if Mr. Hinckley had talked with an attorney, this was around 6 or 7 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time, that had not been made known. So we simply don't know much about the man who is charged in this case, and one must underscore that he is charged and there is a presumption of innocence. in the case of Mr. John Hinckley Jr. Whatever else you may or may not be thinking on the terms of what's been said and what you've seen during this afternoon and this evening, that Hinckley is, as of this moment, an innocent man and presumed to be so, although he is now charged with the attempted assassination on President Reagan. Bruce Morton, a few minutes ago, we were talking, you in Washington, I in New York, about how the government will work in these days to come. Now, President Reagan is reported to be in stable condition. We were assured by a White House spokesman a few moments ago that they expect to talk with him tomorrow. Vice President Bush appeared at the White House briefing room and is obviously online to help if needed. But we left this conversation a few minutes ago, Bruce, talking about Ed Meese, Jim Baker, possibly William Casey and others, White House assistants, and in Casey's case, a member with cabinet rank. Who else would be, would you say, in the inner circle actually running the government in the succeeding days now?
Well, I think, Dan, you have two groups, really. You have the California group. Those are the people who go way back to when the president was governor of California. Mr. Meese, as you say, Michael Deaver, who is nominally James Baker's deputy, but is in fact more or less of an equal. Mr. Casey of the CIA, who goes back to those days. Caspar Weinberger at the Defense Department, who does. On the other hand, you have what might be called the George Bush group. Mr. Bush himself, who started out getting rather low marks from the president for political instincts, political skills, but who insiders say has come on recently. And James Baker, the White House chief of staff, who was the Bush campaign manager and who has come to be very widely respected by President Reagan and by just about everybody in the White House. He's was involved in the debate negotiations, was thought to have scored well there, and is these days very much an insider. So I think it's those 5 or 6 people who will be the group who will be filtering information that the president gets as he makes his way through the convalescence.
Bruce, assuming that what we now believe to be true, and there's every indication it's true, that it will take the president a while to recover, but the physicians as of now expect his recovery to be normal, that is normal for this kind of surgery. Let us assume for the moment that the president stays in the hospital at least a few days and is able to work some during the day on affairs of state and government. How much different would this be? And I recognize I'm asking you to guess here. How much different would this be than his normal routine?
Well, not as much as it would with some other presidents. He's not the kind of detail man that President Carter was, for instance. He likes, as I understand it, for the information to go to these sub-cabinet groups. He likes to get option papers, which are not hundreds of pages long, and he then likes to make the decisions. There's no reason that he can't be making that kind of broad decision. Will I sign or veto this bill? Within a day or two, it seems to me. And the other kind of stuff is not his style anyway. You know, he's not the same kind of president that Carter was or Lyndon Johnson was.
Thank you very much, Bruce Morton, and I know that you share with me, while there wasn't much to smile about today, at least we had those moments when the Reagan humor showed through and we heard the president said in the hospital, well, it looks like I just didn't duck at the right time. A few minutes ago, we heard Maureen Reagan talking a year ago. This afternoon, she talked to reporters in California.
Everybody feels back there. We don't want to make it look any more serious than it is by all converging on Washington. Personally, we want to be there right now and would have left 4 hours ago, but we don't always get to do what we want to do, so we'll have to wait and see.
Maureen, how prepared were you to accept when your father was elected that this kind of thing might happen?
Go ahead.
I am not prepared to accept this, whether it was my father or anybody else. I have seen throughout the day the reaction of other members of the family. Mine is fury and rage and anger, and that in this country, this kind of garbage still goes on, and it is not going to happen to this president. My God, it is not going to happen to this president, really. And I think that the American people have got to become angry about the crime in this country, about the ability of people to do this to other human beings, and we have got to stop it, and we've got to stop it right now.
What can the American people do?
The American people can get angry, and they can start to propose policies and laws that have effect, that have teeth, that can be enforced both through the courts and by law enforcement, and they'll do that when they get angry enough.
Are you speaking of gun control?
I've often said that perhaps it's not guns we should license, but ammunition, but something has to be done.
Maureen Reagan, the president's daughter. And so there's no confusion that earlier in the broadcast we had an interview done last year with Maureen Reagan by Jerry Bowen. That interview was done this afternoon in California. To sum up very briefly, President Reagan, after approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes of surgery this afternoon, has had most, if not all, of a bullet removed from his lung. The bullet, one bullet, entered on the left side. The president is reported to be in stable condition. He was reported to be awake in the recovery room shortly after the surgery. The White House says that they expect him to be awake during the day tomorrow. The three other persons injured: James Brady, the White House press secretary, gravely wounded in the head. One report the bullet reached his brain. Tim McCarthy, a Secret Service man, reported to still be in serious condition, and Thomas Delahanty, the District of Columbia police officer, reported in critical condition. We will continue to report developments as they occur here at CBS News, and we'll have a special report tonight at 11:30, 10:30 Central Time. In the meantime, Dan Rather, CBS News, New York.
This has been a CBS News special report. This is CBS.
Farmers tell me Lasso delivers the most for their grass herbicide dollar. And here's why. First, Lasso herbicide gives consistent grass control. And Lasso even controls tough weeds like pigweed and fights yellow nutsedge. All with superior crop safety and no carryover. Add it up. Consistent grass control, superior crop safety, and tough weed control. Now that's value. Lasso, you'll see the difference at harvest time.
I'm so tired of burgers and fries. What can we have that's different? I have no idea. I have an idea. Taco Bell.
At Taco Bell, we have the Burrito Supreme, the Enchilada, the Beefy Tostada, all fresh and specially seasoned to give them that Taco Bell taste you can't get anywhere else.
Best idea you've had in 57 years.
It's deliciously different. It's
Taco Bell.
Walt Adams has sports like nobody else on Television 5.